Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes Crocodile Child? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sea breeze whipped and whistled against the sails and through the rigging while Red Eyes searched the horizon. Everything was calm and under control, but he couldn't help the tense anxiousness that coiled in his gut, leaving him twitchy and irritable. Despite his best efforts to hide behind his mask, it still showed in how short-tempered he was with the crew. Well, shorter than usual at least. His captain had stormed from the ship in a winding blur of blue scales before first light, only stopping long enough to leave him in command of their ship until his return. If only he knew when that would be. If only he knew why. Anxiety coiled in his gut like a pit of winding snakes, but he tried to quell them as best he could to keep a level head and a steady command over their crew. Kaido was strong. He was fierce. And he was near invulnerable. But that niggling fear in the back of his mind was always there. There were worse things than death or defeat in this world, he knew that better than most. What if he'd been captured? What if he got lost? What if? What if? He tried to reassure himself within the hallowed halls of his mind and the caverns of his heart. It had been years since his captain had gotten it into his head to let himself be intentionally captured by Marines. Capture in general, that was less common now than in the past, but it still happened from time to time. And he wasn't the usual suspect for getting himself lost. Kaido wasn't the worst with directions, but the great belt of sea that they called home wasn't easy to navigate even for the most experienced of sailors. Even for a dragon with mastery over the wind and sky, the weather of the Grand Line could baffle the senses and lead a man astray. He had plans for it all and backup plans for those. That was the only way he kept himself sane some days, really. But in spite of all his best efforts, he still watched that horizon. He watched and waited. It was late in the evening that he finally saw the winding serpentine form in the distance, and but moments after, when the man that had been the beast finally touched down boots to the decking once more. Kaido. Suddenly it felt like he could breathe again. Nika's mercy, did he hate being in charge? Like the ever-faithful shadow he was, King followed him without a word as soon as he returned. He let himself be led to his cabin and didn't question the need for the privacy a barred door could offer. Kaido sank into his desk's chair and his thoughts as he tried to think of what to do next. What he held in his fist weighed more on him than any cargo or bulk this ship had ever carried, and he simply didn't know what to do. He wasn't made to know how to handle this sort of thing. Something has your thoughts far from here. He looked up to see the side-eye his friend was giving him. Coal-lined red eyes set on a backdrop of black wings and black leathers made a living silhouette, given a voice that was often the only rational one of the bunch. He let loose a long sigh. I suppose it does. Or maybe they're too close. I don't know. My ears are always open should you have need of them. I'm thinking of tall tales I've heard of your tribe. Obvious rumors and hearsay, mostly. That isn't too surprising. We've been practically extinct for nearing a decade, and even before that it seems we were seen as more myth than flesh. What has your thoughts drawn there in particular? He bit his tongue and chewed at the inside of his cheek, wondering if he should just say it or if he should go with his first plan instead. I'm wondering if the rumor Lunarian men could give birth was FTSH sheet, or if there was any truth to it. With the man fully covered from head to toe, King's thoughts and feelings on most things were hidden from view. But several years sailing together had taught him the trick to guessing what his first mate was thinking. More often than not, he'd found that King's tells were in his wings. If you knew what to look for, they were just as expressive as any ordinary man's face. The tips of King's folded wings twitched in an aborted gesture. Kaido had learned to be displeasure. It's true enough. FRTLTY would vary from person to person, but technically, yes, any Lunarian could give birth. Kaido nodded to himself. That answered his question at least, but it left what came next hanging in the wind. He could ask or he could keep it to himself. Neither option was appealing. What he had to say was never going to get any easier, so it was best to just rip the bandage off quickly. He opened his palm and King's red eyes grew wide, his arched wings flared, and his feathers raised. What is that? A child. King crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes in a way no one else had dared to since he'd left the Rocks pirate's ship far behind him. Yes, I see that. Why do you have a child? Why is she, the child, on this ship? She. If I'm wrong, he'll punch me and tell me himself when he's older. That seemed to be how that worked from what he had seen. King's eyes turned skyward towards the heavy rough-hewn beams of his cabin's rafters. He wondered if that god of freedom King's folk prayed to granted patience. It felt like that sort of thing wouldn't be in such a god's purview. But then what did he know? Why is she on this ship? King was rarely one to repeat himself, but he supposed there weren't many other words to say to this. Children didn't belong at sea, and his friend knew that as well as he did. She's mine. His ever-patient first mate just paused and after a moment exhaled as if to steady himself or just prepare himself to deal with his bullshit. It was always a toss-up which one it might be. He did tend to bring some wild bullshit into their lives, usually of the entertaining variety. But his first mate weathered it all with marked stoicism and never strayed from his side no matter what. No matter what was thrown their way or what he brought down on their heads, King rose to the occasion and dealt with them as they came. He never said as much, but he was DMN impressed by just how unflappable he was. Red eyes scanned the sleeping infant in his hand. He wondered what King's scrutinizing gaze could see. She was still so surprisingly small for something with his blood. For a newborn she was larger than any human child, but in his massive hands she was no different than an ordinary-sized man holding a walnut. Even getting past her small size, she was pink and wrinkly with barely there wisps of pale baby hair and tiny bumps that would one day grow to be horns. Does this have something to do with your question? I suppose it does. Would you be willing to pretend to be her parent? King froze in place. The only movement from him came from his wings rustling on his back, long flight feathers flexing and spreading before settling once more. What? It was uttered with such incredulity it wasn't even a proper question. I said. No, I heard you. I just can't understand it. You would rather the world believe that I gave birth to your child than let the truth come out? A truth that King was pointedly not asking for, whose blood ran in his child's veins. And he knew his first mate never would. So long as he had no desire to tell it, King would never ask because that was the sort of man he was. He would let him keep his secrets and still manage their ship and its crew perfectly. It's either you or I try to keep it a secret. Leave them guessing at some nameless faceless wench. His eyes drifted back down to the sleeping child in his palm. I thought about it. Keeping the babe a secret, growing up under lock and key so no one knows. She'd hate me for sure one day if I did, but maybe she'd live long enough to be grown when she did. I could live with that, but secrets don't stay secret, no matter how hard anyone tries. One day it's going to get out that I have a child and people are going to ask questions that they shouldn't. If everyone thinks it's a secret that you had my child, then they'll never look any deeper because they think they already know the answer. And if I agree to this? How would you suggest the pair of us ended up with a child? He shrugged. There wasn't much else to it. Say whatever you want. A drunken one-night stand and a surprise baby is believable enough. If anything, it's the more usual way children come about for pirates. People will make assumptions. Will you be all right with what they will say? There were any number of assumptions he could have been talking about. The difference in their ages. King's own age. Those were possible but not likely. Nobody ever saw the man's face and he never discussed his personal life, so there was no reason for anyone to know how old he was. He should know, he had gotten more than a few laughs out of seeing grizzled old sailors brought to heel by the disappointment of a tall barely 20-year-old. It could have been worrying over being treated as less of a man if people thought he'd given birth. He had heard that one before when he was younger. But that wouldn't be a problem for him, that would be directed at King himself. He mulled it over in his mind what King was worried could upset him. Why would he care what anyone thought of who he had a child with? Something about a judgment of his own taste maybe? That could be it. Sailors were known to be weird little sheets about that sort of thing sometimes. People will talk, let them talk. Men, women, it makes no difference to me anyway. It was hard enough to find someone near his size without being picky about that sort of thing. King didn't seem to have anything to say to that and just gave a nod that said, fair enough. Is it you who'd be worried about that? Funny enough, he'd never thought about that. It just didn't seem the sort of thing King would concern himself with. King just shook his head in kind. Truthfully, I don't understand what they say enough for it to bother me anyway. Even after living around them for years, human cultures still make my head spin. I don't think I'll ever fully understand it. Then it's settled? He hoped to King's sparkly sun god that it was. And why do you think I would agree? It sounded more rhetorical than asking for a justification. Kaido leaned forward with a grin instead. Just think of it this way. If Linlin thinks you had my child, she won't try as hard to get you to be one of her husbands. This time he was met with half a scoffing laugh. That alone might be enough to make me agree. You really hate her asking for you. It was more spectating than any real question. Anyone with eyes could see that. His king would rather punt Linlin, and all the Herculean effort that would entail, all the way from any number of sky islands right down to Fishman Island, than consider giving in to her desires even for a moment. Whether that be for his blood in one of her brood or his flesh warming her bed didn't make all that much difference to him. King shook his head. I am likely the last Lunarian alive. And after everything, the thought of a human touching me. The ripple of raising and lowering feathers that ran down his wings could only be described as a shudder. I will likely never have a child of my own, sired or born for that matter. He hadn't given that much thought before, but it was true. When they made port, plenty of his men made their way to the BRTHLS, bars, or simply found a man or woman for the night. Plenty of them did, but never King. Despite being the last of his tribe and the only one who could keep their blood alive, he never kept a lover of any sort. If his first mate agreed to this, then the only child King would ever have was his. Treat the kid however you'd treat your own. Whatever that looks like. Whatever that was, it was a mystery to him. Even if King had been an ordinary man from an ordinary village, he still wouldn't have known. Life hadn't built him to know things like that. The fact that the man he was talking just so happened to be the last survivor of a broken culture merely gave him an excuse for not knowing. And when she asks about her real parentage, what then? She won't. As far as she'll know, you are her real parent. King eyed him with a sort of wary speculation, as if trying to gauge the magnitude of the secret he kept. You'd keep this a secret even from your own child? It's the best way to keep a secret. Is it? What about when she is old enough to look in the mirror and ask why she can't find my face in hers? Tell her she took after me instead. King narrowed his eyes and growled at that one. And if this other parent whose place I am to steal appears? There is no one else to show up. All of the bristling feathers and harsh crackling of flames softened at that. Finally, it looked like they were getting somewhere. King sank into his bed with a small laugh. It's starting to seem as though you really did get a surprise baby on me. Does that mean? I don't think this is wise, however, I'll do it. What's the child's name? Not much of one yet, but Yamato. I've been calling her Yamato. It seemed as good a name as any at the time. King seemed to ponder what characters were meant to make the name. It's a good name. Oh. For a long moment King sat in silence, quietly studying the tiny newborn before him. Eventually it seemed as though he had sat for long enough, and he breathed a heavy sigh before finally speaking once more. It would further the deception if I were to nurse her. In any case, that would be easier to manage than trying to keep a shipbound water supply safe enough for an infant. You can do that? He could practically feel the unseen raised brow judging his comment. Of course he could. His king could do anything. Adaptability is my tribe's defining characteristic. I know it is possible for men who did not give birth to nurse their children if needed. However, it would take at least a few days for me to be able to. How many? His friend ped his head, seeming to think it over for a moment with whatever mental math went into that sort of thing. At least 3? Maybe more? It's not exactly something I've had to make myself do before. She's a lot smaller than you. King brushed the thought aside with a wave of his hand. Pandas and sunfish. Huh? King sighed, and his lowest feathers did an odd little half-twitch that he didn't recognize. I am the lower end of average height for an adult Lunarian. That was actually news to him. But then he'd long been used to everyone being shorter than him, so it hadn't occurred to him to think anything of someone else's stature. For not knowing anything, you have managed to luck into Yamato actually being a close enough size to pass for really being my child. King paused and took in the blank expression on his face and seemed to choose to take pity on him. That was better than the alternative. As with creatures such as pandas and sunfish, a Lunarian newborn is tiny compared to their parent, many hundreds of times smaller. That is the norm. For that reason I will have little difficulty with the mechanics of nursing your child, but it will remain to be seen if that is what is best. Depending on her parentage, there is a chance that anything I can produce might end up being too much for her stomach. Even accounting for my age working against me, it's still meant to help an infant only slightly larger than a human's grow to become an adult 4 to 5 times the size of an adult human. That shouldn't be a problem. But if it is, she's an Oni's child. Oni can eat anything. That won him a scoff. Tell that to a man who hasn't seen you eat a pickled plum. Cheeky bstrd. He grinned back at his friend. Just one time, and he was never going to let him live that down. I mean it though. She'll be fine. Oh. May I try something? Whatever. King unbuckled and peeled his mask from his face before setting it aside and soon adding his coat and shirt to the pile. Wah! Gingerly, King picked up Yamato as if she were made of spun glass and shifted her to lay against his bare chest. In a voice softer and more gentle than any he'd ever heard King use before, his first mate and friend answered. I may not have been very old when my village fell, but I remember seeing new mothers and fathers do this. To help newborns thrive, they would hold them against their skin so even new to the world they wouldn't feel alone. I remember the village crone telling us that loneliness was as good as poison to a babe fresh to the world. I've helped Linlin with her whelps before, but that's still more than I know. Not that Linlin was all that devoted to her spawn. Even when they had sailed together with the captain, she only kept them with her for the few months she took to wean them, if she even spent that much. Then she dropped them back on an island with the rest of her growing brood for the oldest of her brats to take care of in her stead. King shook his head. I only know how my people did things. Before I was captured, I'd never even seen outside our village. Even what little I do know could be strange and foreign to the wider world. Don't worry about that. Like I said, raise her like you would your own, however that looks. I guarantee you'll be better at it than I ever would. Maybe it would let King make peace with the loss of his culture to spend it like this. Oh. Together they sat in silence with his newly found child between them. He'd never planned for this, but he wouldn't leave it be the way it could have been either. He'd never be anything like the likes of Newgate, who gave his heart to every passing waif in need of a father. Nor had he ever planned to be like Linlin, seating her own army. In some ways this made him more like his old captain, who he hated thinking sometimes. How long do you plan on holding her like that? Till she wakes up, so probably not long. It's probably something of a miracle that she slept through our talk. That he did remember. Linlin's spawn would cry at the slightest breeze when they were new. How old is she? No idea, just found out she was mine and left. He'd done a lot more than that, but sharing that would make this whole deal between them a moot point. I've seen newborn humans in the ports. She's a bit larger than those but less. King seemed to struggle for the common word he wanted. That happened every now and then. Less now than it used to, but still often enough to recognize it for what it was. He'd built his personal dictionary of world standard from the ground up on the words he'd learned from scientists hell-bent on taking him apart, then later pirates, dock workers, and those trashy dockside romance novels he'd learned to read it from. It was an eclectic mix, and it didn't always leave him with the words he needed. Fully cooked? He offered when no word came. King nodded as if that had been the right direction he meant, even if it probably wasn't the words he'd have chosen. I noticed that too. Wasn't sure what to think and didn't really have time to sort it out. She might have been born early. That was something he didn't know how to answer. Even if he knew it would be best to put such things behind them and leave them unsaid. So he changed the topic. What would you have her call you? Would you be her mother? Or would you be her father as well? What's that face for? I dislike how limited the standard tongue is. In Runic there are countless words for various types of parents that simply do not have a translatable counterpart. Even the ones that do, it is only as a pale shadow of the intended meaning. The words don't exist because the ideas they would represent are alien to the language and the people who created it. I am a man and I can give birth. I wouldn't be ashamed of having a child born from me so long as I chose it. What bothers me isn't that, it is that the only word in the standard tongue to claim that I gave birth to a child erases that I am a man. The closest common word to translate the term used for anyone who has given birth is damn. The connection of that word to livestock is not lost on me, and I don't care for it. Everyone else then. What word would you use? He was quiet for a time and he seemed to be grappling with something in his own thoughts. The word I would have used in the village I was born in would either be the word for a man who has given birth to his child or the word for a man who is raising the child he gave birth to. Oddly specific. There's a different word for someone who gave birth to a child but didn't claim it. It isn't parent exactly. It doesn't translate well. It's closer in meaning to blood donor than it is to parent. That was the other option to him in his mind said something. He wasn't quite sure what, but it was something. Like he was trying to find his place in all this? Why are those different words? King shrugged. Bringing a child into the world, even if you claim it as yours, doesn't make you a parent. Runic is, he corrected himself with a swallow. It was a stark reminder that the language King was so worked up over had but one remaining speaker. The only language left for him didn't give him the words he needed to express how he thought and felt. Runic was a language of connections. Connection. That was the crux of the thing. King was looking for connection. Maybe he'd been looking for that all along and he just never noticed before. He thought about it for a moment. Babies spend the first few years closest to the one who gave birth to them, right? It'd make sense that they'd be more informal with that parent than the one who didn't. The most informal version of father I can think of is papa. It sounded childish and foreign to his ears, and rightly so. He'd never heard that word come from his own mouth, not when his voice was soft and young, and certainly not after it had fallen to the deep tones of a man. King looked down at the sleeping baby, deep in thought. I think I could live with that. Oh. King seemed absorbed with Yamato. It was probably a good sign. Especially considering how big of an ask that really was. Even without knowing all the rest. They seemed almost sweet like that. Seeing the pair of them like that gave him an idea. Click click. King looked up at the sound of the Kamiko in surprise. A picture? His silvery brows furrowed a little. That's what people do when they have a brat, right? I suppose? King looked deeply at the image. It was a pretty good picture, all things considered. King with his flames doused glowed golden under the lantern light in just such a way that made him look as though he was illuminated with an evening sun. His white hair seemed even more striking than normal and his red eyes were downcast, caught gazing at the tiny pink-skinned wrinkly baby tucked against his bare chest. I look like a maternal father. Whatever that last word had been was lost on him, but there was a sort of awe in his voice that said more than the words he couldn't understand did. That's that word you were fighting with, isn't it? The one that says everything you want. King nodded, but his eyes never left the image in front of him. It is. He looked back at the picture himself one more time. It was a perfect start to a beautiful lie. The first sign that little Yamato was soon to rise her tiny hands kneaded at King's chest. Then came a baby mule, followed by a scrunch of her little brow. At last a tiny hiccup had her opening her eyes for the very first time for King to see. Not even the muddied coloring of a newborn could disguise the yellow-orange of whiskey and amber in her eyes. They were the very same as Kaido's own. Little lips smacked and tiny eyes widened with the kind of wonder and curiosity only infants new to the world could have. It was as if she was looking at the bright new world around her and asking it, "What are you?" King pulled a glove from his hand and with fingers curled he held out the pad of his smallest finger for her tiny fist to hold. "Hello, little one." Oh. With her eyes finally open, even Kaido felt the wind knocked from him. He had accepted this little thing he'd held in his hands to be his child, but those eyes. He hadn't expected those. He didn't know how to feel about his eyes being mirrored back at him from something so fragile. He didn't think he'd ever been so helpless as that. Even in those distant fuzzy early memories of a Barak creche, he'd always been the biggest and strongest. He didn't know how to be soft or gentle. Or whatever it was, something so fragile needed. For all she was his child now, he didn't know how to be part of her world. But King seemed to. That was something at least. For now, all he knew for sure was that she would grow into his eyes and his horns, and if the world government ever got wind of her, his bounty. Those were problems he knew how to handle. That was the world he was built for. He ran a battle-hardened calloused finger over where Yamato's tiny hand met King's. It was just for a moment, then he pulled away as if it hadn't happened. All was quiet between the three of them. Then Yamato's little face started to scrunch. Oh. Waha! The sound that split the night air could be heard all over the ship. Each and every crewman startled from their previous engagements to take notice, even if that notice made no sense. Across the forward deck, pirates started unwittingly doing their best meerkat impressions as each and every head looked up from what they were doing to turn and look this way and that. Mutters and murmurs soon followed in their wake, and not a soul knew any more than the next. Was that a baby? It sure as hell sounds like a baby. Here? No way. There's not another ship in sight, and we are at least a day from the nearest island. There is nowhere else for it to be coming from. There's birds that can mimic sheet like that, right? Sure didn't sound like any mimic bird I've ever heard. Then it really is a baby? Why would a baby be on this ship of all places? Maybe we got stowaways again? Vice Captain'll have kittens if we do. Don't be like that, look at the bright side. Chef'll make jam pancakes if we do. There's no way it's stowaways. We'd have noticed some big in the belly lass hiding long before now if there were. If it's not stowaways, then where'd it come from? The pondering cacophony grew as more and more talked over one another. Each and every one of them was left puzzled with no more answers and only more questions between them. A scattered few tried to follow the sounds in hopes to finally have their answers, only to stop dead as they realized where their hunt had led. The noise seemed to be coming from their captain's cabin? That only raised more questions still. Oh. The sound of Yamato's cries pierced the air, ringing through the skulls of the pair of newly acquired parents. King's thoughts flatlined as the sheer volume of the tiny thing laying on his chest took him by surprise. He quickly tried to hush the squalling babe, to no avail. Helplessly he looked right into those tiny orange eyes and words just tumbled out. Yamato hiccuped and quieted as if she surprised herself. What was that? It was runic. What did it mean? King looked away and mumbled something. What was that? I said it meant, don't you know dumplings shouldn't be so loud and angry, duh. It was the most ridiculous thing his first mate could ever have said, and the very last sort of thing he'd expect to hear from the man, and yet. Well, it quieted her down at least. Besides, she does kinda look like one. You hear that, brat? Your papa called you a dumpling. He gently poked a large finger to her scrunched little face. Those little eyes that matched his own so much went a little cross to follow it. King tapped a couple of fingers in a soft drum against her back when she started to wiggle and whine again. Everyone on the ship has to have heard her by now. How do you want to handle it? King paused his soothing drumbeat to look down at the little thing still wiggling and kicking her little feet against his chest. I'd like a little longer with just her. We'll be busy soon enough. All right. Kaido rose to his feet and headed to the cabin door with one last look back on his first mate and new child. Captain what? The crew milled around their captain's giant feet hoping for some sort of explanation. King will tell you when he wants to. Until then you are to keep quiet and leave him alone. What their surly vice captain had to do with the ear-splitting cries that sounded like a baby, none of them knew. But it wasn't worth their hides to ask. Oh. He glanced at the baby in his arms. This was the first time in years that anyone or anything other than himself had touched his bare skin. His captain's child. Something about the thought of it and the magnitude of everything he'd agreed to left his head spinning. There was so much doubt and so much uncertainty about the task that had been laid out before him. He wasn't certain he could love this child as his own. He hadn't even imagined what having a child of his own would be like at all. Not in a long time. And even then, he'd been young enough it was more make-believe than thinking of the future. That was before Punk Hazard. After that place, after it had finally fully set in that he was the last that he was alone, he gave up dreaming of things like that. Lunarians weren't made to be alone. That left its mark on him as much as being a lab rat did. He was touch-starved and repulsed by the thought of letting anyone that close to him again. He could cut men down in cold blood, but the stench of antiseptic made him break out in a cold sweat. He weathered every sly comment made about how he dressed in silence because the idea of letting anyone see an inch of the skin so many had wanted to cut up on a slab made him want to vomit. Yamato was just a baby though, and to that matter, this little one would grow up thinking they were his baby. They were too fresh and new to the world to know what it was to want to hurt him. They didn't look at his skin with greed or like he was a thing to be flayed open, pinned to a board and studied. They couldn't. Maybe they never would. Maybe this child, like Kaido himself, would only ever look at him and see him. Even if he couldn't love Yamato as his own, he would fulfill his duty to his captain's child at least. That much he could promise. I know you don't know what I'm saying yet. You are small and squishy and new. But supposedly talking to babies helps them grow. Or at least that's what the parents in my village used to say. I suppose you'll call me Papa one day. I don't know what I'm doing, so I can only hope you won't hate me for that. I'll try to be a good maternal father to you. He whispered his oath in runic. Even if it was a lie only he could hear, he would try to uphold it. If this was going to be his lie, he would at least do his captain's child the courtesy of doing it justice. Over Yamato's head, he whispered a prayer that hadn't been heard by the world in nearly a decade. One he'd learned once long ago. It was the very first prayer he, any Lunarian, or Lunarian-born child ever heard. He was a poor replacement for a priest and he couldn't even say he believed much anymore, but well, it couldn't hurt. Welcome to the world, Yamato. Amber eyes looked up at him like the new world's dawn break. Oh. Sometime long after their captain had emerged and warned them all away, King finally stepped through the cabin door. He looked no different than he ever did, covered every inch from head to toe in dark leathers and wicked spikes. He was a force to be reckoned with. But there was something. He held his hand high, cupped and cradled to his chest like he'd wounded it. But there was no wound. They couldn't see from his towering height, but in that hand was a cluster of blankets and something so impossibly unexpected. It was Queen who spotted it from the upper deck. The blonde scientist began to sputter, his ever-present cigar dropping to the deck beneath him. Where did it come from? You had? But how? Aren't you? But then who? Did you? Are you? But then? The temperamental gaze of the beast pirate's dark angel fell upon him. Cease your endless squawking. It was said in a voice as dark as its owner's wings and hissed through bared teeth no one could see. Queen let out a squeak in empty protest. King in turn squared himself off and rose to his full towering height, and when he spoke next it was in a sharp tone that allowed for no argument. In order, yes, the child is mine. Yes, I gave birth to it. The usual way children come to be. Yes, I am a man. Kaido. No, we did not plan for it. Yes, I am keeping it. And no, you are not invited to waste what limited intelligence you have speculating on my affairs. If he hadn't had a handful of baby in his hands, he might very well have counted off each and every answer on his fingers to drive the point home. Anything else? Queen seemed to finally regain some semblance of self-importance enough to speak up again. You were PRGNNT this whole time. And you didn't tell anyone. It wasn't necessary. King sighed out in absolute deadpan. I should at least look you over and, with a fresh newborn in his offhand and his sword hand already clicking loose his sword from its scabbard, Queen flinched back. I'd be dead or dying before I ever let you touch me. Never had they heard a voice full of so much promising death given to anyone who wasn't already held at the end of a blade. No one said a thing, but in countless minds questions and speculations had already begun to bubble. As for the rest of you, any word of this leaves the ship, I'll string you up by the yard arm myself. Yes, sir. The crew answered instantly in chorus, not a one of them daring to defy their first mate's orders. Oh. After his little spat with Queen and his speech to the crew, King followed Kaido into the map room without a word, the bundle of blankets and newborn cradled in his hand. He wasn't sure he had put her down longer than it took him to put his coat on since he'd handed her to him. That seemed like a good sign. He looked up to meet King's red eyes straight on. Last chance to change your mind. We go this way, it's nothing but a supply run, a barely populated sandbar with delusions of calling itself an island but would have the basics we would need. Even formula at least for a week or so. We go that way, there's a big port, populated enough it wouldn't be too hard to find a nanny that doesn't mind the sea. Either way they are in opposite directions. One choice or the other, we'll be leaving this pose track for a different one no matter what. Our heading is in your hands. He passed a map pin to his first mate. Do you think so little of my resolve? Never. But if you do this it's a commitment of a lifetime, mine or the child's, I am aware. With that King made his choice with a freshly pined mark on their map. Ugly little sandbar it is. And then with their newest little addition, it was uncharted waters waiting. I'll make a list of supplies. Out on the open deck and not at all as private as a gossip-laden conversation should entail, the lower rungs of the beast pirates were still at it. This time with even more speculation to abound. I didn't know he could do that. I don't think anyone knew he could do that. Do you think he really did? The click of a latch and the creak of an opening door went unnoticed as they carried on. Don't first births usually take a long time? No wonder Sir King was cross with us. He had to have been commanding the ship while in labor. It explains why he's been so short with everyone lately too. A dark shadow fell over them. Each and every one of them felt themselves go pale when they looked up in unison to see their imposing first mate looming ominously. You all are so quick to blame PRGNNCY for my moods when the alternative is that you all are inept. Gather yourselves. An announcement is to be made. Right away, sir. After a mad scurry to wake and collect everyone else, the crew, ranging from bright-eyed and baffled to dead on their feet, came together to hear what needed to be said. King's voice rang out over the deck, just as firm and clear that day as any before. In fact, if it weren't for all the commotion that had led up to it, the bundle of blankets and their tiny occupants' presence in King's hand would have been missed entirely. We are making a stop for emergency supplies. Nothing else. The captain is going ahead of us to get what can't wait. Anything else can be added to the list in the dining hall, you have until we make port to add it. Only things of importance. Red eyes glared over all of them, daring anyone to try. If it's frivolous you will be doing without and mopping decks until I decide otherwise to pay for exhausting my patience. And if any of you idiots wander off while we are in port, you are getting left. If any of them had dared to think that their imposing first mate might be less so with a newborn in his arms, they were sorely mistaken. With his sword arm still free, the only thing the baby's presence seemed to lessen at all was the imminent threat of immolation the usual halo of flames at his back implied. Not a soul doubted that King had the power and skill necessary to cut them down without jostling even a peep from his baby. Without another word more, their titanic vice-captain turned on his heel and left them to their thoughts. Oh. As soon as he closed his cabin door he sank to the floor. The grain and millwork tugged at his back and ruffled his feathers into disarray as he slid against it. It had been a long day. And it was only ever getting longer. The crew had their truth that was a lie spoon-fed to them and the appropriate threats delivered. It was all perfectly ordinary and in line with what he would have done if he had borne a child. There was no reason for them to question it beyond the unfortunate and inevitable thoughts about his anatomy, but he had already made his peace with that. Even Queen had bought it. If anything, Queen's reaction had been the very thing that packaged and sold the whole ordeal. He knew just enough about Lunarians to know what was possible and was clueless enough about people to not know it was impossible. The crew would never know how little Yamato had practically come in on the breeze between one day and the next. That no one but Kaido himself knew who really brought this child into the world. Nor that his captain's admirable refusal to abandon his own child had made unready fathers of them both. Neither the crew or the world at large would ever know any of that. He would see to that. He looked down at Yamato, pulling a little of the blanket that covered the little Oni aside to check on them. As soon as those orange eyes were in sight, their little face started to scrunch once more and began their siren's call again. One that had more in common with a storm warning than a sailor's lull. He tried to hush them. He tried to soothe them. He just tried. He tried to think back to his cliffside village from a lifetime ago and the last he'd really seen or spent time with a baby. He came up blank and groaned at his own failing. This was stupid. He'd been a boy then. Old enough to know how babies came to be, but too young to ever think of raising one. He wasn't a MDWF or a priest who would have known those sorts of things even if they didn't have children of their own. He had barely been an apprentice. He wasn't even a particularly well-trained one either. The most he knew was how to soothe fevers and colic. Want you please? He wasn't begging, but he also wasn't not begging. Either way, Yamato's cries paid his pleas no mind. Is it my mask? Is that what has you so riled? He took his mask off and let the squalling child see his face. The bawling died down to tiny sniffles, but Yamato's big whiskey-colored eyes widened. He didn't know if that was usual for Oni children this age. He got the feeling it wasn't for human ones. Now, you can't do that every time I put my mask on, can you? We'll never get anywhere that way. Clearly Yamato disagreed. He tried to put his mask back in place only for the warble to begin again. So he took it off again. And again. And again. If what followed was the most childish half-game he'd ever partaken in since actually was a child. Well, who was Yamato going to tell? Eventually he managed to have his mask on in front of the newborn without either of them wanting to cry. He'd consider that an improvement. And what about this face then? He let his face shift to his pteranodon's beak and held his breath waiting for the next round of wailing cries to start. Only they didn't. Yamato's tiny baby fist bumped the end of his beak. How can you possibly like that one? He muttered aloud, but Yamato was giving no answers. They were seemingly content to bat and rub their tiny fist against his beak, enjoying the odd texture of it. You are very strange. And on a whim he poked their little belly with his beak. Yamato gave him a toothless baby grin in return. He didn't think babies that young could smile. Oh. Kaido dipped his head out of habit as he stepped through the door of King's quarters. On King's desk were several scattered pages of incidents that had needed supplies and a page neatly labeled "What do babies need?" It was filled with jotted ideas and situations with notes in the margins. The topmost page was nothing more than a simple list of things they usually needed, the few things that needed fixing or replacing from those incidents, and in barely dried ink a list of items just for caring for a child. I've listed our most pressing supply needs. He turned at the sound of King's voice. Anything not listed can wait till we make port on a larger island. And what can't wait till we make port? These. The slip of paper he was handed was a lot less pristine and neat than any of the others. He squinted to make heads or tails of it. Script he couldn't decipher, he suspected that to be runic but had never asked, raced down one side with words he could barely read scrawled down the other. Ink drops and half-crossed out things littered what he could make out at all. He squinted at the list again. Powdered infant formula? He was guessing that's what that said. She needs to eat sooner rather than later. While stocking up for at least a week or more would be ideal, just getting us enough to make it to port will do. This sort of thing has different kinds, doesn't it? He was pretty sure he remembered Dogtooth trying to tell Linlin something like that once. She hadn't paid it any mind, so he barely did either. That was coming back to bite his butt now apparently. Any variety is better than none. But if it is an option, one meant for premature births would be best. King seemed like he was really taking that worry of his to heart. It probably wasn't completely wrong either, at least in as much as that sort of thing could be judged. Anything else? Bottles to feed her with. Diapers and swaddling in her size can wait till the ship makes port. Bedding is even lower on the list than that. I can have the shipwrights build something for her in my cabin or yours. He was starting to see why the list he was handed was so much more scattered than anything else. And here I thought you were just going to keep letting the brat sleep on your chest. He said it in jest, but King shrugged lightly as if taking it anything less than at face value never even occurred to him. I probably will. At least for a little while. A ripple of blue scales later and the great azure dragon took to the skies once more. Oh. With their captain away, their vice-captain having retreated to his quarters, and Queen still struggling to pick his jaw up off the deck that left the bulk of the beast pirates to chatter and feed the beast that was a ship's gossip mill. Now gentlemen, I do believe there's a long-running bet that you all need to pay up on. Called a smug voice over the din. The clamor of replies that followed nearly drowned anything else. What? No way. Nobody took that seriously. Yeah, it was just drunk talk. Sounds to me like you just don't want to pay up. We have a very loud newborn piece of evidence that says you all lost and I was right. How did you know? Nobody's ever seen anything to suggest they were ever together before. Just because nobody catches them sneaking around like schoolboys doesn't mean there weren't signs. I don't believe all of us could have missed something that big. And I mean that in the most literal way possible. They aren't exactly small men. The other man just gave them all a withering look. I'm the ship's treasurer. The vice-captain handles both his and the captain's shares, always has for as long as I've been on board. On any other ship that's as subtle as a dancing hippo for what it means. Really? What does it mean? When a set of pirates pool their treasure like that, on most ships it's taken that they are as good as wed. No way? Really? All this time? Are we really going to ignore Miser over here hedging his bets with insider knowledge? Has it been all this time or? The aforementioned Miser shrugged with his palms raised. That I wouldn't know. I've only been around for the last couple of years. Who's been here the longest besides him then? The beast pirate treasurer and occasional bookie stroked the graying edges of his narrow beard. That'd be the cook, I suspect. They all shared a look between them. With more curiosity than sense and the disapproving gaze of the ship's quartermaster, the gaggle of gossips made their way down into the fearsome belly of the ship that was the head chef's domain. Oh. Huh? Oh, I've been here for maybe 3 or 4 years, I suspect. It's a bit of a funny story, really. Captain let himself be captured by the Marines to borrow their mess hall. Vice Captain shows up disapproving as he does, sees the captain enjoying himself and the meals I'd made, so he plucks me up from the kitchens and gives me a choice. Not much of one, but I can't say I've regretted it any. Being a Marine cook isn't particularly exciting business. Why? Why what? Why did the captain let himself be captured? Why did they grab me? Or why did I stay? Any of it. Because the captain can't cook for sheet and it takes a lot to keep a man his size fed. So creative dine and dash was a bit of a necessity, I suppose. Vice Captain took to spear fishing sea beasts for a time before I came along, and let me tell you, it's a good thing the pair of them have the constitution they do, or they'd both have managed to poison themselves 10 times over for it. As for why I stayed, well, I suppose there wasn't much to lose either way. I'd only signed on with the Marines in the first place because I had nothing better. So for a man like me, trading dress whites for a black flag didn't change all that much. So, we were wondering, with you having been here the longest and all, did you know the captain and vice captain were together like that? My job is to keep those two fed. What they do amongst themselves is no concern of mine, even if I'd have liked to know I was feeding one more than I thought I was. But whatever was about to be said was cut off in short order. Captain's back. Really? Already? We are still at least a day or 2 out from shore. Dmn, can a dragon move fast when he wants to? Oh. In spite of all his reluctance to pry into the affairs of great men, when a particular member of the crew caught sight of the satchel their captain placed directly into King's waiting hands, he couldn't help but get a second look. Unfortunately for his ill-timed curiosity, he was only to be left wondering again. Milk powder? He'd guess it was for the new arrival, but he would have thought that sort of thing would have sorted itself out if that really was the truth of it and their commanding officers weren't just having them all for a ride. Not that he thought the likes of Kaido or King had enough of a sense of humor for anything of the sort. But it did beg the question, why? He shook that thought from his head. It'd take a far braver man than him to ask anything of those two. That's for sure. To the reluctantly curious pirate's surprise, he'd get what seemed to be his answer not long after. After drawing the short straw, he was the one stuck on Crow's Nest watch. It wasn't an enviable job on any ship, but on a ship made for men as tall as 2-story buildings it was even more daunting. It was a long, arduous climb for anyone who didn't have the vice captain's wings. He had nearly made it to the top when he heard the sound of their newest little crew mate's cries. And he froze mid-climb at the sound of the ship's first mate. Shush. It will be all right. King could be heard trying to hush the squalling babe as he tried to get it to take the formula their captain had brought back. You can't keep spitting it out. You do have to eat. Hearing their no-nonsense first mate try to convince a newborn was certainly something that no one could ever say they expected to hear, not that anyone would believe them if they told them. The baby fussed some more and King kept on trying. I know you don't like it. You can knead my chest all you like, that doesn't change that there isn't anything there for you yet. Yet? That was a pretty big statement for something no one else was supposed to be around to hear. King sighed and seemed to try rocking the squalling bundle of Oni child. Or at least what the crew assumed to be an Oni child. Nobody had gotten a good look at it, so who's to say it didn't belong to whatever unknown tribe King might? I know you are mad. It's just for a few more days. Apparently King could have a pretty soothing voice if he wasn't annoyed at your existence. Your papa wasn't quite ready for you. But that's all right. We are going to be all right. Your father will make sure you are all right. Even if I can't get any of this right for you, your father will make sure you are all right. He'd eat his hat. That rowdy bunch had actually been right? No wonder King was stressed. He might claim to be irritated with the crew, but commanding the ship by himself, while in labor, and seemingly with a baby who came early, that might actually explain why the captain had disappeared so early that day too, and on a ship where he didn't seem to trust the closest thing they had to a doctor. Anyone would be upset. Though maybe upset wasn't the right word. That seemed almost afraid? It was a strange notion to think of a man like King as being afraid of anything. But it seemed to fit. A fierce, brutal, walking calamity of a man was still just a man. A powerful man, but also a new father who felt lost, helpless, and even scared while trying to learn how to care for his child. That thought somehow made him respect the man far more than just his skill with a blade or his imposing presence ever had. From his hidden vantage point he could just barely see the first mate was without his intimidating mask. The angle was wrong to make out the man's face, but it was enough to catch sight of a lock of silver-white hair and the curve of his jaw. It shouldn't have felt so shocking to see. There was nothing special about it. It was just a small patch of skin, dark like their captain's though in a slightly warmer tone. The most surprising thing about it was just how smooth it was, like the skin of a man far younger than one who had gotten his hair color by years lived at least. Slowly and quietly he climbed back down and left King to his child in peace. Even distracted King was 10 times the lookout any of the rest of them could be. It was better to let him have his moment. Kaido leaned heavily against the door frame of King's cabin taking in the sight before him. King sat in the middle of his floor cross-legged with a hurricane of papers surrounding him and one hand wiggling his fingers over Yamato's blanket bundle, keeping her distracted from whatever had his focus. The only sounds that filled the air were of papers turning, Yamato's cooing and burbling, and the usual creak of timbers that came with any sailing ship. What was missing was the crackle of fire blazing. For all that the room was warmer than expected, King's flames remained doused. "We are a few hours out from that sandbar you picked." King raised his eyes at the sound of his voice and nodded his acknowledgement. It felt like a sharp turn from how their normal routines went. Usually King would be the one telling him their status on top of mustering the crew in whatever way seemed fit at the time. He gave the orders and King saw them through. That's the way they'd always done it. He hadn't really thought when he asked this of King what it would change. But make no mistake, even in the short time that had passed since he'd placed his child in King's arms things were already changing. How much and what that meant for them remained to be seen. There's no turning back now. He had made his decision and they would see it through. And deal with the consequences when they came. You've made yourself a hard man to find today. He really had been, and not even in the sort of "I'm in the mood for solitude" kind of way he sometimes got into either. It was a rare that King ever left his side, rarer still that he had to actually look for him. This time though, it was as if King was flying from one task to the next and every time he was sent in a new direction it was just another narrow miss as King had moved on yet again. "Last I saw you were talking about trying to get Yamato fed and something about talking to shipwrights about getting a bed for her." King nodded again but this time he didn't even bother looking up from whatever it was he'd immersed himself in. "I've been getting her to eat. However, getting her to take to a bottle is proving to be a challenge. I don't think she knows what she's supposed to do with it but for something so small she certainly puts up a fight. Even what she does get from it she tries spitting it out." He wasn't sure what to make of that. If King could really nurse her like he said then there was a chance she might take to that better. Or if he couldn't then maybe she'd grow out of it. Or she wouldn't. His first impulse was to think that she would eat when she was hungry but he didn't know if babies that young even could have thoughts like that. He couldn't remember any of Lean's doing that. He didn't even know if Yamato's origins could be at work or if it was something else entirely. It wasn't like there was anyone he could ask. Luckily King didn't seem to mind him having nothing to add. "Making my demands to the shipwrights was the far easier task. At least when I make them cry they can sort it out themselves. I doubt a bunch of weepy shipwrights or a fussy baby are enough to be what has you tied up in knots." The look King's eyes gave him was a begrudging one this time. With him sitting on the floor like he was the twitch his splayed wings gave was less readable than usual and did little more than dust the floor. But eventually King let out a sigh and relented. "If I'm going to try to nurse her I need to be able to concentrate to will myself to do it. It sounds like some kind of meditation voodoo to me but if it works. Then again so did half the things they found in the New World." King rolled his eyes at him. "It not magic, my body is just a body. I just happen to have more control over mine than humans seem to." He didn't think there was anything, just, about a Lunarian's body. There seemed to be a tribe woven to do impossible feats just to breath. Kaido absently leaned his head back to scrape an itching horn against the framework as he spoke. "I'd raise that to most tribes not just humans." As far as he was concerned the only folks he'd met with stranger tastes in impossible feats than his angel-like first mate were those weird but ones with AD planted in their name. Roger and Captain took the lead even among those. King shook his head at his scraping but didn't comment on it. Somehow even after the years they'd sailed together he still thought itchy horns were funny. Even with that aside I suppose I have been troubled. It's hard to remember past details of things you didn't care about at the time. King scoffed to himself. You'd be surprised just how much you don't care about when you are 12. I really wouldn't. Is that what you've been up to then? Trying to remember what people said or did around you as a kid? He could take a guess why. He cast a glance down at Yamato. If he had his dates right then 12 would have been just before the Lunarian village King came from was sacked. It was probably the last time he'd even seen a baby up close. He wasn't too sure if normal 12-year-olds had much knowledge in the way of caring for kids younger than them or if King was putting more expectation on himself than he had right to. Not that he really had to. He stood by his belief that even if King had known nothing about kids he'd still be the better parent between them. Some of it at least. Some of it was trying to remember what it was like to be a child. What I had, what I wanted or needed. That wasn't the sort of questions or conversations he could add to for anyone. As a man who had barely been allowed to be a child even when he was one, he simply didn't know how to give that sort of thing any thought. It was as good as asking a blind man to describe what color was like as far as he was concerned. And how's that working out? I spent an unknown length of time arguing with a newborn crying over my mask only to eventually remember that babies this young have trouble distinguishing features. So his mask probably looked like some kind of creepy baby oni eating void to the brat then. It probably didn't help any that most oni he'd met were all at least a little face blind. That little fact also explains why your child has no survival instincts. Kaido couldn't help himself. He threw his head back and laughed at the absolutely done with everything deadpan his first mate gave. Red Eyes met his with a wry look. You laugh, but she was fascinated by my pteranodon's beak. So? I think it's pretty cool. The fight he'd had to get that fruit had been pretty great too. You aren't bite-sized. That depends. He found himself shrugging along with his thoughts. There were plenty of things that were stupid enough to have tried fitting him in their mouth before, but that mostly depended on what shape he was in at the time. As a man, even a large man like himself, wildlife and sea beast still came bigger. As a grown dragon? For one reason or another there weren't many things that seemed to like the idea of trying to take a bite out of a dragon. Not even if the something in question was bigger. He just rolled his shoulders and gave a mental sigh. King was just doing that thing he did where it was his job to stop problems from happening before they could start. And normally he'd let him do whatever he wanted like that. The trouble was he just didn't see much point this time. What's it matter if she's not scared of you? It's probably better for you that she isn't. Besides, it's not like she's going to be meeting many dinosaurs that aren't you anyway. I suppose. King flared his wings a bit and pulled his legs back to rock back on his haunches. He might have stirred up a few of his papers in the process, but he didn't seem to mind any. His eyes were on Yamato happily squirming in her blankets without a DMN care in the world. Oh. The rickety port of a tiny slip of land, that could only be called an island by the most generous, was positively dwarfed in comparison to the great galleon that had anchored there. The eyes of its crew looked over the island's pitiful sight doubtfully. They had made better than good time, but they had been expecting anything grander than what they saw. Most times they put that kind of speed behind them. It had always been running from something or running to something, usually whatever whims caught their giant horned captain's desires. Kind of unassuming, isn't it? I think the word you are looking for is uninspiring. Why'd we land here? Captain and vice captain both said it was emergency supplies. Do you think you got room to be picky in an emergency, or are you going to pick any port in the storm? Fair enough. Plenty of heads hung low at that. This wasn't an adventure or a daring escape. This was nothing more or less than the most unglamorous of milk runs. While their particulars were perhaps unusual, the notion of the thing was something that every ship and crew had to do to keep sailing another day. One of the surlier pirates scowled over the heads of his disappointed crew mates. I think you lot are missing the point. Maybe it being an out-of-the-way little spit of an island is why they picked it. Nobody makes port on this sort of island if they have somewhere to be. The pack of discontented mutters that followed his explanation said how the others felt. King is known for two things. The pirate held up two fingers. Paranoia. And making sure Kaido gets what he wants. Do you really think that sort of man would go to a hub island with a shopping list of supplies that can't mean anything but what it is? Then King is sending us off course to keep our newest crew member from being noticed. It would make the most sense. An island this size might have outbound news once a month if that, and aren't likely to be able to call the Marines even if they did get a full raid. Because nobody expects a full raid to want anything to do with a scrap of an island in the first place. That means by the time they have the chance to tell anyone what we did here, we'll already be long gone. And better prepared. The other pirate agreed. I get the feeling that our little midnight surprise took more than just us by surprise. Oh. With boots to the ground, the small cluster of beast pirates spread out to see their orders through. Some to get more general supplies. Some to replenish workshops that fed the ship's needs. Others, selected for bland or non-threatening looks, to track down supplies for the new baby. All of them under King's orders. The shopkeeper's eyes darted to the Jolly Roger hanging from their sash and grew wide at the recognition of it. You're pirates. We aren't here for any trouble. We got a surprise passenger and need supplies for them. We get those and we'll be out as soon as the tide turns. The fact that their vice captain might actually make good on his threat if any of them so much as breathed the idea of stirring up trouble where his new baby might get caught up in it was doing more than its fair share of keeping their rowdy crew in line. The shopkeeper's eyes continued to dart it around nervously, clearly weighing their chances if they didn't do what was asked. The pirate barely kept a sigh of relief to themselves when the shopkeeper finally let them complete their task. Oh. With supplies locked in tight and the sandbar no one wanted fading behind them, the beast pirates were set once more to follow wherever the log pose would take them. Kaido's thick squared locks rippled in the salt-sprayed wind and his horns gleamed under the light of the evening sun as he stood strong at the ship's prow. In King's eyes it was moments like these that made his captain look like the fabled Joy Boy. Whether he was or wasn't the impossible avatar or an emissary to the sun god didn't much matter to him anymore. If it ever did. Kaido had given him his life and his freedom. To him this man would always be his personal Joy Boy. He stepped to his captain's side to enjoy his friend's presence once more. Yamato squirmed in his hand as if the little one wanted to be part of whatever was happening. He got the feeling they'd be growing into that someday and could only prepare himself for what a nosy baby Oni would get into. Kaido eyed him with a casual grin. Well, someone looks a bit more put together. He reached a large hand over and stroked a finger against Yamato's little face, getting a baby squeak from his child in return. It was adorable and he was right. Finally having supplies on hand, the tiny baby was clothed and swaddled and wrapped with fresh blankets. There was still that odd little alien look to them, but it was less apparent now. She is. The shipwrights have finished her bedding in both our cabins. They had done surprisingly well replicating the Lunarian children's bassinet from his scribblings. It was irrelevant if they had asked if it was a plant hanger at first. As if it would be. He hadn't grown anything himself in years. Though maybe when Yamato was a bit bigger they would like to try. The little one would never have an alight, but there were plenty of children's crafts that came before their fires started to burn that they could enjoy. You look better too. He heard Kaido's voice over his thoughts of the future. I admit I do feel more at ease knowing that we have means to see to at least her basic needs. He still had a strong suspicion that Yamato had been born too early, even if Kaido didn't know for certain. He'd spent most of the last 2 days with her with his flames doused and regulating the temperature around her like he remembered the old priests in his village used to do. The great crone that taught his lessons had been one of the best at it, so anything he did was but a pale imitation of her skills. But it gave him hope that all would be well for little Yamato. Look at the bright side. The surprising part is over. He couldn't help the side-eye he gave Kaido then. He really couldn't. I think you will find with a child on board the surprises are only just beginning. King woke with a groan to the wails and sniffling cries of his new charge. If he slept for more than a couple of hours he would be amazed. I'm up now. He murmured soothingly into his chest where Yamato lay. He ran a finger over their little head and rubbed circles at their back. The shipwrights had done an admirable job on the newborn's bed, but he felt better regulating their temperature with his own a bit longer. The little one was starting to look a bit pinker than they'd arrived at least, so he probably wouldn't have to for much more. In just a few days their condition had already improved immensely. If it caught him by surprise, he'd silently thank his captain's Oni blood for giving his child the chance, and not spare the curiosity another thought more. It did however mean that he had been sleeping propped up with his wings pinched behind him so he wouldn't risk moving in his sleep and causing them to fall. Or worse. He let himself breath. The little one was safe. Awake and angry about it at the moment. But safe. He could live with the added pain in his back and wings in exchange. Mostly. He wiped a hand down his face, trying to wake himself up. 4 days. It had been 4 days since Yamato came into their lives. Into his life at least. Just 4 days. 4 days since they, as far as the crew knew, were born. It'd be their birthday. He'd have to remember that. It was the day he gave their first dawn's prayer, which was what his people had actually counted anyway. He'd have to. His thoughts escaped him. It had only been 4 days. So why did it feel so much longer? Wah! Yamato started a fresh wave of crying. Ah, yes. That's why. For something that slept so much the little one never slept for long. And that meant that in turn, neither did he. The constant waking and false starts to the day made it seem like there were more days than there had been. He lifted them up to his eye level. You really are the angriest little dumpling I've ever met. If we keep going this way you are going to end up thinking that's your name, won't you? You don't know your name yet, do you? He rocked his fragile charge ever so softly. You are Yamato. King paused for a moment. He was unsure if children who didn't yet have a voice used a gendered word in world standard or not. Runic didn't bother with such things until children were old enough to speak for themselves. Child of Kaido, king of beasts. And over Yamato's little head in much softer Runic he whispered the oldest of greetings. When the wind asks your name you will tell the sky, this one is named Yamato Albercatusbairn. He almost bit his tongue as he said the lineage name. It wasn't the truth, but it was all Yamato would know. Not even in the safety of his mother tongue could he say any different. He'd be the man who raised and birthed them, never the father of their heart or anything even more distant than that. Without ever knowing the truth of their birth, they'd undoubtedly mistake the meaning behind those terms. His young charge would think they were rejected by their maternal father and not understand why. If he really had been their maternal father, it would have been an insult to his child to become their blood donor instead of their parent. Lunarians had always been proud in their shared connection to their children, those born, those of their heart, and those they steward. Even those who gifted their womb to the birth of a child for others had pride in that. They had no gendered word for newborns. They had no sons and no daughters before those little souls could share their thoughts with the world. Instead, new parents presenting their children had endearingly called them, "my great work." He knew not how much he would share with this child in his arms, but knowing that and feeling the distance in his words, it was best to avoid sowing that sort of confusion altogether. For whatever secret the little one's blood held that Kaido wished to bury with his name, he'd live the lie his lips told. Yamato fussed some more. "Yes. I know. That is enough of that. We can begin our day." He stood with a sway in his step as his head throbbed and swam. There was nothing to be done for it, even if he had the ability to trust human medicine. It was a herm migraine, just one of many waves that had started. If he really had carried Yamato himself, then his body would have had months to adapt to the mess that he was currently putting it through. Even simply being around during the birth parents' PRGNNCY would have given him a bit of leniency in this. He definitely remembered someone once saying that those present for a PRGNNCY, not their own, even subconsciously prepared themselves to care for the expected child. It was a dim recollection of a near textbook lecture. Perhaps it had been from a priest or a MDWF to an older apprentice? Or maybe to a set of parents he couldn't recall. Their body would pause its own FRTLTY, devote its own energy, and hoard its hormones, waiting to spring into action should they be needed or dissipate if they weren't. But because he hadn't had that time or proximity, his body was rushing through a flood of months' worth of PRGNNCY hormones in days to get the result he demanded of it. To put it bluntly, he had turned a marathon's distance into a sprint time. The hell he was enduring was paying the price for it. Between caring for Yamato, his hormonal hell, and doing it all while having his flames doused, if he kept up much longer he wouldn't even need to kohl around his eyes to hide his skin. The exhaustion would do it for him. It was starting to feel as though he got through his days out of spite more than having any real energy for them. He rose as the night's watch drifted to bed and the morning watch was waiting to rise. Only the chef and the tinkers would still be awake or already woken when he prepared yet another bottle for Yamato. After accidentally boiling the first in his hand, and suffering the indignation of the chef's silent judgment, he had to prepare a second before he could spread his wings and take his tiny charge up to the now empty crow's nest. That very first day he'd taken them up to the crow's nest to feed them out of the desperate need to not be surrounded by people or walls. After that he'd started making a habit of it. He didn't like spending all his time in his cabin, so it made the most sense. It gave him a chance to stretch his wings, and it was private and secluded enough he felt less pressure taking his mask off to enjoy the rare feeling of wind and sun on his face. He liked to imagine that Yamato liked it too. Oh. In the early morning hours, when the rest of the crew began to rise from their own bunks and make their way to the galley, a few of them noticed the dark shadow of their first mate and paused to watch. Lost in the little world he held in his hands, he paid them no mind. He merely kept up what he'd been doing all along, pacing in a steady rhythm, precariously balanced on the upper railing as he softly rocked the baby in time. Nobody dared interrupt, and silently they all agreed he'd join the crew for breakfast when he was good and ready. The only one who seemed to miss that agreement was Queen. Queen boldly walked up to King, and even from across the deck they could hear him trying to tell King that he should look the baby over. King's pacing paused and hellfire eyes fixed on the blonde scientist. Each and every one of those secretly watching the exchange between the higher-ups held their breath, waiting for whatever King might decide. In the end the winged man merely hopped down from the railing he'd perched on and gave Queen a flat no as he walked past. Left behind, Queen sputtered and fumed at either the refusal or the dismissal. Or maybe both. The scientist really seemed to have no idea that his use to Kaido was all that let him live and breath under King's mercy. Oh. I feel lied to. All eyes drifted to King as he slid to the bench next to Kaido. He didn't look or act any different than he did the week before or all the years else that the crew had sailed under him, but with their newest addition they couldn't help but see it differently. That trusted closeness they'd always shared seemed to hint at more. Or maybe it always had. Why's that? Kaido didn't even blink at the vice-captain's arrival invading his space. Not that he ever had. They doubted even the likes of King could really challenge the captain. None of the village elders ever told me I'd feel hungover like I'm 4 days into challenging blackjack to a 3-day bender. All around the pair, crewmates cringed in sudden mutual understanding. He didn't give any context, but they could guess it had something to do with the little one's arrival. They might not know a thing about babies or their effects, but that? All but the newest among them regrettably understood the implication of how the man felt. It was both a rite of passage among new beast pirates and a dare no one ever tried twice. Well, no one but the captain at any rate. But he was crazy enough to be friends with the mad bounty hunter anyway. Or just crazy enough not to need a sense of self-preservation in general. Between one moment and the next, Kaido decided to try patting King's back. In a show of comfort or camaraderie was anyone's guess. But the moment Kaido's giant hand clapped against King's back, black feathers raised and bristled with a telltale dark sheen. A few of the sailors closest eyed those wings warily and wisely inched away. But like a Grand Line squall, as quickly as it came it went, and the vice-captain's feathers slowly softened and lowered back to their usual rest. King finally sighed after a long moment, and the rest of the room let out a breath of relief with him. At least one of us is happy. Red Eyes looked warmly at his palm, and the baby they all knew was held there. For the moment. For the moment. King agreed with the exasperated tones of every other new parent the world over. When Kaido and King finally left the table, all eyes were fixed on the space they'd left behind. Where King had been sitting there were deep gouges left, like someone had just hacked away at the bench with a line of blades. If even Kaido got that sort of response. In unanimous silence the crew agreed that startling their first mate post-baby had been elevated from precarious to absolutely deadly. Oh. Out in open water and far from any respectable Navy presence, there wasn't much need for commanding or directing. Everyone had their own roles to fill, and on a quiet day plenty of downtime to go with, so long as they kept a weather eye and remained at the ready for whenever the Grand Line might change its mercurial mind. Normally, calm days meant boring days, and boring days usually meant Kaido wanting to find something more interesting. Much to the chagrin of the crew. Such was the life of a crew sailing under a man born to this treacherous stretch of sea. For whatever reason, that the crew guessed was actually one very loud tiny reason, their captain wasn't looking for a new fight or adventure this time. He was staying shipbound, and adamantly so at that. It didn't take long for the more watchful of the lot to catch on to what was really happening. Kaido was not a subtle man, but somehow their captain had managed. He slowly made his rounds, doing a circling patrol of the decks, but all through the day he kept King in his sights. Not that the vice-captain noticed, it seemed. Their littlest crew mate took up most of his attention there. Their captain was being careful about it, and the rest of them took notice. He was giving the winged man his space, but ready to be at his side at a moment's notice. Whether it was due to the baby's presence or what King had mentioned over breakfast weighing on him was anyone's guess. At first it seemed that nothing was ever going to come of it. That maybe it was just in case after all. Several times over the day King would slip away to the kitchens and then fly up to the tallest mast's crow's nest, the very one that the quartermaster had ordered be left unmanned. That order made sense now. It really was one of the most peaceful places on the ship, all things considered. So it did seem as good a place as any for the vice-captain to feed the baby in peace. They had all thought that fine enough and thought nothing more of it. Then he'd land with what seemed for just a moment like a twitch or a limp, but before anyone could process it he'd right himself as if it was never there. That seemed more than a nasty hangover. The vice-captain seemed hurt and hiding it. A look around the deck confirmed that it wasn't just one or two men who thought the very same. But it was the captain's eyes that remained fixed on King's back. Maybe he had been right about something all along. The pattern would repeat a few more times over the day, with long PRDS of dozing baby being interrupted by hungry baby, followed by King taking flight and then returning to the baby sleeping once again. Eventually the cycle broke, and no amount of fluttered wings, pacing, or rocking could make the tiny ear-splitting thing quiet down again. Ignoring the men milling around working on deck, King made his way to Kaido's side, screaming baby in hand. Kaido turned to face him with a curious brow raised. An exasperated sigh was the answer given. "You try." He moved his cupped palm forward. "She won't settle for me." More than a few were left stunned, staring in wide-eyed surprise as their unflappable first mate passed his precious tiny child into their captain's great hands. Only for the great king of beasts himself to go and hold the tiny thing against his own shoulder. As strange as the idea of King handing over his tiny treasure was, seeing Kaido adeptly holding it, or rather her, because apparently the universe had enough of a sense of humor to bless a pair of brutal murderous men with a daughter, was stranger by far. It was apparently one thing to know Kaido was father to King's child, and another thing entirely to see it. "What are you lot gawking at?" Kaido's orange eyes turned downwards towards them all. "Nothing, Captain, just surprised you knew how to hold the baby already. Didn't think you'd have done this sort of thing before is all. I guess I thought this little one was your first." "She's my only brat." He was adamant about that. He did a lot of stupid things, but he had been careful of that much. If he had another brat he'd have known about it. Then? You don't sail with Charlotte Linlin and not learn how to at least hold a brat. Half because the witch herself demanded it, and half because she tended to treat her youngest spawn like something between a loaf of bread and a doll, something to be set down or handed to whoever was closest whenever she lost attention for them. He was certain that at least 10 years' worth of Leanlean's brood only survived long enough to be raised by their siblings because of Ochiku's efforts. That little fact also meant that any time he had to hear about the bloodthirsty iron-fisted rule of Hakanosu's current big boss, the image that came to mind was the stupid faces the man would make as he baby-talked Leanlean's brats. It didn't make him any less fierce, but it was still DMN funny. "You sailed with Big Mom?" He heard one of his underlings pipe up and couldn't help but mentally groan at the question. He'd never get over how pathetically unimaginative Marines were when doling out epithets. Not that he was much better, but he wasn't paid to come up with names for people either. Used to be part of the same crew once. Is it true what they say? That she's a cannibal. Depends what you mean. And no, I am not making that any clearer than that. He regretted knowing that answer himself. Just with her devil fruit alone, she probably already counted as some kind of cannibal. The fact that he had to know there were kinds to that sort of thing at all spoke volumes he didn't want to think about. The very first rule of staying sane when it comes to that woman is never ask questions you don't want the answer to. The second was never under any circumstances do the math in regards to her brood. It was too easy to suddenly know how, who, and where she conceived her next batch. None of those questions ever benefited anyone for knowing their answers. It was better to pretend they all sprang up out of the air and didn't have any fathers than risk the mental damage knowing the contrary. Oh, chef. Quartermaster. The chef nodded in greeting. Well, after this morning I've got something to say. I'm not a gossip or a priest. You can save your confessions for one of those. It's nothing like that. King, the vice-captain that is, I may have overheard him when he thought he was alone, and he's at least trying to nurse the baby himself. But I don't think this whole thing has been kind to him. After this morning I'm more sure than ever. Seeing as it doesn't look like getting him to see anything like a doctor is in the stars, I wanted to ask you to look into foods for him or something that could maybe make it easier. The chef cleaned the glasses in his hands like an old barkeep with decades behind him. Though considering how their captain could drink, he might count as one of those too. And what makes you think that I haven't already started looking into that? He set his glass and cleaning rag aside and pulled out a few cookbooks, all of which looked reasonably new. He glanced down at the titles. All of them were meant for PRGNNT or nursing women. Not the usual sort of thing you'd find on a pirate ship. Vice Captain said it was an emergency stop. I think this sort of thing counts as an emergency. If he disagrees, I'm sure I can persuade the captain instead. Of course he could. Because the only thing the captain cared about more than his own entertainment is King. Oh. That sounded exactly like he thought it did. Oh. It was late evening, after dinner, and the lanterns and torches were lit, and after the night's watch took over. Kaido and King were alone in Kaido's cabin once more. You look miserable. He looked over his first mate's strained attempt at holding his usual stance, but King seemed to deflate and let his wings droop. Is it that obvious? Kaido took a sip of his sake and shrugged. To someone who knows how to look. There's nothing for it. It's just a side effect of what I've willed myself to do. All of this is. Are you sure you'll be able to feed her? It was beginning to feel like the better question was it really worth it? Or maybe if he should let King try it all. Yes. I will be able to. It's just going to take a little longer, and until then everyone is just going to have to deal with it. It seems like she's giving you hell. I know she doesn't mean to cause me distress. But when she cries like that and I can't do anything to stop it, I feel helpless, and all it does is make my head and chest ache with nothing to show for it. And here I had thought you could do anything. Hell, if you told me you could walk on water I'd believe you. He was only half joking at that. King was one of those rare men in the world that took the impossible for granted and managed it without ever knowing he shouldn't have. At times it made living up to that shine in his eyes feel like that was the real impossibility. King huffed in a sort of half-laugh. At my age? Only if it's frozen. When I was younger, maybe. My wings are much too big to be able to hover right to do that now. He said it so DMN casually and took it at face value. He couldn't help but laugh himself. It was only after he stopped laughing that he really looked at his friend. How bad is it? I mean it. How bad is it really? King seemed to look away from him as if deciding if he should give an answer or not. I wasn't lying when I said I felt like I'd just joined in on Blackjack's antics. My head is pounding like someone set up war drums on top of it. My stomach is churning constantly. And my chest aches when I raise my arms or wings. King scoffed as he thought of something. You'd probably need Hasaikai to be able to get the knots out of my back. That was a lot more than he'd thought. He took another long sip of his drink before he glanced down at Yamato between them. She's asleep, right? For the moment. Set her over there. The shipwrights did good and put a bed for her in here too. It was a funny little thing, and he had to agree with the builders. It really did look like a hanging pot for a houseplant. But it made sense if the sort of size difference between parent and child Yamato had with them was normal for King's folk. An ordinary crib scaled up to match his stature or a tiny one for hers just wouldn't work the same. It almost made him wonder how Lin managed when her brats weren't sized right for her. Almost, but not quite. The answer was probably, she didn't anyway. Let me see your back. King sighed but didn't protest. Instead he pulled at his coat laces just below his wings, loosening them to pull his wings free. His battle trophy over that jailer Bstrd was riddled with convenient little customizations like that King had added himself over the years. He knew his friend took extra care of it just to delight in rubbing Shiryu's loss in his face for years to come. They would have been a feather in that Bstrd's cap if he'd managed to keep them. Too bad for him neither of them were good at staying caught. As proper as King sounded most times he could be a spiteful thing when he wanted. With his coat out of the way it was clear that the ruffled white shirt beneath wasn't getting the same courtesy as the jacket. He wondered at that. King was usually one for taking better care of all his things, not just his favorite trophy. It's from hormonal fluctuations. King answered the unvoiced question. The preening glands are swollen and overproducing because of it. It's probably ruined this shirt already. It really did look like a lost cause. Nothing for it then. He downed the last of his sake and set the empty bottle aside. What are you? Your back is sheet and your wings are a mess, right? I'm not fond of putting it that way, but yes. Then trust me. I do, but this isn't a sec thing for your people, is it? That might be inconvenient. King gave him a withering glare over his shoulder. It's not a SEC thing. We practice social grooming with our families and friends. There are certain ways it can be made SNSL, but it's not SXL by itself. It's like. He paused, searching for the words he wanted. It's like bathing. How you bathe a child, communal bathing, those are different from a SNSL bath. Do I look like I've ever had enough berry to waste it on a SNSL bath? He didn't want to think how much something like that kind of service would cost, but he'd bet it would get close to the kind of bounties Blackjack sold for her next meal. Crazy glutinous gremlin that she is. He'd only made the mistake of trying to feed her once. Never again. King rolled his eyes at him. You get the point. I think you read too many smutty novels talking about fancy perfumed baths. King's not pout didn't add anything in defense of his trashy dockside romance novels. Nor did he try and pretend he didn't still read them. They both knew he did. His hands touched King's back and the skin beneath them twitched before it settled. His hands weren't gentle or soft like whatever bodice ripper fantasies King read about. They were too big and roughened from almost as many years fighting as he had times around the sun. He pressed the swollen knots low on King's tortured back. Just what the hell had he been doing to get it that bad? He'd slept on raw ground and blown out quarry stone that did less to a man's back than that. But he watched in half interest as the pressure caused a jolt and a ripple through King's feathers before the swollen nodules started to ooze and the oil that had soaked King's shirt flowed freely. He caught it in his hands as it started to dribble down King's back, collecting it and coating his hands. At least this part he got the general idea of. A companionable silence fell between them, only broken by the soft sounds of oil being combed through feathers. He straightened and pulled them, not really knowing what he was doing, but it looked right at least. He discarded the loose ones as they came. It felt like there were a lot of those. There was no way even with the size of his cabin for King to fully spread his wings. So he maneuvered them as best he could, one at a time, raising and spreading flight feathers with the mess of oil coating his hands. How do you manage to reach all the way to the ends on your own? King's red eyes looked up half-lidded. Usually I can move more and tuck my wings to reach. But your back and melons are sore because of the brat. He nodded, understanding. He had known he asked a lot when he asked King to parent Yamato, but he hadn't quite realized how much. Lin had never been an ordinary woman to start with, nor were her circumstances, so perhaps that shouldn't have colored his expectations quite as much as it did. That made Silver Axe's nagging make more sense than it did back then. Exactly so. He finished up one wing and moved to the next. The only thing breaking the quiet between them was when King would start softly humming to some nameless tune. It reminded him of times back when it was just the two of them, when days had been made of a lot of soaked feathers and burnt fish. There, now I have feathers all over my room. King eyed the mess of feathers floating across the floor. This isn't going to help things. Help what? The crew. They are trying to guess how long we've been involved. You said you had no trouble with them thinking you'd been with a man. I didn't think to ask if the SEC part of that would bother you. It wouldn't be the first time he'd met someone of that sort, but the ones he'd met before had all been a bit more obvious about that sort of thing. I like section. It's people I can't stand. People with purely human features trigger the worst of it, but other people touching me too suddenly, or if I didn't touch them first, or in a space I can't move well. Sometimes it makes my mind go back there. Punk hazard. He meant punk hazard. Redirecting the conversation was needed now. I suppose that's why you never joined the crew in visiting BRTHLS or bar crawls. Oh no, that was purely practical. Long legs stretched out as King leaned back and arched his tidied wings. It looked like he'd worked some of the strain out at least. I don't like having my skin looked at like a bug under glass, and I don't find it satisfying to have the sort of SEC that only takes an unzipped fly and a few minutes. Kaido fought to not choke on his own tongue hearing the casual way King put that. He hadn't been expecting that. Accidentally leaving my blood in the world was another worry of mine, so it seemed best to avoid the whole thing altogether. Fair enough. I used to think that the only way I'd ever have a kid was if I paid enough to buy them off of whatever BRTHL girl I managed to get caught out. Wasn't till I was older that I realized at my size most SEC, even of the paid variety, doesn't involve getting my D wet. That wasn't to say he hadn't enjoyed himself. He had done plenty of that. It just wasn't the same sort of experience that a man of ordinary stature might expect. King was giving him a speculative look that clearly meant he had briefly wondered if that sort of tale was where Yamato had come from. But he thought better of it. Maybe he thought that he'd tell him when or if he wanted to. And maybe if the situation were different he would have. Maybe. King shook his head, whether he was disagreeing or just shaking his thoughts loose he couldn't guess. It's not the thought of sharing a child or that they think we had SEC to get one that bothers me. It's that some of them seem to have gotten it in their heads that an incident that gave us a child wouldn't have been so isolated as we thought they'd believe. So, involved didn't mean what he thought it did. Involved didn't mean sharing SEC in the past, or an occasional fling, it meant an ongoing or even a committed sort of thing. That was what got King worked up. What a mess. It didn't much matter to him if anyone thought that. What was true or wasn't anyone's business anyway. But he did have to acknowledge some small part of him that knew if he'd been younger Newgate would have tried boxing his ears if he thought he'd done something like that. As far as the crew goes, don't pay it any mind. Pirates gossip and gamble. That's just a fact of life. Hell, I once bet old man Newgate a couple of comics that Shiki and Linlin had shacked up just to see the old man's face at the thought of it. Comics? He just shrugged. His teenage comic book collection had to have been one of the most normal things on that ship. I was 16. It seemed as good a thing to wager as any back then. Besides, Newgate is a stingy BSTRD, he never would have taken the bet if it had been for money. He hates spending money even if he stole it in the first place. Somehow it never ceases to surprise me how great pirates only ever seem to grow stranger. And what's that make me? The very strangest. And my friend. The air was crisp and bright with the decks warmed under a cheery sun's rays. A soft breeze carried over the salty sea air as the ship rocked on a gentle tide. They were playing with dice, threading the needle between summer and winter isles, but the house hadn't won yet. As far as Grand Line days when it was one of the most mild. Suspiciously so even. Exceptionally so for November, so deep in the New World. But in spite of devil's luck at play and chances for it to take a turn at a moment's notice, it was a good day to sail by anyone's standards. Unless you happened to be part of the Beast Pirates deck crew that engaged in the most recent incident. If you were, well, then it wasn't even a good day to be alive. Oh. Their vice-captain was loomed over them all with thunderous eyes. His featureless black mask with its spikes and rivets seemed even more of a haunting threat than the beak full of teeth it could transform into. His voice was a low growl that drilled into their ears and left no doubts how impressively bad they had all effed up. They didn't even have the mercy of the baby to hold back his flames. Nope, that little ball of noise was currently tucked against their captain's shoulder watching clouds or butterflies go by. Or whatever it was that babies watched. That left a foreboding wreath of fire firmly back in place, hanging behind the expressionless void of the mask that scolded their every move that led to this moment. The vice-captain paused to get his second wind before he started his tirade once more. Only he didn't. The feathers on his great shield-like wings raised and lowered in a rippling cascade, and he raised a hand to his chest seeming to freeze in place. King cleared his throat, coughed and turned on his heel, leaving his reprimand half-finished. What was that all about? Hell if I know. I'm just happy it's not our Buttes on the line anymore. Probably best not to mention it. He's under enough stress without being embarrassed too. Nobody said it, but silently everyone was thinking just how badly they didn't want to know how a man like that dealt with suddenly feeling embarrassed. It probably wasn't good for anyone else's health. Embarrassed about what though? Back before I joined on, I stayed with my sister for a bit when she had her kid. When my sister's milk came in, it looked a lot like that. Like clockwork, whenever it was time for her to eat, her baby would start fussing and she'd make the most disgusted face because her milk leaked through her shirt. I reckon if the vice-captain was the one that gave birth to the munchkin like he said that was what that was. You really think he did? Give birth, I mean. He doesn't exactly have a womanly figure. Why should he? The lot of them looked between each other. That was actually a pretty good question. Why should he? There were plenty of ordinary women who didn't, never mind a man who may or may not be a man. I mean, we sail under a man who can turn into a fire-breathing dragon and your favorite BRTHL girl has 4 elbows. Do you really think anything's strange anymore? The lot of them waved that question by. Nothing would ever be strange enough to risk King's fire for an answer. As pirates they all knew it wasn't uncommon for Lady Sailor to disguise herself as a man to make it easier to get by on the sea. And it was possible that King had been that sort all along. It was a matter of fact that no one except for maybe the captain. Definitely the captain had ever seen King's face. So it's not as though they could say for certain he wasn't. Sure, he didn't have the voice one would expect of a lady, but then neither did some of the ladies they'd met. It was true enough even for shore women, there were as many handsome women out there as pretty men. At least as much that it was a common joke in bawdy places that an effeminate man and a masculine lady might mistake one for the other in the right bars and both be disappointed with their luck. Though he did call himself a man still even after claiming the baby so. When you put it that way, guess not. The way I figure it, it's either devil fruit sheet and none of our business. It's personal gender sheet and none of our business. Or it's some particular tribe sheet and none of our business. Either way him and the captain seemed to have decided to keep the kid. They all agreed that part was probably more important than how or why the little one had gotten there in the first place. All we gotta do is our job so they can focus on the baby and not breathing down our necks. That they could all get behind. They should probably start mopping before King came back though. Just in case. Oh. Safely secluded in his own cabin with a barred door between him and the gossip-hungry crew, King peeled his coat and damp shirt from his chest. He had never imagined just how strange a feeling or how inconvenient this particular trait of his people really was. Before his village had fallen he'd seen any number of men and women nursing their children. It had just been a part of life. But it was that very normal part of life that he struggled to remember. Much of his childhood in those years before had been tainted red and had become hard to recall. What he could remember of it made it seem easy. Or maybe he'd just been too young then to understand the work behind that ease. He knew from his crone's teachings that new parents were taught by elders from their child's first breath. No Lunarian was born alone. If he had been allowed to grow up there he would have completed his priesthood and he too would have offered his blessings and presents to expecting fathers and mothers, ushering in new life, and tending the small ills of children. He would have led festivals and kept their stories alive in ember tales. And maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't have felt like he had only one foot in the door when he prayed to a god he could still believe in with his whole chest. But that path had been sundered before he'd begun to walk it. So instead of being taught by gentle hands under the watchful gaze of red eyes pinked with age, he was here alone, and struggling to remember how he'd seen fathers hold their children to feed them. He must have done something right at least. Little Yamato latched with an ease that had been absent from every other attempted feeding before. His face felt hot and damp as he raised a hand to feel something wet trailing down his cheeks. He was crying? He had been crying and he hadn't even known. The strain of the last few days had apparently gotten to him more than he had realized. He wasn't even a full week into this and he was already this way. He wiped his eyes. He had managed. He was young. And alone. And had no one to guide him through what he'd been trying to do. But he had managed. He looked down at the tiny face buried against his chest with their barely there fuzz. It was so light the little one would surely end up some flavor of blonde or pastel candy color when they grew into it a bit more. Probably not pink. Kaido had a marked disdain for approaching anyone with pink hair. And assuming that came from his history with a certain emperor, he didn't blame him. He wondered if he should worry if whatever that color turned into would out the truth of his lie when his words didn't. We'll just have to wait and see what color you decided on, won't we? Greedy little dumpling. A treacherous tiny part of his mind whispered out, my greedy little dumpling, and my baby, only to be quashed sharply even within the confines of his own mind. He wasn't. Not really. He was only doing his part. It was merely a role to play. He could lie to this child for his captain's sake and their survival, but letting himself believe it too, that was a step too far. He told himself all that and more even as he looked softly at his captain's tiny child held tight to his chest. Getting attached like that, even if Kaido had told him to raise the little one like his. It wasn't a good idea. He could brace himself to let go when a foundling charge outgrew their need for him. He didn't think even he had the strength of heart to do the same if it was one he really let himself call his own. He shook the thoughts from his mind before they pulled his heart down with them. It wouldn't do to dwell on what the future might hold. He could only live for the day. One day at a time. You have no such big thoughts yet, do you? He asked the little Oni in his arms. Naturally they paid him no mind. Such was the blissful apathy of a newborn. They didn't care about the world or the future, only their meal and their comfort. He chuckled softly and brushed a gentle finger against the cheek of the little one eagerly eating her fill. How can you possibly be so hungry? I've been feeding you this whole time. His tiny charge seemed to disagree and continued making an admirable attempt at eating all they could and didn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. But he knew they'd hit their limit eventually. I'm bigger than you. He almost laughed, but then over their little head he whispered softly. I can make as much as you need. He stroked their wispy hair once more and silently promised, no matter how tight he locked his heart, his captain's child would never go hungry. Oh. Aging out of a Barak creche and into a raider's army like he didn't leave much room for the same sort of modesty or being body shy that most islands seem to ascribe to. Communal bathing had always just been a fact life. Turning pirate and joining up with the Rocks pirates hadn't changed that much either. And with Linlin being who she was, even a woman being melons out to deal with. Feeding her spawn didn't really even seem worth a second thought. So bodies? Generally didn't even register unless he was in the middle of something more interesting with one. Walking in on his best friend and nursing child? Even after he'd spent almost a week being told he could and eventually would. That made him blink. Well, that explained the lock. Maybe he should have thought before opening it. Somehow he felt like he would have taken less notice if his friend actually had been caught naked. No, he'd definitely have taken less notice to that. Instead here he was taking stock of the whole thing like he had no clue to the ways of the world. He didn't know what he was expecting when King said he could feed Yamato himself. He didn't know if he just hadn't thought of anything at all or if he'd pictured him with swollen brsts like a woman or who knows what. Whatever had been in his mind, it wasn't what he saw. King still looked as much a man as ever. Years of sword-built muscle and flight shaped his body. The only difference was there was a softening to his broad chest, not a round softness like a woman's, just padded. That seemed as good a word for it as any. At least it didn't seem like King was upset by his entry or being caught staring. If anything, he seemed pleased or excited. Or at least as much as he ever showed that he was. You hear that? He wasn't sure what he was supposed to be listening for. The room sounded like King's room always did, minus his flames of course. But whatever he was supposed to be listening for, he wasn't hearing it. I don't hear anything. He paused, realizing exactly what he meant. There was no squalling or fussy baby sounds that had accompanied every fight to get her to take a bottle. She's quiet. King nodded. She finally ate without a fuss. I guess she likes you better than the powdered stuff. How a brat that hadn't tasted anything else before then could decide that was beyond him, but that was one less problem on his ship. It seems that way. Oh. When the crew noticed their vice captain finally resurfacing, some took note of the new ease he seemed to have about him. It was like some of the tension that had been building since their new arrival appeared had dissipated. There were some whispering between themselves about what the cause could be, hoping they were out of his earshot. The older crew members all believed there was no such beast as that, and plenty of elbows were being sharply jabbed into more than a few ribs to say it. At least they were still smarter than their scientists seemed to be these days. Queen opened his mouth as he spotted King, but the winged man didn't even let him get a word out. I'm in a good mood for the moment. Don't change that. The threat in his voice was clear enough. He simply swept past without another word. Silence hung between Queen and where the vice captain used to be until King faded from sight once more and the blonde could only sputter in his absence. And not a soul among them had any pity to give for the man. Tough luck and all, but he really was bringing it on himself. Oh. Far out on open seas, bobbing along a pose track that the beast pirate's ship had left far behind them, a ship was waiting. It had been waiting. They changed course. Hissed a foreboding voice through aged black bride's teeth. Kaido. That bstrd. That insolent pup. Who did he think he was, suddenly acting unpredictable after all these years? No matter. There is nowhere in this world for a man like that to hide. Her spies cast long shadows. It was only a matter of time before they caught the beastly Oni scent again. 1 week turned into 2 and soon it felt as though Yamato was adding days to their name like a gambler collected chips. King wasn't sure if those days counted as luck or unknown skill on his part. But, the little one was doing well, thriving even, and it showed. Their color was good, their wispy hair was starting to fill in, and they were finally starting to look more cute and actually baby-like than like a tiny alien creature. His tiny charge was doing well, but they weren't through the woods yet. They were still so young that they were just as likely to take a turn as they were to pull through in the end. If Yamato had been a Lunarian child, then he would be able to relax some once they was a few months old. His tribe's children were resilient like that, even during their fragile years before their alight. Even if they had only been a Lunarian-born Luna, they would have been safe from all but the most unexpected accidents by their first year's end. Humans, he knew, were far more delicate than that. Terrifyingly so if even half of what he'd heard of them was true. For an Oni child though, he had no idea. He knew his captain was made of sturdy stuff even from an early age from what he'd gleaned over the years, but he didn't know how much that translated to a newborn. In any case, he'd count his blessings where he could find them and keep careful watch in case they ran out. He, on the other hand, he wasn't doing so well. He had to admit he had been perhaps a bit short-sighted. He'd blame his exhaustion for that. He had a lot to blame exhaustion for. That was the crux of the matter, wasn't it? He was exhausted. Utterly. Completely. Bone deep. Exhausted. He'd made the daring mistake of thinking that his little charge finally eating without trouble would relieve all his stress. And for one brief Nika blessed shining moment, it had. He had felt so terribly relieved that the little one in his care was eating well at last. He simply forgot the part where they were still in the infant stages, where they slept a lot but not long and never through the night. Yamato was finally eating well and sleeping in their own space, and yet he was more exhausted than ever. He also forgot the fact that keeping his flame stifled for Yamato's sake wore on him even more than his lack of sleep alone did. He felt like he was forgetting a lot lately. Oh. He tried going about his days as usual, but it was as if he was slogging through a marsh with every step feeling heavier and harder to take than the one before. He caught sight of Queen approaching out the corner of his eye. Again? Why was he being so dmed persistent? Couldn't he just vanish back into his lab like some kind of bridge troll and just leave him be? Look, you just need to. No, if he was feeling a bit spiteful and petty, well, that was his business. He certainly couldn't be blamed if he was too tired to know where his wing was when he just so happened to stretch it. Or if there was someone conspicuously in its path when he did. Splash. Oops. His dry deadpan drifted over the churning water below. Maybe if he had more energy he would have thought it funny. Perhaps someone should go and fetch him before he sinks too far. He turned and left, not bothering to look and see if anyone bothered. If Kaido really needed a scientist, he was sure that if he asked Blackjack with enough food and rum involved, she could find him one far better anyway. He was too tired to care at this point. Oh. When their vice captain finally showed up for breakfast, everyone noticed. Even for a man covered head to toe, he looked haggard and worn. King's wings drooped in a way none of the crew had ever seen. Rather than framing King's broad shoulders seeming weightlessly held aloft, they showed every ounce of their great bulk. Are you all right, sir? I've fought week-long sieges less exhausting than dealing with a newborn who won't sleep through the night. Ah. That explained it then. Is there anything we could get you? What I want is... What is the word? I know this stupid word, it's... I can't remember. Cherry seed stew. Everyone looked to one another wondering what that was. Sir, I don't think we... He means coffee. Everyone turned to the sound of Kaido's chuckle. There's plenty waiting if you want it. I said I want it, not that I can have it. Braver men than they would have called it a pout. Why not? King just held up the little one as if she was the answer. Maybe to him she was. There were enough sailors nodding in agreement when he did that. It must have meant something. Whatever it meant, the chef seemed determined to do something. Plate after Titan-sized plate was put in front of the vice captain and eaten in that weird way he did. Fruit was plucked from his plate and his mask transformed into the toothy pteranodon beak. Not even exhaustion was enough to stop a dinosaur's appetite, it would seem. Everything put in front of him was chowed down and swallowed with an ease that reminded them all they were bite-sized to a dinosaur too. They really needed the vice captain's mood to improve. No one wanted to consider what, or else, might look like. Oh. As usual, it wasn't until the galley doors closed behind King and the captain both before whispers started up anew. Does the captain know King's language? That'd be news to me. I can't even guess what blue it's from, let alone what it actually is or means. I bet it's not a blue language at all. He's got those wings, doesn't he? Maybe he's from a sky island somewhere nobody's been to. He could just be guessing. They have sailed together for a while, right? Maybe he's heard him call it that before. I bet he's been to the southern Red Spine Islands. That's where coffee trees actually grow for most of the blues. They don't have summer islands like we do in the Grand Line, so they need hot high-altitude ones. A Red Spine Island? Yeah, one of the ones that butts up against the Red Line. I bet you could get to them pretty easy from a roaming sky island. Wild. Oh. He was at his limit. He was starting to doze in and out even on deck. After the first time he noticed, he made sure Yamato was placed safely in their father's hands at least. The baby was safe. Kaido would see to that. It was all downhill from there. He found himself startling awake, leaning between bulk storage crates or slouched against the upper railings. Those were not the last places he found himself dozing off, nor were they the strangest. He had to rest. Oh. He had kept up the ambling circuit of the ship just as he had for weeks. He kept searching the horizon and the deck for whatever it was that had him on edge, but he never seemed to find it. There was something writhing under his skin demanding that he move. It only ever seemed to settle even for a moment when he saw King with Yamato. He didn't know why and he didn't care to. That wasn't important. But it did mean his gaze had been falling to King more often, checking and double-checking that he looked well. The trouble was he didn't. His friend seemed to be doing worse by the day. He needed to get his head on straight and think of something. Some order. Some change. Something. As he entered his cabin he felt something off from how he left it. It wouldn't be the first time that had happened. Usually it was nothing important but still. He felt his pupils slit and the skin over his lip twitch. He wondered how many people actually thought to remember that a dragon was a sky carp with teeth. That his Zoan, even as mythical as it was a predatory one, and that he, like every other predatory Zoan under the sun, had senses and instincts sharpened by it. Not that he needed them to see what had been changed in his space den this time. A cursory look made it obvious. King's mask and coat hung on the back of a desk chair. While the room showed no sign of the man, he'd clearly been here, and King would never leave without his mask, so that he was still here. With a grin he looked up. No one ever thinks to look up. Not even for a man with wings. Kaido took in the sight of his first mate's sleeping form, nesting in the high joists of his cabin just out of sight, wings tucked and half shielding him from view even if you did spot him. And considering that Yamato wasn't tucked into her basket by his bed, he'd bet good berry that she had fallen asleep latched to King's chest. He shook his head at the pair of them. It took some creative flame clouds and some coaxing to get his friend from his roost, but even with all that he didn't even stir. It'd be better to just let him sleep it off. One day, when they finally found the right island to make their base nest, he'd make it so King could do as he chose. He'd never have to hide his face if he didn't want to there. It'd have high rafters to keep from smacking his own horns on every time he walked in a room, strong enough for King to perch and pace on as he pleased. Open balconies for King to move and leap from. Maybe even a whole open floor for King to spread his wings. Something. Oh. The quartermaster had simply been walking on deck when his captain's large hand rapped his shoulder and a shiver went down his spine. Guard this door till King wakes himself up. Never mind that wasn't his usual job. When the captain says something, it had to be done. Sir? Brat finally fell asleep and King did the same. I don't want anyone waking either of them. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. As Kaido turned, a thought popped into his head that he had to be delirious for even thinking to ask, but he did. Sir? The captain's orange eyes turned to look down upon him and he barely resisted the urge to shudder. We all were wondering. Did you and the vice-captain think of a name for the baby? Her name is Yamato. He pondered the name his captain had given his child for a moment, wondering how the man had decided such a name before he realized Yamato meant harmony. With their horned demon-like captain on one side of her blood and their dark angel vice-captain on the other, it was almost poetic. He wondered if it was the captain or the vice-captain who had such thoughts. He certainly didn't expect that sort of thing from either of them. Oh. When the captain grabbed him, he hadn't thought he'd actually need to do anything more than stay by the captain's cabin door. Nobody ever needed anything from there but the captain himself. So why was he doing the exact opposite of that? The captain left the ocean charts in his cabin. He said as much, and we need those. So the captain said no one is to disturb King. We really need those charts. Can't you wait? No, not really. Not unless you want to risk running aground some shoal we should have seen coming. All right. I'll try and get you your DMN charts, just don't mention it to the captain. Already he felt like this wasn't going to go well. The captain's cabin was an ordinary space for all that it was DMN massive to suit the man who lived there. There weren't any decorations or memorabilia that he'd heard some captains like to keep from their travels. There were occasional black feathers that scuttled in the corners where the usual dust bunnies would collect. But even then, it wasn't messy, but it wasn't really clean either. It was more the sort of clean that was because there wasn't anything to make a mess in the first place. As a matter of fact, the closest thing to clutter or decoration there seemed to be were the sake bottles by the desk that should be where the chart he needed was, and the hanging basket by the bed. The bed where the vice-captain was sleeping. He was half hidden under one of his great black wings. The ever-present flame that hung behind his shoulders had gone out, leaving a man that looked so much more human than he'd thought to expect. Being maskless, shirtless, and tucked under his own wings and their captain's sheets only added to that. Heavy sleepless dark circles framed his eyes, but he didn't stir. He was all sorts of thankful for that, but it did make him understand the gravity of the situation. The captain was right. For a man like King to be sleeping so deeply his hockey didn't wake him. He needed the rest. He had guessed that King was younger than the color of his hair made him seem even more so after little Yamato's hair started to come in just as pale. But seeing the man's face, he was even younger than he thought. He couldn't be any more than his mid-20s at most. And even that might be pushing it. He really was as much a young new father as he seemed. Creak. The deck boards under his feet gave a groan and his breath caught in his throat as he prayed he didn't wake King. He mumbled something unintelligible in that musical language he sometimes spoke and pulled the sheets closer. A bare foot stuck out. Of all things to notice about a man as tall as a two-story building with wings on his back, it was the toes. Long, spindly, almost finger-like toes. He felt like slapping himself at his own incredulity. Of course he would have long toes, he had seen his first mate actually use those giant wings of his to fly. Those toes probably made landing and perching like he did easier. Though probably less so with those boots he wore all the time. He wondered if they were specially made or if they were an inconvenience to their wearer. A wet patch bloomed through the blanket pressed against his chest, but he still didn't wake. He must have fallen asleep while feeding the baby. That made sense. What was jarring was that their captain had tucked the man in after King had fallen asleep. He had thought that the baby had been a late banquet surprise or a drunken fling for the two of them, but maybe they were closer than anyone had thought. He made short work getting the maps and hurrying back to the door. Before he left, he looked back at his sleeping vice-captain one more time. He'd be sure to launder the captain's sheets for them after King woke up. No need to make volatile men more stressed. He was already doing so much. Oh. He took soft steps to quiet his movements as much as a man his size could be while he perused what was available to him. What has you down here shedding feathers all over my kitchen? King turned to face the sound of the ship's chef, always awake at odd hours for one reason or another. He should have expected he'd still be down here. Technically it's Kaido's kitchen, it's his ship. And when he learns to cook for himself he can have it. King couldn't help but laugh at that. After everything they'd been through together he had the utmost faith his captain could do anything. Anything but that. He'd eaten far too much burnt fish in their early days to ever think anything to the contrary. Then I suppose we'll just have to leave it in your care until the end of days. As well you should. The chef agreed with mirth. What has you up at this hour? I didn't think you had watched tonight. Not as such, no. I simply thought to get something while I had a moment to myself to do so. Our littlest crew mate then. You ought to be asleep, taking advantage of the little one's nap to get one in yourself. King felt himself shake his head. It feels as though all I do is sleep. You don't. You've been doing even more than you did before the babe came along. And even if you weren't passing out like you have been doesn't count as sleep, and even if you managed to hoodwink someone into thinking it did, you still don't do enough of it. Rest is difficult when I have a newborn to feed every few hours. He would be thrilled when they had grown a bit more to sleep through the night, or at least long enough for him not to feel more tired waking than when he went to sleep. The cook was quiet for a moment, but when he spoke it was soft and firm. You don't have to do it alone. I chose this. The cook looked him over with a scrutinizing gaze. What he was searching for was anyone's guess, his tired mind certainly had nothing to think of. Just because you wanted the little mite doesn't mean you've been marooned to your decisions. The way I see it, the captain is half responsible for your predicament, so it stands to reason he should carry some of the burden. Here. The chef slid a carrier of bottles in King's direction. You do remember what she sounds like when we tried her on formula, don't you? Oh, I do. A tiny banshee in the making you've managed to bring into the world. No doubt about that. But, that's not what I meant. You may be doing all the hard part making food for her, that doesn't mean you've got to be the only one doing the feeding. We've got plenty of bottles on hand and you don't seem to be lacking in supply. I'm 20 feet tall, my child is barely more than 2. That is a pretty substantial gap. Should leave you with plenty enough to spare. Fine. He took the bottles and marched back to his cabin. When he returned he moved them in the cook's direction without meeting his eyes. Here. I trust that you will see to it that they are properly stored? I'm head chef on this ship, it's my job to manage the food stores and keep everyone fed like they should be. Keeping milk ready for the little one is just an extension of that. That it gets you some sleep and makes you a mite more pleasant to deal with is just a happy accident. How I ever scared you into joining us is beyond me. King shook his head wondering, and the chef only laughed. It was a different life and I was a different man. That fella I was then couldn't imagine the things I've seen with this crew. The worst you or the captain'll do is kill me. I suppose if that's the worst you can do, nothing else seems all that threatening. New World logic at its finest. That made sense. The chef held one of the freshly filled bottles up to the light and hummed thoughtfully. I'll be needing to adjust our supply lists. For what purpose? I'm a chef. I know nutrition, and as thick as your milk is, even for a man your size it has to be taking a lot out of you. When you scooped me up I did my research to best care for the pair of you, and as much as you aren't a bird I still learned how to properly feed a thing with feathers. Fish, seeds, and nuts all make for healthy feathers. Incidentally, they are also part of the recommended diet for nursing mothers. King barely stopped himself from rolling his eyes at that. The cook still took notice of his mood's turn though. You might not be a woman any more than you are a bird, but the mechanics should be the same. You haven't been eating any more of them than usual, so it stands to reason that feeding your little one is taking from what's already there instead. Could be that's what has you down here making my floor look like a nest." He raised a brow speculatively. King's feathers twitched. No matter how much he wanted to argue that he was fine, he couldn't find fault in the logic. "Fine. Add what you like to the lists." "Of course, sir." Oh. King rarely spoke up against his captain. He rarely asked for anything. He simply did his duty as he'd sworn to all along. So when King did speak, Kaido listened. When he relayed everything as he'd lived it, the idea, and his request, Kaido agreed. Oh. In spite of their captain clearly having some sort of experience with babies which was still mind-boggling to a lot of them, he clearly didn't know everything. That was made overwhelmingly apparent to anyone who was within earshot of the kitchens when the cook was brazenly sassing their captain like a man who had no fear for his life. It was made even more jaw-dropping when the captain didn't just allow it but answered it. "How do you know how to prepare baby formula but not heat up a normal bottle? Formula comes with instructions. Besides, if you think Linlin would have cared enough or had the attention span to bottle BRST milk, you are setting your expectations too high." For a woman whose moniker was Big Mom, the more they heard about her from what little their captain gave away, the less motherly she seemed. "So it was one of the Charlottes you learned on." Kaido merely shrugged in response. "She handed me one of her brats for a while and told me to figure it out." "On your own?" The incredulity in the cook's voice said there was something more to that than was said, but no one could guess what. More or less. Couldn't talk to Achiku, he was busy with the other one because she can't just make one of the DMN things at a time. Another big name drop had the crew listening in falling over. Not only did their captain know Big Mom, but he knew Pirate Island's big boss too? While the eavesdroppers were busy picking their jaws up off the decking, the cook was educating their captain on the finer points of making his daughter's meals so the vice captain could get some sleep. Baby Yamato was having none of their attempts and was making her feelings ear-splittingly clear. If it was possible, the little tyke seemed to be even less thrilled about having the bottles now than she was before. "Come on, brat. You are too little to be fighting for your meals just yet." If hearing King talk softly to the baby was jarring, hearing their captain's gruff voice talk to her like she was just one of the crew felt like they had fallen into another universe. The only thing that could surprise them more is if he actually baby talked to the little thing. "I got an idea. Grab one of King's shirts, one that hasn't made it to the laundry yet." The listeners scattered and pretended they hadn't been doing just that while the captain left and came back with a frilled shirt in tow, one too small to be his. The moment he disappeared back into the cook's domain, they were back to listening again. "Wrap the bottle in that and see if she takes it." "What the hell?" They could hear their captain exclaim, and no sound of a crying baby to go with. Little Mike just had to think everything was as usual, that's all. Whatever it was, it had worked. If Kaido or the rest of the beast pirates thought that splitting the duties of caring for their littlest crew mate would restore peace and order, they were sadly and gravely mistaken. King didn't regret agreeing to parent Yamato for her safety, but he couldn't lie and say he wasn't thankful for the respite that Kaido's care offered. Sadly, if he'd been hoping to finally feel rested, he too was mistaken. King would feed and care for her throughout the day on their thankfully still calm sea. Then when his day reached its end, he would hand Yamato into the waiting hands of her father, asleep or not. Kaido would take over feeding and caring between her cat nap seeping habits and make the attempt to tuck her in for the night. Attempt being the word. The pair found all too quickly that trading a baby back and forth between them worked a lot better on paper than in reality. Oh. King sat straddling a desk chair, his arms folded over the backrest with his wings hanging limply, forming a weighted tent around him. Kaido sat with his head held in his hands on his bed, his posture mirroring King's sentiments exactly. In the middle of it all was Yamato, fast asleep in her bassinet at Kaido's bedside, making the usual baby noises in her sleep and blissfully unaware of all the strife she had brought her parents. The ship creaked and ummed, the lanterns squeaked as they swayed, and under it all the sound of soft tired breaths filtered through the air between them. Kaido looked through his fingers at his sleeping child. "Why can't she do that when we actually need her to?" King barely lifted his head to answer. "Because newborns live on their own times and care nothing for the schedules of men. Or their need for sleep." He wiped his hand over his face and sat up. You weren't kidding. I'd take a Navy blockade and trying to drink blackjack blind over this. And I don't even have whatever herm sheet you've got going to feed her." Even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. Sure, if he had to choose between types of strain, he wouldn't pick exhaustion as his preferred one. But he had chosen Yamato. As much as he knew he would be a sheet father, she needed him now. And King needed him. His stalwart first mate. His friend. Truthfully, he didn't know how King had managed as long as he did. He didn't know whether to chalk that up to his tribe's special characteristics or if this was all King. King rumbled in agreement. At least I shall have the dubious luxury of being exempt from any antics should we cross Blackjack's path before Yamato is weaned. Not that being the only sober man on the ship while she creates her mischief is an enviable position to be had. He couldn't help but scoff at his first mate's wishful thinking. He might not know how Blackjack finds them beyond some sort of magic luck that the rest of the world couldn't begin to understand. He sure as hell hadn't given her his Vivre card, but he knew without a doubt she inevitably would, and when she did she'd do something entertaining. Don't lie, even if you can't drink with her she'll still rope you into something wild and harebrained. Also known as fun. The only things Blackjack cares about are food, alcohol, adventure, and a taste in men with years better suited to wine. And all but one of those he could get behind. King might complain, but that never stopped him from joining in. Whiskey, not wine. King actually raised his head and seemed to think about that for a moment before letting it fall again with a knowing groan. Blackjack's taste in men was legendarily bad. For all that, Newgate would have at least thought about trying to box his ears if he got wind of rumors of him and King, and if they were actually on speaking terms, they would have been seen as respectable when compared to the sort of men Blackjack liked to keep. She really is the worst. She's great so long as I don't have to feed her. King raised his eyes to meet his and shook his head. He looked so tired. I was there and I still don't know how you managed that deal. It's simple, treat her like the half-wild thing she is, and I told her that if I fed her she'd forget how to hunt for herself. She looked horrified at the thought. Probably because every he'd ever met either hunted for themselves or paid out like a noble to keep themselves fed. No wonder they were all broke. Is that real? He could hear the uncertainty in his voice. There were thousands of cultures in the world and his first mate came from one that had been isolated from the world. Sometimes it was the little things like common phrases that reminded him of that. They had had some weird conversations about sayings that didn't quite cross the bridge between languages back when it was just them. He'd gotten a laugh out of a few of them. Hell if I know. It's what our drill masters used to tell us about the wild dogs that scavenged battlefields. I figured if it scared us out getting attached it'd probably keep Blackjack from trying to empty our storerooms in a night. King gave him a quizzical look that he didn't have the energy to decipher. It was probably something about Vodka's army being weird anyway. Most people seem to think that sort of thing. We didn't keep pets either. Or livestock for that matter. How did you? We hunted mostly, that and what we could grow, we were good at that. The elders used to say that green was in our blood, how about that? Most folks from ordinary lives tend to think vodka was weird as F, which it was, but never for the reasons it actually was. That would explain why King knew how to spear fish, though what he would have hunted for himself at that age from the side of a sheer cliff was beyond him. The image of a much younger King back when he was a boy named Albert spearing sky sharks floated through his mind. It would have been funny if it weren't for the fact that he really could see King doing that sort of thing. Well, you've got one up there. Vodka couldn't grow sheet. Vodka had no fields to farm, no herds to tend, and no forests to hunt. The only green he ever saw in that place was the king's palace the day they put him in chains and tried to sell him to the navy. Technically they did sell him, he just didn't stay. He was sure if a bounty office actually listed his crimes one of those accounts of theft of navy property would have been himself. He shook his head trying to clear his thoughts. Vodka was sheet. It wasn't worth thinking about. He shouldn't have brought it up. Then ho? King started a question that had the obvious answer. He was saved from answering it though. Lucky him. Yamato hiccuped in her sleep and her brow scrunched with a baby mule not far behind it. Both of them froze instantly. They held their breath hoping she wouldn't wake up and start crying again. A tiny fist raised and rubbed at her cheek. When she quieted back down and stayed asleep, the relief between the two men was palpable. I've handled live ordnance that I cared less about upsetting than this kid. Perhaps I shouldn't have let myself be talked into. Kaido held up a hand to cut him off. No. You did the right thing. You couldn't keep going like you were even as resilient as you are. If you tried it would have been you we were fishing. Out of the tide next time. I'm sure I have no idea what you are talking about. His wings did a little twitch that told him he wasn't the slightest bit repentant. He probably earned it anyway. Whatever was between king and queen could stay between the pair of them. So long as their bickering didn't stop them from doing their jobs, he was staying out of it. He sailed on a ship with too many cat fights between crew to want to step in between one if he didn't have to. He saw how that usually went and it was always more of a headache than it solved. Or maybe that was just the rocks. King sighed deeply, stretching his arms and wings as much as the space of his cabin allowed. I feel as though the only thing we have accomplished is making us both exhausted. It's not just getting her fed at all hours. If it was, that would be bearable. We've both done more than enough night raids to have that in the bag. It's that she won't settle back down even after she's got a full belly. She won't let you set her down either? Not till after she's already fallen back to sleep. King's eyes rested on Yamato's sleeping face and he seemed lost in thought. She doesn't seem to be in pain. It's not fever or colic. She's still too young for it to be teething, she just doesn't want to settle. When I was younger, my captain's son was on the ship with us. Brat was maybe 3 when I signed on. Captain was a sheet parent but Newgate tried to coddle the mini serial killer even when Lin wouldn't go near him. He'd wrap the will of a king like a blanket around the brat when he was too worked up to settle and bed down. And that worked? Usually. He wasn't sure if he should mention that he'd nearly broken the old man's nose for trying it on him. There were extenuating circumstances back then. Even Silver Axe had sided with him about that. If that doesn't work, there's always Lin's answer. Just flare it enough to knock the brat out for a few hours of peace. And suddenly Dogtooth's preternatural anxiety-fueled hockey is explained. King remarked glibly. And not an avenue I would prefer. Of course he wouldn't. He was starting to learn that Lin's choices when it came to her kids tended to be the antithesis to how King expected things to be. Or even considered at all. It wasn't surprising exactly, they were as different as 2 people could be. But it was jarring. He had known practically from the moment they'd met that Lin wasn't exactly, well, in the way most folks pictured it. She had her fits and moods and it was better to not be caught in them. Silver Axe had explained it in simplest terms when he was a teenager, mostly to keep him out of her path. He knew all that, but it had never crossed his mind before whether or not to really think of her as a good or bad parent. Not till King. Lin, Newgate, Achiku, Captain. Those were the closest things to parents he'd ever been close enough to see, and none of them were like King was with Yamato. Test it on me. What? He wasn't sure he heard him right. Whitebeard's trick. Test it on me. All right? He tried to recall how it had felt himself. It had felt different from the usual sort of conquerors, not that his teenage self had recognized that at the time. He had thought, well, he knew what he had thought. He didn't know any better back then. He focused the coil of will within himself and tried to push it out without the usual command. It was supposed to be protective, not domineering, more like beast taming than it was demanding SBMSN from an enemy. It was supposed to convince its target that it was safe to let down their guard. Too bad for the old man, he'd already been too jaded as a teenager to ever believe that. He tried to keep it under tight control, only reaching out to King and keeping it far from Yamato. King's eyes looked glazed and unfocused. He wasn't asleep, but he was out of it. He didn't think he did it wrong, but... King finally blinked. That was disorienting. I might not be doing it right. No, I think you did it correctly, it's simply contrary to my own feelings. That made sense. King was no more likely to be convinced the world was safe and secure than he had been. King seemed to be thinking it over for a long time before he finally had his answer. I have one last thing I can try. If that doesn't work, then we'll try Whitebeard's solution. Oh. Over the next day, King felt Kaido's eyes upon him as he got to work. He didn't think much of his idea, but it was the only other one he had to offer. Kaido's eyes weren't the only ones curiously watching as he flitted from one thing to the next collecting supplies. He sat himself on a sturdy stack of crates with Yamato set to his side, periodically interrupting. He was sure he looked like some sort of ominous crow hunched over carrion while he worked, stitching, pulling, and tying everything together. But it seemed worth it in the end. He held up his work to give it a once-over. It was a little doll. Nothing more than a painted rice sack with yarn and feathers. Black feathers. A knot formed in his throat. It shouldn't mean much. It shouldn't matter. But it did. It had been so long ago for him, but he still remembered these even when everything else was so muddled. That sort of doll would have been made with a parent's down feathers to comfort their child. And now here he was making one for Yamato, and it was his feathers that were stitched to its back. Just like he would have done for his own child if he'd ever gotten the chance. For a brief moment he let himself hold it tight to his chest. And let himself mourn. There would be no little dolls with black feathers after this. Like him, this little thing was the last. He shook the morose thoughts from dwelling in his mind and shoved them back in the box buried under his heart. Now for the moment of truth. He collected Yamato from his side and settled the little one into their basket. Immediately they made their displeasure about that known. With stifled flames he used his hands to warm the doll just barely and settled it against Yamato's tiny back. Her cries quieted down, turning to sniffles and then coos. There you go, little dumpling. Not so angry now, are you? He felt Kaido over his shoulder and turned to face him, smiling behind his mask. It worked. He couldn't have contained his joy at that if he wanted to. He really hadn't thought it would work. What is it? Kaido's confusion over just how such a small thing had changed so much in a moment was palpable. Parents in my village used to make them for their babies to comfort them. I was willing to try anything at this point. Rice hulls to hold the warmth. The heat and weight of it tricks them into thinking they are still being held. And lets us finally get some DMN sleep. Kaido nodded, looking as relieved as he felt. Sleep had never sounded better. High above the daily ongoings of a pirate ship, King softly stroked Yamato's wild fluffy baby locks while his tiny charge ate, and they both enjoyed the warmth of the sun on their faces. The little one's hair had fully come in and it was as pale as his own now. It would be easy to pass that off as having been inherited from him if anyone even knew what his own hair looked like under his mask. Only Kaido saw him without it, and only Queen knew enough about what he was to guess his coloring. It made it easier to pretend that Yamato was really his, but it did make him wonder. Who did it really come from? Part of him desperately wanted to ask. He hadn't seen anyone with silver or pearl-colored hair outside of a mirror since those dark days when it had finally sunk in that he was the last. His stomach churned something fierce at the thought of why that even the mixed heritage children of his tribe may have met their end alongside their full-blooded kin. If someone like that had given Yamato life, he hoped Kaido of all people would know what that meant to him, or at least enough to tell him that much. But he hadn't, so he trusted whoever they were that couldn't be it. He felt like he had heard that Gloriosa, the former shipmate of his own captain, had purple hair? Or was it lilac? Either of those could explain such a color. Maybe. Or maybe he was just grasping at straws, searching for answers he was never going to find. He wasn't certain what kind of relationship she might have had with his captain to guess how likely it could have been that was before his time. But, if that were the case, there would be no reason to ask him to pretend to be the other parent at all. Disgraced queen or not, Gloriosa was just another one of the Kuja, uncommon perhaps, but not particularly special. Certainly not enough to warrant passing off a man condemned for his blood in her place. So it was someone else. Someone that if the truth got out it would put a price on Yamato's head higher than his blood or Kaido's name alone. Perhaps it was a sign, even with the life he had lived he was still more sheltered than he realized. Whatever secret Kaido hoped to hide with him was likely far bigger than anything he or anyone else could guess. In the grand scheme of things, it was probably a good thing that it was. If even he who knew Yamato hadn't come from him couldn't guess where they did come from, then maybe no one else would be able to guess it either. Oh, you talked to that idiot mother hen. Kaido barely bothered glancing over. He didn't have to. Queen's whining voice was unmistakable. About? The kid is over a month old now, she needs to be looked over, and I'm the closest thing to a doctor on this ship. So he'd finally gotten fed up with King brushing him off and wasn't ready to chance taking another swim. He must have thought coming to him instead meant he'd overrule King's reluctance. He seems to be doing fine with her without you. More than all right, really. I know all about Lunarians and their witchcraft nonsense. I'll admit they are good at keeping their brats alive, but that's no substitute for an actual medical doctor. He didn't think that calling what King did witchcraft did it any justice. Which you barely count as. Queen blustered on for a while but didn't make any points worth remembering. And it has nothing to do with you wanting to get your hands on Lunarian blood? If it did, he was going to have to rethink how much he needed Queen's services. As useful as he wasn't worth King. Of course not. It's not like the kid would be of any use there anyway. Even back when I was with MADS we all lamented how pathetic it was that Lunarians could be overpowered monsters and all their traits somehow be so recessive that hybrid children almost exclusively took after their non-Lunarian parent. Did he somehow forget that he was the other parent in this? Whatever. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get someone to look his brat over who knew more than he did. Convincing King of that, on the other hand, that was going to be a chore. And convincing him that Queen was the one to do it. That was starting to look only slightly more appealing than filing his horns. I'll talk with him. Finally. Someone has some sense around here. He crowed and stormed out the door as if they didn't live in the new world where the idea of sense took one look and ran back to paradise. What a weird guy. Oh. Queen seems to have gotten it in his head that I'm going to order you to let him examine Yamato. And will you? The ends of King's wings flexed irritably. If he were a lesser man that would feel like a bet. I want to hear from you before I decide. So tell me, what's got you acting so hedgy over this? You mean aside from Queen being unbearable? He's always been like that, you haven't. The long ends of King's flight feathers gave a twitch and he sighed. His eyes glanced over at Yamato, finally sleeping sound with that feathered doll he'd made her. If I let him look her over, he'll know. Then all this will have been for nothing. Suddenly King's aversion and worry made a lot more sense. King had taken to being Yamato's parent the same way he had taken to every other duty he'd ever asked of him. He devoted everything he had to it and DMN anything that could get in the way. In a way that was a good thing. Logic was a hell of a lot easier to convince than emotions were. He won't. He says he wouldn't be able to benefit from a hybrid child in the first place. Something about Lunarians being recessive or something. King nodded as if he expected that, but the tension in his feathers didn't let up. So he tried again. He won't see anything. Because there is nothing for him to expect to see. The only thing he will be doing is checking to make sure she's healthy. It was that did it? Those ruffled feathers finally started to smooth back down into a glossy wall. But they twitched one more time as if double-checking. Do you trust him? Not a chance. But he's useful and that's the part that matters. Fine. Oh. I will allow you to examine her with one stipulation. Both Kaido and I will be present the whole time. He spoke with all the sense of command he could muster, but clearly his even begrudging agreement was enough for the scientist to spring into action as though he'd been waiting for it all along. Without so much as a "by your leave," Queen led them to his hazard zone of a lab. The smell of Queen's lab made his stomach roll. Disinfectant and motor oil hung heavy in the air. It was bearable but only just. How the man worked in this all the time was beyond him. Put her over there. Yamato was decidedly not pleased to be where they were and he couldn't blame them. He wasn't either. Queen started his exam without fanfare for once. All the while King could feel his spiny fresh pinfeathers raising irritably with every move the blonde made. Horn buds, Yamato squirmed away from the hands poking at the little bumps on their head and made a discontented mule, taking after the Oni like expected. He sounded put out by that, a fact that simply stoked King's already irritable mood with the man. He could at least have the courtesy to pretend he wasn't hoping for a chance to study a Lunarian curiosity. Length and weight. Would you get a move on? He growled lowly. Fine. Not like you'd want to know that she's in the expected weight class for a Lunarian and dramatically underweight for an Oni after all. What? Mentally he panicked a little. He had commented on the little Oni's size before and he had even noted that they looked underdeveloped, but he had thought the little one was doing well. Had he been wrong? Were they still too small? Should he have kept warming them for longer? They had seemed like they were fine without it, but were they really? Now you want to hear it? Whatever. You wouldn't have been able to carry an Oni-sized child to term anyway. Oni are born proportional to their adult size. You lot optimized for small easy births and traded excess growth in infancy for it. I'm sure your CNT thanks you for that. King looked to the ceiling and counted to hold his patience with the scientist. If he burned him alive for no good reason, his captain would be displeased. He glanced to where Kaido stood. He seemed disinterested by their sniping. Good. He preferred it that way. There was no one in the world who made him feel quite as petty as Queen. No matter what Kaido thought of his ongoing modifications to his coat and its former owner. That is of no concern of yours. Even if he had been the one to bring Yamato into the world, that would raise the number of people with any business between his legs by one, and it still wouldn't include Queen. Never mind that he didn't want to give Queen the slightest hint how right he was. Just the thought of anyone delivering a newborn proportional to them the way humans were made him feel a bit green. TCH. Anyway. If she takes after you, she'll put on large amounts of constant growth through infancy and then spurts in adolescence. Not entirely wrong, but certainly a keyhole knowledge base if he heard one. Never mind that it wasn't actually relevant to the child in his care whom he shared no blood with. If she takes after the Oni side as I expect she would, then she'll mature faster. They tend to just keep growing until they reach full size rather than in spurts. Kaido looked thoughtful about something but didn't voice any of his thoughts. He wondered if that assessment was any more accurate or nuanced than the one for his tribe. Somehow he doubted it. No matter. Yamato would grow however they chose. Then Queen drew Yamato's blood. How that man even conceived the idea that would go any better than it did was beyond him. Yamato was red in the face squalling and he was just supposed to ignore that? No. The only thing that kept him from reigniting his flames was the forethought that Queen's lab might contain something more volatile than his temper. All he could do in the face of that was scoop Yamato up and hold his child close while their fat tears wet his coat. He remained scowling behind his mask the whole time Queen did whatever he was doing with Yamato's blood. Blood type F, like Kaido. Something you should know in case of emergencies, of course. Queen pointedly tried to lord that over King's head, but the Lunarian man was having none of it. King tuned the man out entirely as he tried to shush Yamato back into cooperating, or not that he'd blame them if they didn't. There. Maternal father has you. Your father is with us. It will get better. He cooed soft promises and reassurances in runic and tapped his fingers against their tiny back. Eventually his handful of squalling baby quieted down enough to listen to what Queen had been spouting. For the bird brain in the room, it means the part of her skin that gives it color is broken. So if you were waiting on it to darken, you'd be waiting forever. King felt himself blink. He felt as though he missed something while he'd been focused on Yamato. He hadn't been expecting anything like that. He had simply thought that whoever their blood donor really was paler than his captain. He hadn't realized anything might have been wrong. Wait. Their hair. That pale pearly color, he wanted to know if their birth parent had to match. If they were born different instead. There was no silver or pearl-haired parent hiding in this little one's past. There was only Yamato himself. It was disheartening and a relief at once. He hadn't realized just how much he'd been holding his breath that one of the Luna might have survived. That hope had been warring with his absolute trust in Kaido. And now? His faith was affirmed but his hopes had been dashed. His wings shifted and his feathers bristled before he finally opened his mouth and asked Queen. What does that mean for her? Queen just waved him aside. Oh, the pains of having a physiology that didn't read clearly to his general surroundings. Anyone with wings would have noticed by now how keenly on edge his temper had been this whole time. If it weren't for Kaido, he would have left the blue sea behind him and settled on a sky island somewhere. Just treat her like she's a ginger. King bit his tongue irritably. Pretend for a moment that a ginger is a foreign concept and there is no reason I might know how to care for one. Keep her in the shade or covered and don't leave her in the sun for too long or she'll probably get a nasty sunburn from it. Though with the pair of you for parents, who knows, maybe she's somehow still resistant to heat and sun anyway. I've been keeping her shaded under my wing when she needs feeding. Probably good enough in either case. Another battery of tests and jargon he didn't care about was spouted. More needles, more vaccines than he expected, and more screaming baby. The only parts that mattered were that Yamato was small for an Oni but healthy. Are we done? TCH, take the screaming little imp and go. Gladly. He stormed from the lab without another word, leaving Kaido to deal with Queen's mess. If he had to spend one more moment with that man today, he might very well end up setting him on fire after all. Oh. Just as the door swung closed behind King's exodus, Queen looked over to him and spoke directly. Just so you know, screwing King was already a dumb move. But actually knocking him up and then letting him keep the kid was the dumbest possible decision you could have made. He crossed his arms and felt his voice rumble from his chest as he spoke. I don't remember asking your opinion. He had already heard plenty of those. He knew what the world thought of Oni and now he was getting a taste of what it, or at least scientists, thought of Lunarians too. Matures quickly meant too big to handle. They were seen as brutes and beasts and never got the chance to be anything but. It was no wonder so many like him sold their bodies on battlefields or in bedrooms. Ferocious monsters or vigorous lovers. What a joke. I'm telling you anyway. Lunarians were a desirable course of study in MADS. Everyone wanted to know how to make one. Or at least something like one. The memory of Alber's rage-filled red eyes flitted through his mind. He knew all about that. He had the last surviving lab rat as a fixture in his life and on his ship. The biggest hurdle aside from unruly test subjects that can incinerate you with a thought? Lunarian development. Because those arson crows get broody like a DMN bird. And a broody Lunarians have the temperament of a mother bear crossed with a seagull fighting for a pretzel. Anything that upsets their brat is barbecue. It doesn't even have to be one they birthed either. You could give them a baby anything and they'd go broody over it. Hell, they'd probably go broody over a pet rock if you let them. And? So he was a beast and his first mate was temperamental. What do you mean, and? Isn't that bad enough? It's my brat that's got him broody. He said it with an easy smile. All he heard was that not only would King protect Yamato by keeping up the facade of being the one who brought his child into the world, but he'd rain hellfire for the brat if need be. This is going to blow up in all our faces eventually. Oh. As he stepped out on the deck, he spotted King off near the railing, still firmly planted at the moment rather than perching or pacing. He was still clearly worked up over dealing with Queen and then he spotted an accident in the making. A single crewmate marching up towards King with a purposeful stride. Soraya, they had missed all the warning signs of raised pin feathers and puffed up wings and the "don't F with me" rattle of his lowest flight feathers. How they had survived this long was proof the universe favors fools. The temptation to let the idiot learn the hard way was strong, but the fact that it would make King irritable for longer won out. Leave him be. Queen wanted me to convince him to let up his mother hen act long enough to get his little chick looked over. Er.um.is everything okay, sir? Now he was smart enough to realize something's wrong? Not before he started intruding on the space of the man? Having a baby around is making them too bold or too dumb to know the difference. Brat's fine if that's what you are asking. King's just pissy at Queen for making his baby cry. And holy hell, did she do that? Isn't she yours as well, sir? Until King calms down again and isn't about to bite someone's head off, she's all his. He didn't think there was anything that could separate King from the baby at the moment, even if he wanted to. Understood. Oh. Some time later, after he had cooled his head from dealing with Queen, he found himself sitting up on the upper deck with Yamato's blanket spread out beside him, where the little one was happily wiggling and kicking their little feet to their heart's content. Yamato, at least, seemed to have forgotten all about having been stabbed, poked, and prodded. He much preferred it that way over hurt angry baby tears he could do nothing for. Every so often the movement of a passerby or some stray sparkle of light would catch those big curious eyes. I know, there is so much world out there waiting for you, isn't there, little one? Yamato's bright orange whiskey and amber eyes looked up at him with all the fascination a baby their age could manage. He was almost certain at this age they didn't understand he was a person and not just where food came from, but it was cute to see after all the strife he felt on their behalf. He would do it all again in a heartbeat for his captain's child, but still. Seeing the wonder in this little one's eyes, his little one's eyes made it feel worth it. You are too curious already. What am I to do when you start crawling? They, of course, gave him no response to that. They were too young to even babble yet. His tiny charge still just burbled and cooed with little mewls and squeaks thrown in for good measure. I get the feeling you are going to be a lot like your father. Part of him hoped so. Oh. After the captain's warning, most of the crew steered clear of King long into the evening while he sat on the floor of the upper deck with just the baby for company. But more than a few still stopped to watch the unexpectedly sweet exchange between the winged titan of a man and a baby who couldn't even talk yet. Slowly the lull of the crew would draw them all closer to where their vice-captain and his baby sat until they were all sharing the space with quiet ease. They chatted amongst themselves while they kept an eye out for the vice-captain, and King kept his eye out for them in return. But then one idiot, because there was always one, had to ask. Isn't it weird for you to be mothering the kid like that? King tilted his head as if they were the odd ones for asking. I am not a mother. He said that as if it explained everything, and who knows, maybe to him it really did, just not to them. It was no clearer on settling the questions that had been floating in the air since the little one's arrival than anything else had. As one crewmate had put it, a devil fruit sheet, gender sheet, or tribe sheet. But I mean, being a man and all, and then having a kid like that. Isn't it weird? All around men were gawking at the brazenness of this. Idiot. There was betting on the baby for fire safety, but then there was that. It had to be bordering on suicidal. King sat in that strange stoic silence of his with red eyes fixed on them all before shaking his head. From my perspective it is you all who are the strange ones, being barren rather than I. They all looked to one another. Did that settle it? It felt like it did, but which way? Whatever way it was supposed to mean, it was obvious that it was normal to King's worldview at least. They would likely never get their answers, and they would simply have to make peace with that. At least the weather was nice. It started with a storm. Not just any mild summer thunderstorm or even an autumn gale. No, it was a grand line squall, a monsoon, and a cross-current typhoon all at once. Not even little Yamato's powerful lungs could be heard over the maelstrom. They had been threading the needle between summer and winter islands for long enough, and their luck had finally run its course. It was time to pay the toll. Not a man or thing on deck was dry. Even the vice-captain looked to share their sodden misery. His flames burned like lamplight in the overcast gloom, casting shadows and causing his rain-soaked leathers to gleam. He stood out as a beacon as the rain poured down ever harder, dwindling what little visibility they had with it. Even as his voice raised to a rare boom, the storm still swallowed half of what he shouted, but they got the message just the same. Secure everything, get below deck when they were done. Oh. Kaido sat in the heavy scrap metal throne-like chair that had been made to support his bulk. The gathering room was full and noisy with the din of the crew huddling. The walls of one side were shared with the kitchen, so they were warm with the heat of the ovens. It was warm and dry, which was all most of them cared about at the moment. He couldn't say he was terribly thrilled about it himself, though. He was in the gathering room of the ship while King and what was left of the deck crew that handled the outside mess the storm was causing. They had split the numbers, so there were only as many out in the storm as had to be. The crew probably thought King was being the responsible one in all this. The truth was they drew straws to decide which of them would get the deck secured and which of them would keep a hold of Yamato to keep her from tumbling while the waves rocked the ship. He got baby watching. It worked in his favor that his weight made it harder for the crashing waves to knock him around as easily. The same could not be said for his smaller statured crew. With every crashing wave that rocked the ship, a few of them would fall over each other. Some of them were even starting to look a bit green from it all. His own tiny child seemed to be among that number. Oh, that is foul. Sailors covered their noses and gagged at the smell of what Yamato had spit up. Is something wrong with the baby? She's just seasick, that's all. He barely paid his crew any mind as he went through the motions he'd learned a long time ago on a different child. He laid a rag over his thumb and rolled his child in his palm to lay on her belly, firmly patting her little back with the pad of his fingertip until she finished coughing and sputtering up sour milk and bile. DMN, kid. What do you eat? Another crew member called out, holding their nose. Yamato gave a sniffly, weak and watery cry, no more pleased about her situation than the crew was. Technically, everything I do. King's voice chimed in from where his shadow darkened the doorway. He shook off the rain that soaked his feathers and came to his side with a fresh rag in his hand to wipe at the grumpy baby's face. "So everything but oatmeal and porridge?" he asked slyly and caught King trying to stifle a snort in response. King's disdain for anything resembling mashed or wet grain was a well-known fact among the crew, much to the cook's dismay. The closest their cook had ever managed to get King to eat oatmeal was breakfast leftover cookies. "When she's big enough to disagree with the menu, she will be big enough it doesn't have to go in my mouth in the first place." And there's the sass he expected. King was many things. Dutiful, unwavering, capable. But under it all was that fine veil of sass, always waiting to come out. Yamato started to bawl, steadily raising in pitch until she was red in the face. It could have been the sound of the storm, the pressure in her ears, her sour stomach, or any other of the countless things that could be wrong that he couldn't think of. "I know you feel shitty, brat. Yelling about it isn't going to change the weather." He tried patting her back some more while he looked to King, still crouched at his side with his eyes fixed on Yamato. King wiped the snot, drool, and tears away and traced a glove-covered finger against her cheek. "I know, baby, the angry little dumpling isn't angry or sad. You hurt. But you don't know why. The world is too big yet and you are too small. I wish I could take your pain, little one." Whatever he was saying in runic seemed to be directed at Yamato. He was pretty sure he was starting to be able to pick out the word for dumpling at least. "Cry if you need to. It's not forever. It's only for the moment. All things end. Dawn will come, and the sun will rise." Whatever he said, it was soft and musical, and he said it like a promise or a prayer. Whatever those pretty sounds meant, it seemed to have Yamato's attention too. She was still crying and hiccuping, but the full-on banshee impression seemed to be dying back. "Everything in order?" "As well as it can. Everything that can be secured is." Just as he said it, the ship gave another lurch, sending their smaller crew members careening across the floor. King's wings flared a little as he swayed to keep his balance. One of Yamato's little hiccups caught and she miserably spit up again. DMN. He hadn't thought there was anything left to come up. "I don't know how you're handling that as well as you are. I've spent more of my life on battlefields than not. There's nothing that comes out of a baby that can be worse than anything else I've been covered in. More than 20 years as a combatant, whether as a soldier, a mercenary, or a pirate. He'd been splattered with every vile thing that could come out of a man in the throes of death at one time or another. If he'd ever been anything close to squeamish, that had been beaten out of him a lifetime ago. It was almost comical that anyone could think becoming a father would be what did him in. He could hear King's murmur next to him. "It's okay, when we are through this we'll take a warm bath and you'll feel better." He raised a brow at King. He felt a grin spread over his face as he decided to poke a little fun at him. "I don't think our shower's big enough for both of us." King's feathers twitched and puffed up as he seemed to only just realize how someone might take what he said. He'd bet anything that under that mask right now King's cheeks would have a red flush to them. King coughed and looked away. "Not who I meant. Besides, I have a 60-foot wingspan and you are 15 feet from shoulder to shoulder. A bath big enough for both of us would be an unnecessary luxury on a ship." That was a worn-out discussion from when the ship was being built. King hated not being able to get clean, so a ship with plumbing was already a necessity, but he settled for the box shower they shared between their cabins instead of a full bath. Maybe he'd add that to his wish list whenever they found an island to claim. It'd take years to build everything on his growing list, but if they ever found the right island, it would be worth it. I would have thunk she'd have been seasick at least a little before now if she was gonna be. King's red-eyed glare looked down from his focus on Yamato to settle on the crewmate that spoke. "She's not even 2 months old, of course she's seasick in this mess." The sailor that had the misfortune of drawing King's ire shrank back without another word. Smart man. He would have been smarter if he hadn't opened his mouth at all. "I wonder if I should try feeding her again." King seemed to be thinking aloud. "With this weather, anything you try and put in her stomach is just going to come back up. She's not the only one going to be skipping on dinner tonight if this storm doesn't let up." The cook added, coming from the kitchens. The crew hummed and groaned at that. If it was this rough in an open room, he was probably right. It was too rough to cook in for sure. "Captain, isn't there something you can do?" He fought the urge to roll his eyes. He was a dragon, not a magician. Too many cross currents already. I let loose a twister in this mess, it's more likely to build with the rest of them than put it in control. Well, that, and he was a hell of a lot better at making things more destructive than he was at calming them. He had more practice that way. "We've been passing through a corridor of island chains. It's been keeping to summer islands on one side and fluctuating between winter and autumn islands on the other, with just enough of a divide between their zones to make for smooth sailing. This mess came out because the sides flipped too close to the last set of islands." A ruckus of groans and complaints came from the crew, as if they were really banking on his being a giant skyfish would fix all this. The mooring lines. King's voice cut over the din and every eye turned to him. I can scout above the storm and see if there's a stable zone left for us to thread, and if there is you can pull the ship back to path using the mooring lines to haul it. It's not likely to be a long-term solution, but it will get us through this patch at least. If I'm pulling the ship and you are scouting, someone is going to need to hold her till we are done. Most of the crew backed away and started making excuses, some wild and utterly bullshit ones for why they shouldn't hold a baby. Which was just as well. Half of them he wouldn't trust to hold his sake, let alone his child. If he left her with Queen for any length of time, King might actually mutiny, though more likely he'd just need a new scientist. Probably best not to risk it. He eyed between the few options that either hadn't been listening when he spoke or hadn't backed down. Quartermaster, you keep a hold of her until we get back. Anything happens to her, I'm sure you can use your imagination. Oh. He was dumbfounded as the baby was passed to his hands. For as tiny as she looked in her giant father's hands, she was a big baby. And surprisingly heavy too. He was almost certain she was a lot bigger than she had been when she arrived, but she spent most of that time in King's hands, so it was difficult to say for sure. But most importantly, why did it have to be him? He looked down at her, questioning life and everything that led up to this moment. Is this what he got for disobeying the captain and seeing King's face? Did they know about that? He'd seen her in passing, but never this close. He knew she had white hair like the vice captain, and he guessed some kind of skin condition? She was a lot paler than either of her fathers, that's for sure. If that's the case, then that would explain King's mood after dealing with Queen running his tests on her. Poor little thing probably needed a lot of tests for that sort of thing. And a cranky baby made for a irritable vice captain, and that was before accounting for whatever sort of feud Queen and the vice captain had between them. He sure didn't want to know. She didn't have the vice captain's wings, or wings of any sort really. Not even the tiny stunted ones he'd seen on a Sky Islander once. Instead of wings, she had tiny bumps on her head, just about where the captain's horns were. He guessed she would take more after him. Those eyes of hers certainly did. Her orange eyes blinked at him and her little face scrunched, but she didn't cry at least. He wouldn't be surprised if her tiny brain was asking who he was, or simply stating, "You're not my daddy's." He knew that the vice captain and the captain both talked to her. He didn't think she could understand them, but maybe it helped. They'll be back soon, so don't cry, okay? Seriously. He could carry out any orders his giant commanders needed seen to. He could predict their needs and rally men and supplies like no one else. But this? He wasn't good at this. Oh, please don't get sick again. Oh. Outside in the torrential rain, Kaido's azure scales rattled as they raised and fell in a ripple at the feeling of the baby Den being placed against the shell of a dragon's ear. King took another of the shipbred little snails and tucked it into his coat. If they could barely hear each other on deck, it would be impossible at a distance, so the snails were key to any of this working. King spread his wings wide, and for the first time in what felt like forever he really flew. He fought the wind and rain to race towards the sky. The wind howled in his ears, and then, as he crossed the threshold of the storm head, everything grew still. He could still hear the squall below, but for a brief moment he enjoyed the absolute beauty of the still sky as his wings held him aloft. He loved being able to fly. Moments like this? Where he got to see the world like no one else did. That made having wings worth it. He shook his head and cleared his thoughts. He had a job to do and a child to return to. What do you see up there? Kaido's voice came from the snail tucked in his coat. Give me a moment, I don't see the end of it yet. Work fast. You could drown a fish in this. Lucky for you then, you are hardier than a fish. Cheeky. I'm waiting. I can't see sheet in this, so I need you to guide me. It stretches pretty far. Wait. There's a calm band, just inside the summer island belt. Pull to your left and keep going. You'll know it when you are there. Far above the clouds he couldn't actually see the ship or Kaido. It was through the absolute limit of his outstretched haki that he could feel the embers of Kaido's own telling him where to guide them. I've got it, we're through. A moment of long silence followed before Kaido spoke again. Come down here and get this thing out of my fing ear. Of course. King couldn't help but laugh. His unbeatable, impervious great dragon of a captain who could stomach all the viscera and muck of a battlefield and all the foulness that came with an infant couldn't stand the idea of a snail squishing in his ear as he changed shape. He wondered if the humorous scene he imagined of a dragon trying to paw at his ears to get the snail loose had happened before Kaido decided to tell him. The constantly moving expanse of Kaido's serpentine body was still held aloft by his draconic flame clouds, but his giant head rested on the upper deck of their ship waiting for King. He landed gracefully on the slick deck and folded his sodden wings as he walked forward. If he slipped and fell on his but while landing, Kaido would never let him forget it for as long as they both lived. Of that he was certain. Kaido tilted his head to let him extract the very traumatized-looking little snail still stuck to the shell of his ear. He couldn't resist running a hand down the fine scales there and being amused by the twitch it gave as he did. If you are going to scratch my ears, could you do it a little lower? Of course. He moved his hand down to where scales met mane and gave it a good scratch. Better? Good enough. Kaido's toothy dragon grin said enough. He was content, so he pulled his hand away. He pulled the loops of mooring line from his captain's teeth and rested the brow of his mask against Kaido's snout. Thank you. For what? What should he say? For listening? For being here? For agreeing to his idea? For doing this when he could have let them wait out the storm? For Yamato? For everything. As he watched King's back walk away, he thought again of all King's qualities. They made him the man he was, the one he would trust to handle anything, the one that made him want to keep the promise he'd once made, doused in red light and surrounded by klaxons. He was all that, a layer of sass, and the semi-reluctant participant to Blackjack's best. But there were sometimes moments. Brief flickering moments. Moments when he looked at his friend and he felt like there was a void looking back at him where a person should be. A void that walked, talked, did his duties to perfection, and went through all the motions of living, but something was missing. A heart? A soul? Life? Something. Those moments made him wonder if a body was all he'd saved to make that promise to. But then they would clear and he would have his friend at his side till the next time that void took him somewhere he couldn't reach. He didn't want to think about that anymore. He wanted. Hey King. King turned just in time to be splashed with the wave of water his tail had swept from the soaked deck. Did you just? King raised arms and flicked his hand, sending a spray of water drops back to the deck. He flicked the wet mop end of his tail at his first mate with a wide grin splitting his face. We can't get any wetter. He let loose a howling laugh. Oh really? He could hear the laugh in King's voice right where it was meant to be. King flew over top of him and beat the water out of his wings to rain down on him. Was it the dumbest thing ever? In the long list of really dumb things he'd done in his life, it barely measured. Life. It was his ship and he could have a water fight in the DMN rain if he wanted. King was willing to play along. That was enough. It was enough. It had to be. Oh. When the ship finally stopped rocking and the sound of the gale outside stopped creaking against the hull, everyone stood still and quiet, listening for a long moment. Was it over? Had the captain succeeded? When no sounds came, they thought he might. They all heard the captain's bellowing laugh ring out. Curiously, the crew inched outside to take a look. Out on the rain-soaked and practically flooded deck were the captain and the vice-captain both. The pair of them were completely soaked to the bone, but the air was quiet and the sky was clear. They were just up playing? Kaido stood larger than life, even more than usual in his half-beast form, while King kept his impressive wings spread wide and unmantled. They were kicking up and splashing each other with the remaining water still standing on the deck. The captain had a smile on his face, the likes of which they hadn't seen on him sober outside of a battle. King swept a giant wing across the deck, sweeping up a shallow wave toward the captain, who just laughed as he got soaked even more. Kaido in turn used his tail to splash back a wave of his own. But just before it could reach the vice-captain, King moved one of his wings to shield him from the splash. Now that was cheating. You never said I couldn't maintain observation. Red eyes strayed from their captain to the small gathering of the crew that caught the end of their commanding officers playing in the rain like children. They were no less fierce in their eyes for it, but it added another facet to the men they knew. Like with King, who talked gently to their baby, this was just one more thing that made them seem more like men than myths or forces of nature. The sound of the baby making happy squeals cut the air and took King's attention away from them. He finally mantled his wings to collect her from the harried quartermaster. Kaido stretched with a groan, but still sporting the wide smile he'd had all along. We should go and get cleaned up anyway. Oh. He peeled his wet clothes from his skin and threw them elsewhere to either make it to the laundry or dry out while he searched for dry ones. Getting dry was a pain in his bare butt. The damp and the salt combined to make his skin feel tacky. Whatever, it was fun at the time. He settled on loose pants, a sash to hold them, and a billowy shirt he had to double-check was his and not King's. They went on easy enough, even thought they still clung to his salty skin. His boots were soaked through. No point in putting those back on. He could go barefoot for a while. He wrapped his still damp hair into a bun and tied it off with a couple of his own locks. Maybe a shower was in order after all. As he opened the door, he heard King's voice and the sound of the shower running. You need to calm down now. You are slippery and I don't want to drop you. Kaido blinked for a moment. King was in the middle of laughing at something with Yamato held against his chest and his other hand directing the flow of water over her. Oh right, King had mentioned something about Papa and baby bath time earlier. Or as much of one as they could have when they had a standing shower rather than a proper bath. You forgot to latch the door again. King hummed in acknowledgement, but that was all the comment he made. He figured he wouldn't think much of it. He had enough skill with observation haki to sense who was coming anyway. He was never in any danger. He wasn't about to raise a fuss over it. It was an argument even more tired than his desire for a full-size bath. It went nowhere and he didn't understand it or King. So there was no point. The best he'd ever figured was that Lunarians also practiced communal bathing or at least some sort of situationally acceptable casual NDTY, and King's aversion to other people seeing even a modest amount of skin was his own hang-up rather than anything to do with the culture he came from. He just happened to be the one person King didn't feel the need to hide from, and sometimes that included living with Lunarian cultural oddities. They more or less mutually agreed to treat any accidental barging in on each other like any planned communal bathing was. You don't comment and you don't stare. Is there any hot water left or should I wait? Some. You may still want to wait a while for more. Kaido nodded. That was about what he expected. So what was all that about? She decided that her father hadn't splashed me enough on his own, so she had to try too. She was very excited to discover she can flail her arms. Hand me the small towel? He grabbed the cloth that was washcloth size to the pair of them but blanket size to an ordinary man. King took it and swaddled Yamato in it and held her up to his face where her tiny flailing arms managed to reach his nose. That is my nose. He encouraged her like she meant to. It was weird as shit but cute, he supposed. Hold her for a moment? He said nothing as he took his child in his hands and King stepped back. He lit his flame suddenly and shook his head in a burst of heat. The water in the room rapidly evaporated but his tied locks felt even more laden with it than before as the dewy drops clung to them. Yamato hiccuped and coughed at the sudden steam. I'm sorry, little one. Look at that. She's smiling. King smiled too. You sure she's not just hungry again? No, this one's a real smile. Nika's first gift. You've got your father's smile just like I hoped you would. He didn't know what all that meant but he recognized part of it. Nika? You pray for her? To that god of yours? He didn't know if he hoped King did or if he was surprised if he had. King had taken to being her parent far better than he'd thought to expect, but still. He wasn't sure how much he should expect King to give of himself. That god of his people's traditions. He might not understand it all, but he knew shit like that was important to people who cared, and King. He still cared. Sometimes he cared too much. King shook his head. The only prayer I've given him in her name was the first dawn's welcome when she came into our lives. Nothing else. First dawn's welcome? That sounded some sort of important. Knowing what he did about how they worshipped the sun, it sounded like the sort of thing that might be blessing a new baby or just a new chapter in their life. That seemed like the best bet, at least. Maybe he'd ask. Nika celebrates children because they laugh with him easily. But we didn't pray to him for them. We pray to him for guidance, to free our minds when our thoughts burden us. We prayed to him to change fate even. But physical matters. We prayed to another god for that. Tell me about it. If you don't mind holding her while I dress. Sure. The pair of them went through the connecting door to King's cabin. Nika is the god of the sun, joy, and freedom. He loves many things in this world but only one god. It's Nika's beloved we prayed to for other things. King picked up a length of cloth and began to wrap his torso with it. He guessed that's what he's been using to keep from leaking milk through his clothes. So who is this other god of yours? We never use the true name of Nika's beloveds outside specific ceremonies. It is superstition that you might draw their attention if you do. They are a three-faced god and we call them by their faces. The god of life, the god of miracles, the god of death. While King talked and got dressed, he finished drying the squirmy towel full of happy squealy baby. A few rough passes of a towel over Yamato's head had her pale baby hair sticking up every way like a dandelion puff. He eyed a few sections of her hair already starting to clump together. She was probably going to end up with his hair's texture. Cheerful. It makes more sense in runic. Life and death are two sides of the same coin. All men are born free and so are all who die. The sun itself is that duality. The light that grows the crops that keep a village fed is the very same that will shrivel a man in the desert. That I get. He'd lived that sort of life long enough, he more than understood that idea. Duality, balance, all that shit. But what do either of those have to do with miracles? He asked in the middle of looking for Yamato's diapers. King paused long enough to point. Miracles are an act of defiance. To live when all else says it can't be done. To make the impossible possible and be untethered from fate itself. Is it really a wonder then such a god might win the eye of a god of freedom? I suppose not. So your people pray to a god of death to watch over your children. King wrinkled his nose at that. It sounds unpleasant when you say it in world standard. But fundamentally, yes. How does it sound better in runic then? In runic, death and miracle are homophones. Somehow, even never knowing it before, that made King make a lot more sense. So you'd call your life god the god of miracles. He seemed to think it over for a second. That would be the most apt, yes. Oh. Yamato gave a little yawn from her place in King's arms. He brushed back a tiny bit of pale baby fluff before letting his finger trail against her cheek. Yamato cooed at it with her big slow blinks growing longer. He had seen King do that often enough, he wondered. The man had said before that his people had some communal grooming practices, that he might have been talking about his wings at the time, but he wondered if their hair had been part of that too. Or was he just doing it to calm Yamato? She's going to sleep well tonight. It's been a hell of a day. I think I've heard more of your tongue since Yamato arrived than I have in all the years we've known each other combined. And considering that you were still learning the common tongue at first, I feel like that says something. I suppose I have. It's strange how foreign the language of my birth sounds to my ears and feels on my tongue after so long. The language I know best, I feel like I could hold it in my hand, yet it slips away from me. Is that why you talk to her in it? So you don't forget? Maybe a little. Mostly, she just likes the sounds. Will you teach it to her when she's older? Perhaps. If she wants to learn it. King woke with a wide yawn and a long stretch. He glanced toward the bassinet at his bedside where he could hear soft gerbils and coos already. Good morning, little one. Sweet Whiskey and Amber Eyes looked up at the sound of his voice. Yamato really did inherit his captain's best features. It was a good thing in his eyes. Being reminded every day that they were his captain's child would make it easy to care for them. You are awfully quiet for being up first. The little Oni's eyes grew wide as they met his, and he was met with a gummy baby grin that mirrored Kaido's own wide smile. An accompanying squeal soon followed. He reached down and stroked a finger against their wild baby bedhead, trying to direct it into a semblance of order. He could see already that would be a battle he'd spend the rest of his life fighting. I see. You've been having fun practicing your smile. They had been doing that as often as they could since they figured out how. He imagined his little charge just liked how it felt to do, but it was cute. When they weren't being a fussy little thing, they really were such a happy baby. His angry dumpling indeed. He stretched out a single wing at a time. His cabin was no bigger than Kaido's in that regard. He leaned his head back and gazed up at the warm, rough-hewn beams of the rafters that made up his cabin's canopy. It was inconvenient at times, but that came hand in hand with ship life in general. Both he and Kaido had settled on a lot of things when the ship was built. As much as he would agree to Kaido's wishes for nearly anything, some things had to be dealt with practically. Having a full ship accrued by ordinary men, made to be accessible to men of their stature when there were so few aboard, was already a luxury. It was a small sacrifice to make to lose out on some of the more interesting commodities of other ships if it meant having a ship they could properly live on. They never had to worry about both of them being on the same side of the ship capsizing it. They could walk through every door with ease and never having to crouch or contort. They had access to all but the most intricate machinery spaces even. Their cabins had real furnishings that could support their weight and beds long enough they could fully lay in them. For the most part Kaido had agreed with him, but there were a few such commodities that his captain had been disappointed about giving up. And still he was reasonably sure. But not bitter about it if his joking the other night was anything to go by. In any case, he had made sure to have an eternal pose crafted for Waterfall Island as compensation for standing his ground about the bath. It was a small thing, but it made his captain happy to visit the uninhabited Spring Island from time to time. Summer on a spring island was quite lovely, and the countless waterfalls, pools, and hot springs on the island were certainly breathtaking. Maybe a visit was in order to raise their spirits after dealing with this terrible rout as long as they had. What do you think about that, HM? Would you like to visit Waterfall Island too? Yamato, of course, paid him no mind as he thought it over. The little one had much higher priorities than plotting their course. Like making sure their doll was appropriately drool-sodden apparently. Oh well, at least they liked it. He let his wandering thoughts return to the island. The more he considered it, the more appealing it seemed. If they tried for it during the summer, Yamato would be 7 or so months old by then. Not big enough to start learning to swim or anything like that, but perhaps big enough a baby their age might enjoy splashing in one of the shallower pools. They had certainly liked splashing him well enough. We'll ask your father what he thinks. Oh. Some time later had King and Kaido both gathered around the table in the map room trying to make sense of the route they were on. They knew what they saw and they knew what the log pose read. But the maps and charts they had were suspiciously lacking the further down this pose track they went. It wasn't a complete surprise when charts weren't fully fleshed out. Even after all this time, much of the Grand Line and the New World especially was still uncharted. But Kaido felt something niggling in the back of his mind, as if he knew something. Like there was a reason they didn't have those specific maps. He just couldn't place what it was. He told King as much. He was certain it would come back to bite them eventually, but when and how hard remained to be seen. It was then that the beast pirate's ship suddenly pitched, knocking even King from his feet and unbalancing Kaido himself. Kaido threw an arm out and caught himself and managed to catch King with the arm around his waist. Yamato was crying fiercely, but King had braced her and cocooned his wings around her when they were falling, so she was safe. He might have bruised his wing in the fall, but she would have been fine even if he hadn't caught them. The door slammed open to reveal the quartermaster clearly reporting in. Oh. The beast pirate's quartermaster froze as he entered the room, clearly unexpected. Everything had been thrown into disarray when the ship was rocked. Everything, seemingly, included his commanding officers as well. Their position was unexpected. Kaido had King crowded against a wall, looming over him with an arm around his waist, and King dipped low like a dancer. He was shaken from his thoughts by the sound of his captain's rumbling growl. What the hell is going on now? Did we just get rammed by a sea king? Oh, he loathed how excited the captain sounded at that thought. His captain was a great man and a great pirate, but rarely would he ever call him a sane one. Of course he was hoping it was a sea king. Sorry sirs, not that. Well, you were right. He was pointedly trying to look anywhere but just how low on King's hip Kaido's hand was holding. If they had been interrupted in the middle of something by the situation, he didn't want to know about it. More storms? Kaido finally managed to right himself and pulled King upright as well. It was only then that he really noticed little Yamato was tucked against her winged father's coat and making her protests about that known. That was a relief. With the baby between them, they probably weren't actually up to anything he shouldn't know about. Unseasonably big serpent tides this time. That was almost like a sea king? There just wouldn't be any stake at the end of the fight. It's this FING island chain again. Could be too warm a summer island or too cold a winter island, maybe both. Hell if I know. Everyone else is out on deck bashing waves as we speak. Flip a coin. Sir? You have a single berry coin on you, right? Yes? The fact that it was more feverish hope for good luck than currency was besides the point. Flip it. Kaido turned to King and asked. Heads or tails? Tails, the vice captain answered dryly. He revealed the coin for his captain to see. Heads it is. Guess it's my turn. Kaido's great bulk passed him by with his usual crashing steps and not a care more. What just happened? Oh. What are you doing? Kaido looked up for once, tilting his head trying to make sense of what he was looking at. Or why he was seeing it. King was perched atop the back of a chair, half climbing into the narrowest point of the map room's rafters, which unlike their own cabins were not spaced wide enough for him to easily get into. King grunted as he struggled some more. If you were Blackjack and you were traded a giant's weight in rum for a crate of maps, where on the ship that did the trading would you hide the maps? So that's what happened. He'd briefly wondered about that but didn't care much in the end anyway. Too sweet for his taste. Without missing a beat and full of resigned understanding, he felt himself answer. Wherever's funniest by a D's standards. Which I personally take to mean wherever would be the most inconvenient place for me specifically. He wasn't wrong. Blackjack thought it was the funniest sheet to ruffle King's feathers. Of course that was mostly because she seemed to take the taciturn silence of a man that was mentally translating everything that was said as a reserved stoic who needed to lighten up a bit instead. Ahha. There you are. Well, at least he found it. The wiggling continued as he reached and pulled whatever he was trying to get, then suddenly he went taut and the wiggling became a lot more frantic but far less mobile. Sheet. You just got your wings stuck, didn't you? I am a half-molted cliff diver. He didn't know what his first mate said up there, but with that tone he'd bet good money there was swearing or some version of being a FING idiot being mixed in. He bit tongue to keep it to himself, but Blackjack had been right. This was FING funny. Alright. Quit wiggling your butt and hold still. He stepped around King and reached up to push his wings loose. His first mate let out a hiss as they caught tighter. Just a little more. I've almost got you loose. Just as he got King's wings twisted, they both fell, shaking the ship beneath them in their wake. He tripped backwards over the chair King had been perching on and landed hard on his back, with King landing astride his stomach. Somehow through all of that Yamato didn't make a sound. He knocked his head and horns back on the decking once more in utter bafflement. Your child sleeps like the dead. I'm as amazed as you are. King seemed to forget he was sitting on his chest as he leaned on his hands and stared at the still quiet bundle in the corner. If he had been maskless, he was sure King would have been gaping open-mouthed at their child as well. It was mind-boggling. Sirs. Again their quartermaster burst in without warning. Instantly a wail filled the air. Oh. If he had been shocked speechless the first time he intruded on them, he was even more so now. He didn't even have the solace that the baby had been a buffer for his sanity this time. She had clearly been tucked in for a nap until a moment ago. He tried to wrap his head around what he was seeing. King was clearly sitting on top of Kaido, and given the fallen chair beneath them, he was formerly in the larger man's lap before they had been tipped over. His brain short-circuited there. King. Kaido's lap. Fall. That was. He should not know that. Luckily his commanding officers were distracted by the now crying baby. How is that of all things what wakes her? That was an excellent question. Shush. We didn't mean to wake you, little one. King spoke softly to the baby, thankfully ignoring him entirely. He stood, unwrapping his legs from where they rested against Kaido's sides, and stepped away to tend the very upset little Oni, leaving the captain to continue laying in the floor for a moment longer before he too hauled himself to his feet. Right. His report. We need you to, or it wouldn't be the last time he said those words or interrupted things he was best left not knowing about. Unfortunately for his luck, it happened over. And over. And over again. Every time he cursed his luck just a little more. He wasn't sure if he angered a god or amused one. Oh. Again? Yes, sir. New rules. The captain turned to King, who was now softly rocking Yamato. What were your rules for Queen? Red eyes lazily blinked before he answered. Unless something is dead, dying, or on fire, that shouldn't be. It is not my problem. Those are the rules from now until we reach the logged island. Handle whatever it is yourself. Oh. All thought the days that followed he noticed innocuous things in a new light. Loath though he was to admit it, he was reminded of the discussions from Yamato's very first night among the crew. The captain and vice-captain didn't need to sneak around like naughty schoolboys because the rest of them were all blind. That was the only explanation. With a groan he marched his way to one specific man. Among other things, the man was the ship's treasurer. Only half-jokingly called miser by the crew, he was almost certain that the vice-captain had only brought the man on so someone else could tell the captain no instead of him. King was many things, but he was much more likely to find a way to make the captain's whims happen than he was to change the man's mind even when it really ought to be. He set a pouch full of berry in front of the man. Never ever speak of it again. Why, quartermaster? Miser's face split into an ear-to-ear grin. Surely you can't be implying that you have NTMT knowledge that can settle a few shipwide wagers. What did I just say? Fine. We all knew that one anyway. I suppose you just confirmed it's an ongoing thing is all. Oh, what had he done? Oh. Sirs. Oh, for FS sake. What is it now? I thought I told you not another word until we reach the island. That's the thing, sir. We've arrived. You might want to come take a look at this. Oh. Kaido looked up over the peak of the island and a single mutter escaped him. Sheet. Kaido. He heard King whisper his name at his shoulder. King's eyes were fixed on the very same thing his were. The all too familiar flag flying high over the island center, marking it for all to see. I know. He was suddenly realizing exactly what it was he had forgotten and why they didn't have charts for further along the route. Their terrible detour had led them straight through Whitebeard territory. The Whitebeard crew was nothing to sneeze at. As young and childish as the lot of them were, they were New World pirates one and all. But they weren't what concerned him. They weren't the reason the old man's DMN flag over an island made every crew the world over think twice. No. That honor belonged to the old man himself. Whitebeard. Edward Fing Newgate. Father of lost souls, a weak-hearted, honorable man. And a Fing liar, traitor, and mutineer. When the Rocks pirates disbanded, such a nice way of saying ran like defeated cowards before the captain's body was even cold, they each started building up their crews and garrisoning their forces. The New World was cut and cornered between each of them. Lin took Strusen and settled her brood on some archipelago mid-New World that she knew from childhood. Achiku took over the former Rocks base of Hakanosu and its surrounding islands. Shiki had carried on with whatever fed-up infatuation or rivalry he thought he had with Roger, keeping to the out-of-the-way islands around Elbaf. John had disappeared, chances were about even that he was out treasure hunting or dead in a ditch somewhere. Silver Axe supposedly retired. Or retired as much as that old battle axe could be. The rest of them. F'd them. But the old man. He sailed like he'd had stones and irons cut free the moment the captain's body fell. He might never know for sure who it was that sold them out and got the captain killed, but Newgate was his prime suspect. For all those reasons and then some. The captain's name may have been stricken from the history books, but after his death the government had treated all of them like 10 times the threat they were before. He had his suspicions. He knew those old BSTRDS on high in their red mountains. The prices they set and the leeway they gave. It wasn't because of any real power. Or if it wasn't the only reason. They thought the captain told them something they didn't want known. Chances were they were right. Captain loved to run his mouth and he loved the sea and all its mysteries just as much. So yeah, they could know something, but knowing what out of all of what they knew was really important? That was anyone's guess. What a mess. He wiped a hand down his face, finally looking away from that DMN flag. There was nothing to be done about it now. They either waited out the log pose here or fished through the store of eternal poses they had for somewhere else. Why did you let me choose? He looked to his side to see King's masked face. His wings were still and his eyes were bright. If he was troubled he hid it well. At least he was still here. Still here and now with him and not drifting in the past somewhere he couldn't reach. Felt like the thing to do at the time. Give you a choice, I mean. It still was. For all the reasons King knew and all the ones he didn't, it was. Even if that choice had led them through hellishly turbulent seas and claimed waters, he didn't regret it much. They'd figure out what to do later when later came. They always did. Even if figuring it out meant a brawl, a firefight, and a fresh ghost ship made, they figured it out. I can't decide if I should thank you or scream. King might have been praying for patience for real this time. He didn't blame him. This was indeed some kind of bullshit and not likely the entertaining variety. No, just the pain in the butt kind. You look calm to me. But then again he always did. I'm screaming inside. King said it so DMN matter of fact that he couldn't help himself. He couldn't do anything but throw his head back and laugh. It took him a moment to calm down after that and finally stop laughing, but King never left his side. What should we do? He shrugged. Hell if I know. Start praying to that shiny sun god of yours. With any luck we won't run into them. He wasn't afraid to meet the old man, he just didn't want to. He had nothing to say to him that couldn't be said with Hasaikai. King narrowed his eyes at that one. Never ask a god for luck, you might just get what you asked for. Wasn't that the truth? King looked back out at the flag flying over the island's peak one more time. I really did pick the worst route. Oh. For whatever reason, any attempts at trying to find and consult the chief navigator turned out to be a fruitless endeavor. Every time he caught sight of the man he turned red and excused himself from whatever room they were in a sputtering mess of a hurry. He had neither the time nor the patience to deal with that right then. Whatever the reason for the man's behavior, it just solidified their course of action. It just wasn't the one he preferred. It was with a heavy sigh and a mental groan that he stepped up and announced to the crew. We are stuck here for a week till the log pose is set. Anyone who isn't handling supplies or repairs may go ashore if you want and do what you want till then. Just remember we are in enemy territory and Whitebeard's allies respond a hell of a lot faster than the Navy. I mean this with the utmost sincerity. Don't do stupid shit. As if they would listen. That was like telling water not to be wet as far as he was concerned. He was certain they all only heard shore leave and that was it. He shook his head as the crew rejoiced. The only immature person he had any responsibility for was Yamato, and that one was at least justified in being so. Oh. Cloaked with his wings tucked and bound, he could almost pass for an ordinary human, albeit one of extremely large stature. He wrapped his hair in a shawl and a band of it as a veil over his face. All in all just as much covered as his ordinary clothes but far less unique. This was a modest mid-sized island with a decent-sized city center, so there was a chance for goods that the less populated islands might not have. At least that's what he was hoping for. It was surprising enough to find that the store he was looking for had enough room for him to enter at all. That was a bonus on what might have been a futile quest. He didn't even know the world standard word for the item he was looking for. He'd never had to. I'm looking for an item. It's for a baby. The unnerved and cautious eyes of the shopkeeper drag over him. Whether it was his size or his choice of clothing that was behind their gaze, it was clear they didn't trust him. No matter. Well, that is what our store specializes in. What sort of item are you looking for? It's a pouch? Or maybe a pocket is the better word. It's meant to hold a child so you can have free hands to work while keeping the child with you. We have slings for newborns. The shopkeeper offered cautiously. No, that wouldn't work. There was just too much difference between his size and Yamato's. There was too much room across his chest for his little one's tiny weight to be jostled. Do you have paper and a pen? The shopkeeper hesitantly nodded and handed him what he asked for. He kneeled to be closer to the counter level. His wings ached fiercely as he did so. He was remembering sharply why he didn't hide himself this way more often. He was flexible, but there were some positions even his joints just don't like to bend. What I am looking for is something like this. He pushed the paper back to them. His drawing of the child carrier was passable, at least enough to know what it was. Well, if you already knew what it was, he supposed. Otherwise it might just look like a misshapen burrito. Which, in a way, it sort of was, just not for eating. Oh dear. I don't think we have ever carried anything like that. I know that sort of thing is common in South Blue. His bound wings gave a twitch. Mentally he calmed himself. There was no point in being upset about it being recognized from elsewhere. Child carrying wasn't an uncommon practice, and even for those cultures that had got it from his, they had no reason to remember where it came from. But parents usually make them themselves. So there really isn't a market for it. He shook his head. I am not a craftsman. I had hoped to find something similar. Really, making modifications for himself to his coat and Yamato's doll were the height of his crafting skills. Even that much had only come about out of necessity. Being a man of his size and having anatomy that wasn't the norm to most islands made pre-made clothing realistically improbable. Well, if you plan on sticking around for a while, I might find someone to order. No. We are leaving as soon as the log pose is set. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe if you and yours have a run-in with the good Captain Whitebeard, you could trade for something. They always end up with odds and ends from the blues on their travels. That is not an option either. As a matter of fact, he would happily do anything in his power to avoid that very scenario. He sighed to himself. There was nothing else for it. He didn't think any of the craftsmen on their ship could make something like what he wanted. But it looked as though asking them was still the only option after all. Maybe they would surprise him in the end. The shipwrights had done well enough for Yamato's betting after all, so there was a chance. Still, maybe the tinkers or the fabricators might be closer to the needs of the task. Silently he left the shop, falling into his own thoughts. He was so lost in his thoughts he never noticed the feather that slipped from beneath his cloak, falling to the floor in his wake. Oh. King leaned heavily against the deck railing, observing but removed from the crew as he popped a traveler's mix of seeds and nuts in his beak every so often. His quest had come to an altogether expected fruitless end for the moment, so he was merely enjoying the lull between crises. Kaido had the baby for the moment. They were anchored and the sky was clear. The forward and aft crow's nests were manned. The deck lanterns had already begun to be lit. For all that they were in enemy waters, everything seemed fine. Their rowdy crew were drinking and carousing, with a few already planning to pay their visits to the local bars and working girls. All perfectly ordinary things for a crew in port. Then one voice called out above the rest. "Vice Captain, you like men. What sort of thing do you look for in a man?" Just a few months before, saying such a thing to the vice captain would have been unthinkable. Seeing him gently parenting little Yamato had humanized him to the crew, for better or worse. The vice captain's eyes looked the man over disinterestedly. "Nothing, you posses." A riot of laughter and men choking on their drinks filled the air around them as the blunt remark sank in. "Not like that. I mean for impressing ladies." Red eyes blinked as if dumbfounded by the sailor in front of him. King clearly couldn't believe the gall of this man any more than the rest of them could understand what brain damage led to this point. "Aside from having no idea why you would think I might know anything about that," he stood fully, his imposing height losing even the semblance of being relaxed. "Last I checked, I only have one child, and considering her interest in anyone's melons begins and ends with her next meal at least a decade before I have to have anything resembling this sort of talk with her." The overwhelming air of just how done he was with their comrade was palpable. The idiot fumbled and tried to justify his line of thought as if it had ever existed. "I just mean, you have a kid." Several of the crew members looked to one another as they made the connection. Oh no. That was where he was going with this? So, He trailed off just as he seemingly finally noticed King's fiery eyes narrowed upon him. Behind King's back all of them were waving their hands wildly to shut this idiot up before the vice captain caught on to what he was being asked. King turned his intimidating masked face and red eyes back to them, and they all pretended that they hadn't done anything at all. They may have forgotten just how skilled the vice captain's observation hockey was. The vice captain popped the last of his snack into his beak with an irritable crunch that snapped unpleasantly in a way that for some reason reminded them of bone. Sheet. He knew. Panic set in among the gathered crew. King, the wildfire. Their vice captain? A man with a zoan form of a beast time forgot. And a walking calamity. He didn't even need the jaws of a pteranodon to make a man sweat. At his size alone, a well-aimed punch could leave a man a head shorter than he ought to be. Every sailor waited with bated breath for what would happen next. "I retract my statement. I know how you can think my interests and a woman's might align. You really are just that stupid." He said it in that scathing tone usually only reserved for Queen. That really showed just how badly their idiot crewmate had messed up. The vice captain might not have a high opinion of most of the crew, but he loathed Queen. No one who is willing to have a dockside fling with a pirate is thinking of their future child when they settle for wasting their enjoyable pursuits on you. With a rustle of dark feathers as graceful as shadow, the vice captain turned on his heel and left them and their idiot crew mate with their breath held and their jaws on the floor. At least nobody died? Somehow that didn't feel as heartening as it should. Oh. King stepped away from the underlings of the crew with a fouled mood before he relieved it upon them explosively. At the other end of the upper deck he found Kaido with Yamato resting against his great shoulder enjoying the breeze. Yamato squealed as they saw him right in their father's ear. It was shrill and endearing, and it melted away his growing ire. "That's right. I am your papa." Without thinking he leaned against Kaido's back as stood on his toes and brushed his beak against the little one's cheek. Predictably Yamato flailed their little arms and their tiny fist harmlessly against his beak. "Is that what that was for?" Kaido was in the middle of trying to clear the ringing from his ear. Gently he took Yamato into his own hands to let him have break. She started making different sounds for each of us. Kaido pet his head to look down at him and then to Yamato. Isn't she a bit young to start talking? No, it's not talking. It just shows she's started recognizing people is all. Though admittedly the one she's been making for me isn't terribly different than the one she makes for being fed. I guess I'll take your word on that. Oh. As quartermaster he had the unfortunate privilege of knowing unfortunate things lightning speed after they happened. And unfortunately, after they happened, meant he was always too late to stop them from happening in the first place. So it was his duty that occupied his mind as he stepped up to check on the vice-captain's predictably bad temper after the unfortunate case of idiot. He was in luck that the captain had found him first and King seemed to be soothed by getting to cuddle the baby. And it was the captain that got to ask the question instead of him. So what's got you set off? King didn't even look up from little Yamato squirming in his arms. We lead a crew of idiots. The captain simply nodded his head acknowledgingly. You already knew that. One of them tried asking me for advice on how to impress women. Even with the baby in his hands he said it with such absolute incredulity. I doubt taking your mask off is the sort of answer that would help any of those BSTRDS. King looked up to give Kaido a withering glare. Under penalty of death he'd never admit as much, but the single time he'd seen the vice-captain's full unmasked face even as tired as it was at the time had him agreeing with the captain. King was a handsome man. I don't even like women. Doesn't stop anyone from betting them. One whose time I paid for maybe. I am a man who prefers the company of other men. I share a child with a man. What part of any of that makes them think I know what women like? That was a valid point if one discounted the anatomical implications having a child with a man gave. The part where having a child means you've had a man between your legs. Saying the very thing he just thought himself in the most blunt Kaido-like manner possible really illustrated just how ridiculous the whole thing was. They might as well have thought that he knew how to play an instrument because he had hands in common with a musician. If they are going to speculate between my legs they can at least do me the courtesy of remembering I am a man. Kaido clapped a heavy hand between King's wings in what was probably meant to pass for a giant-sized display of camaraderie. For any ordinary man it would have flattened them on contact. But it did illustrate one rare thing about their relationship. He suspected that the captain might need someone like King. Not for the romantic or SEC benefits that he didn't want to speculate on but as an honest-to-God friend. As someone in his life that wasn't as fragile to him as if made of glass and tissue paper. He needed someone who wouldn't break if he wasn't careful at all times. And that was a sobering realization to have about a man few ever thought of as anything but a living disaster. King continued on, still obviously unaware that they had a listening party and he couldn't yet bring himself to intrude. It felt too personal to interrupt. It's almost enough to wish I were a woman, then I wouldn't have to deal with men either. How that line of thought made sense was beyond his estimation. Kaido's back. Patting shifted to just rubbing soothing or maybe sympathetic circles between the vice-captain's wings. Oh. Kaido eyed King's outstretched wing. The mass feather fall he'd combed out on his cabin floor had grown back in and the pin feathers they had been released, leaving them seeming shiny and full. No. That wasn't right. It didn't just seem shiny, there really was a green and purple iridescent sheen to it when the light caught it just right. You are staring. I just noticed how shiny your wings have been looking lately. They look a bit from time to time but never this much. King seemed to freeze in place for a moment before he shook himself free of whatever had surprised him. He coughed and his wings fluttered and fluffed awkwardly. DMN him if his king didn't look embarrassed of all things. What the hell did he say to cause that? This was a man who was at home in his skin with someone he trusted. Someone who had talked about all sorts of things that normal folk might have been embarrassed over and he never had been before. You wouldn't know. So you didn't mean. Now he got the feeling that this was going to be one of those language barrier things. Is something wrong? I didn't expect that question is all. Perhaps I should have. In any case, it's hormonal. Brought on by having a nursing child. You weren't nursing when they've gotten shiny before. King's wings did a complicated little flutter that he couldn't quite read. Normally it's just a side effect of my FRTLTY cycle. Having a nursing child is causing the same effect. If they are shinier than normal, does that mean? He let himself trail off, looking to King for answers. King sighed heavily. Yes, I am also currently very fertile and will likely remain such until I stop nursing. It is trying. I would like to say no one ever warned me about a child bringing a hellish energy and no time to deal with it, but that would be a lie. I just wasn't old enough to listen and know what they meant. And that's normal? He wouldn't know what to do if it wasn't, but it seemed like a good idea to at least ask. King gave a light chuckle at that. Very. Near twins AR, his friend gulped down the mistaken tense. were common in my village. He felt his eyebrows raise at that admission. So it wasn't just the unique scenario King had put himself in but all Lunarians. Lunarians who were apparently fond of SEC. He supposed that explained where some of the more XPLCT rumors about them had spawned from. And if he stopped and considered their primary god was a hedonistic god of joy, it started to make a lot more sense. Alright, so your people walk around with your wings advertising when you're ripe. What is it that you heard when I asked you about them? Because now he's sure it had to be some kind of cultural euphemism or something. Let me put it this way. If you had asked me that in my home village, I would have to regretfully inform you that I would rather not be raising 2 children under 2. That had him choking on his own spit. Okay, he might have deserved that, and that definitely made sense now for how flustered his first mate had gotten. It wasn't a sec thing, it was explicitly a different sort of proposition. DMN. You'd think I'd learn a thing or two. As long as we've sailed together, I would have thought I have at least noticed when you bleed enough to put the 2 together. King's eyes blinked up at him as if confused. You've noticed my hurts a number of times. I don't know why that's relevant though. He felt himself laugh at the innocence of the words. Not that sort of blood. What other sort of blood is there? This time it was him that was doing the confused blinking. He didn't expect to have to be so blunt about it. I meant bleeding with your cycles. Why would I bleed then? I'm no less resilient than I am any other time. This time had him ping his head to stare. Every woman he'd ever known understood that, and probably had since they were little girls too young to think of it as anything more than an inconvenience. Because that's how it is for every other person with a PP of their own that I've met. Maybe he was wrong about King's anatomy after all? It's not like he'd ever seen it, in spite of how many times he'd seen the man without a stitch on him. Humans bleed? He sounded horrified and fascinated. But he also didn't correct his assumption that he had a CNT hiding between his legs. Then again, he hadn't corrected Queen when he said as much either. You didn't know that? I've never spent any great amount of time around human women. Nor have I wanted to. I think I prefer losing feathers every few months to that. Knowing what he did now, that tracks. He was pretty sure he'd seen King get and lose his shiny feathers about 4 times a year or so, which seemed to mean he was experiencing his cycles that often too. It was an odd thing to know, but like he'd thought before, it would be more surprising if he didn't. Sharing a ship tended to do away with a lot of personal privacy like that. You sound like someone asked if you'd like to be kicked in the ball every month. Every month? If he sounded horrified before, his poor King seemed positively green at the gills about it now. I don't think I've ever learned something I wanted to know less. Try being 17 and the only man on a ship young enough for the women to harangue into getting them supplies. Learn more about women than I ever wanted. It was mostly Stussy and Gloriosa that did it. Silver Axe probably hasn't had that sort of problem for longer than I've been alive, and Linlin mostly avoids it by staying PRGNNT all the DMN time. That seems unwise. You wouldn't be the first to tell her as much, not that she listens. King was silent for a moment, still seeming to be reeling with unfortunate knowledge. But then he let out a pained groan. What's the matter? I'm suddenly faced with the fact that I have a female child in my care and no idea if Oni also possessed such a trait. Before 2 minutes ago I wouldn't have doubted that we do. Now? Hell if I know. Oh. His head was spinning. He knew and learned far too much this time. Why was it always him? He didn't ask to know these things. Oh, the things he could live without knowing. Some days it was starting to feel like he could fill a book with all the things he'd rather wish he didn't know. Knowing the NTMT details of whatever his commanding officers had going on between them. That felt like his life was now on a timer. He should have made himself known before all this, getting on his superior's bad sides beat med. He should have told himself, fortify, and done it rather than put himself in this situation. Sir. I wanted to apologize for my intrusions before. They were in emergencies, but that's no excuse for. Violently red eyes looked down to meet his gaze. If you had intruded on anything worth apologizing for, you'd know it. Which meant either what he thought he saw wasn't what was actually happening, or the vice captain didn't know what he had seen. That was a daunting prospect. In spite of what people may say about how I dress when they think I cannot hear, exhibition is not to my liking. I am sorry, sir. Those hellfire eyes finally looked away, closing for a moment. It's nothing. You aren't the first, nor will you be the last to think that. People have been making assumptions since I was 14. If it hasn't stopped now, it likely never will. That was an uncomfortable level of honesty. But it made him realize he didn't know how old King really was. Before he had seen the man's face, he would have thought he was the captain's age, or maybe even older, given his tendency to act as the captain's advisor in some things. But now it was obvious he was the younger of the two. His first known bounty came about some 6 or 7 years ago, and the cook had been sailing under him as the vice captain for 4. He must have been 20 at most back then, probably even younger. If he'd been as young as 18 at the time, that would fit for being a youthful mid-20s now, like he suspected. That was a long time to deal with people making unfortunate assumptions. If that is all? Yes sir. His heart couldn't take much more of this. He needed a drink. Or 12. Oh. The dockside beast pirates took a wander until they found a pub to keep in business or put out of it. Shore time was a rare indulgence for their crew, so whoever got to have it always made sure to enjoy it while they could. It was never said outright, but most of the crew had come to guess that either the captain, the vice-captain, or both didn't like to spend time near dry land any more than they had to. No one was brave enough to ask them why, of course, but it wouldn't have changed anything if they did. Well, no one with any sense of self-preservation anyway. Someone like the cook probably could, or maybe he knew already. Who knew with that sort? Drinks were ordered and made their rounds, and company started to join the fun all around. The quartermaster and the chief navigator seemed to be commiserating on something more than a few tankards in. And the more curious of their comrades were devoted into adding to that number until they could find out why. If either of them had been sober to start with, they might have noticed their drinking buddies were the usual suspects with more than a few wagers at play. If there was anything that was a constant in a sea that was always changing, it was that. Gambling and gossip. From the humble fishermen to haughty cruise liners and on to stiff-collared marines and rough-neck pirates, they all loved a good rumor. And doubly true when it was both at once. The beast pirates were notorious for both, at least out of earshot of their superiors anyway. A round or two of drinks later and it was revealed that they got to thank the navigator for their shore time. So long as they didn't tell the bosses about it. Apparently the chief navigator had been a stammering mess, hell-bent on avoiding the captain and vice-captain both for days. The poor man swore he had overheard the pair of them having a go at each other in an NTMT fashion. Money changed hands, flowing as freely as water, whiskey, and wine. The treasurer was proudly a few berry richer. And fresh bets were made. All much to the quartermaster's consternation. Or as much of that as he could understandably muster, which was getting to be less and less by the minute. I don't get it though, why now? Maybe they were just lucky? Or trying to hide it better? They were never trying to hide it. Maybe the vice-captain's right about all of us being a little dumb. Or just a little selectively blind. I know. Their quartermaster agreed suddenly, still well on his way in the pursuit of being plastered. At least it isn't just me. It's always me. The man groaned into his tankard. The navigator swayed in his seat as he raised a finger to poke the quartermaster in the chest. Of course it's always us, because it's your job to be all interrupty. For a drunk man he had a point, it was the quartermaster's job to inform the captain and vice-captain of things that needed their attention. But I don't need to know that sort of thing. Vice-captains got post-PRGNNCYSEC cravings? I don't want to know that. It's bad for my health to know that. Oh, your poor lady. A cheery barmaid chimed in, coming to deliver another round for them all. PRGNNCY cravings are the worst. Even the NTMT parts. Hormones put you all out of sorts, making you hornier than a toad, or so put off you'd think about taking up vows to be a nun. A few of the beast pirates blinked at that. Was that really the way of it? Just side effects from the baby? You better tell her, mister, to keep her satisfied, she's the one doing the hard part. The barmaid laughed, unaware of the horrified shudder that her suggestion sent down the backs of a crowd of hardened pirates. There was no way in hell any of them were about to tell their captain of all people to plow kings, plumbing a man notably just as deadly and many times as reserved. Don't wanna have another baby while the first one's still a baby. The quartermaster was slurring now, but still understandable. Regrettably understandable at that. Nobody had even thought of that possibility before. Some of the others were starting to agree with the poor man. He really did have a nasty habit of knowing more than was healthy for him. Or any of the rest of them for that matter. Of course she doesn't. The barmaid agreed, sympathetically patting him on the back. The rest of them that were still sober enough to think straight were fervently remembering the vice-captain's threat if they told anyone about the baby. They were certain now, no matter what sort of parts the vice-captain might be hiding, he was as much a man as any of the rest of them. But just this once it'd be best to let the mistaken identity stay as it was. It was better for their health that way. Raising a baby while already having one is hard enough while on land. I can't imagine it's any easier for a sailing girl. As the barmaid left them to their drinks, the most coherent of them had mentally pieced together what the navigator had heard and what the quartermaster knew, and came to the conclusion of what had really been going on. While King had been busy writing all their buttes, he'd rather be writing the captain's. Well, whatever he could. And the captain was certainly obliging. I just thought of something. What now? Well, it's just the baby's about 2 months now, right? 7 or 8 weeks. Yeah? Midwives tell women not to have SEC for 6 after they have a kid, so they were right in the thick of the vice captain being lifted from medical restriction that even a beast of a man like him had to adhere to. And when that little nugget of knowledge mixed with what their unfortunate quartermaster had gleaned, well, things were starting to make sense in the worst of ways. You mean? The other man shrugged. I doubt he would have wanted to, even if he could, those first few, what with how exhausted the little one had him. Maybe make it a ship-wide rule to knock first. Even for public areas. Right. On that much even the quartermaster agreed. Though, well, they'd remind him of it when he sobered up. Most of the crew had taken their cue for shore leave and run with it, already filling the bars and whatever other places a man could find his entertainment in an island port town. Those that had stayed were well on their way to joining them with their own party. Those off duty drank and caroused, while those still tending the ship and mending what needed mending supplied shanties and work songs between them. He barely noticed when he started rubbing at his temples more and more vigorously as the night went on. By the time he really started to notice, his head was starting to throb in an unpleasantly familiar sort of way. A hand touched his shoulder. Who the? He turned to see King with Yamato in his hands. Of course it was him. Him and Queen were the only ones on the ship near enough his height to reach out like that, and Queen wasn't inclined to. Go. Drink something and enjoy yourself while we have a moment of peace. Too bad you can't join me. Not that King ever drank all that much to start with. Blackjack's goading didn't count in his books. That woman could talk the panties off a nun if she was determined enough. But even still, having his friend quietly working his way through his drink at his side was better than drinking alone. I think you'll be fine without me. Besides, I'd rather Yamato not be our drinking partner until she's old enough to decide for herself. How old do you think is old enough? I'm not certain yet. Most islands seem to allow it by 16 or 18, but I've heard of some banning it until 21. He might not be sure what was reasonable, but that last one was funny. If they tried that one, even King himself would be too young to drink. I've got nothing there. Raider's army had us drinking rotgut by 10. Not that that place was a good example of anything. Back then the drill masters used to tell them that they were men, so they should drink like one. Putting years between gave him enough perspective to guess that wasn't it. It was more likely they just wanted them too plastered to think about turning their weapons against them. When he sailed with the Rocks pirates, Silver Axe had her own thoughts about them. Something about too much too young or some sheet. He still didn't put much stock in that, considering how freely booze flowed on the Rocks ship. He was certain some of them had been drinking just as long and just as much as he did, and they didn't get headaches. Or they just let him think he was the odd one out for some reason. Whatever the reason, drinking put the pain at bay. Even the hangover after was better than that. King side-eyed him with one of those looks of his that he could never quite figure out. Funny enough, those reminded him of Silver Axe too. Oh. It seemed like the vice-captain's word was all it took for Kaido to join the crew in drink and laughs. At first he drank smooth and slow, laughing here and there as some sort of tension no one else had caught seeped from him. Then the drinks began to really start flowing. The captain seemed to take King's words to heart and aimed to have some fun. The Titanic man's demeanor quickly shifted from relaxed to tipsy and was rapidly approaching sloshed for all to see. For all his drunken joy, he seemed to orbit around the amused vice-captain. He was indulging the captain, certainly, but it felt as though the drink that brought out Kaido's open thoughts brought a little of his own with it. But then they hit a precipice and Kaido, king of beasts, was the one who tumbled over it. Kaido! King called after the river of scales and teeth flowing up into the sky. This night just got interesting. Oh. Sheet. Zoan users might not have an animal mind, but they had animal instincts, and removing inhibitions from someone who had more background wants and needs than an ordinary human could be tumultuous. DMN. He had only meant for Kaido to enjoy himself, not get completely plastered. This was not the time or place for this. Whatever he did, he couldn't let the mostly dragon-minded man think there was a threat. There was always a fine line between the emotionally raw and honest man in a dragon skin and tipping over into the instincts of the beast. When he'd been younger and his captain had gone off on his own to get hammered, he had pulled every trick he could think of to keep him calm and contained until he came back to himself. The fact that he'd had to play follow the birdie with a giant sky fish more than a few times, well, that was something he would be keeping to himself until the last sun fell. As he got older and Kaido drank alone less, they had fewer incidents. But all that time had still taught him a few tricks to managing him. The only trouble was he had Yamato with him this time. What to do? An idea came to him. That could do it. He forced his wings to jitter in a mimicry of rage-filled motion that was a lot more like someone making faces while play-acting than any genuine expression. But it did the trick. The sound of an irritable rattle of feathers was close enough to the sound of raising and lowering scales that it drew the dragon's eye. And the gaze that looked upon him at that moment? That was all dragon. There was hardly any of the man to be found. Forward thinking wasn't likely something he was going to be doing much of. The dragon flared his neck frills. He snapped his wings open wide and puffed his feathers to make them seem even bigger. He was never quite sure about dragon body language any more than Kaido cared about it. Such was the case when you were the only one of a thing, he knew that all too well himself. But at least he had his attention. His total height was still only as long as the dragon's head, but with wings as big as his he could at least make himself look not worth the effort of taking a snap at. You can't take that form here. He searched his mind for a reason, any reason that didn't make it sound like there was a threat lurking. Because if he told his captain in this state that being a giant dragon was going to have reinforcements called to the island, he already knew how that would be answered. There would be a blast breath melting the bedrock before he could even finish his sentence. Not something he could risk. I can't leave the ship right now and a full-size dragon will capsize it. The dragon was definitely in the pilot's seat, but there was just enough of the man in there to understand words. At least that's what he was hoping. If there wasn't, then this was very quickly going to turn into a pain in his butt. The dragon's eyes pinned. That was good, he had his attention and he seemed to be listening. Azure coils undulated as he dipped his head low and close. The dragon's nose puffed against his coat, ruffling Yamato's hair, and his barbels wavered. And then, "Did you really just lick me?" He wiped his free hand down the side of his mask to clear the alcohol-soaked dragon drool from it. There was no answer, but he got the feeling that he was unrepentant anyway. He tried again. "You don't have to be a man, you can still relax, but you can't be a full dragon." He hoped that was simple and straightforward enough to make it through. Even if it was a short-term solution, only for the night. He would have to find wherever their errant navigator had holed himself up after this and shake an island fit for a dragon out of him. Somewhere uninhabited would be nice. Unclaimed would be better. Probably somewhere with carnivorous terrain or something equally inhospitable to humans and fun for a dragon. Maybe deeper into the new world, maybe a trip up to a sky island. Something. The rumbling vocalization of a dragon interrupted his thoughts. He held back a sigh of relief as the dragon shook his mane and began to shrink down to his half-beast form. Wait. Sheet. Those scales weren't blue. They were purple. Vibrantly. Violently. Purple. He didn't think Kaido had meant to take this particular form, but it seems this was the one he was stuck dealing with. Kaido landed on the larger upper rail that he usually used to perch or pace. His bulk was crouched, waiting to spring and held aloft by the grip of his dewclaws, finding purchase on the railing. A cautious glance around the deck told him that the crew had already gotten the message to clear out with caution. "Where's your pretty flames?" Well, he was talking again. That was an improvement. "I can't right now." "Why not?" He imagined for a split second that this is what he had to look forward to when Yamato started talking. He'd heard somewhere once that toddlers were basically tiny drunks, and what he remembered of babysitting them when he was a boy didn't dissuade that any. "You probably won't understand while you are this drunk." "Tell me anyway?" Kaido pet his head and said those familiar words. He felt himself relax into the familiar ritual of it. Something they had been doing since the time it had just been the two of them. Sometimes his friend liked to hear him talk. Even if he didn't understand the words or the topic. He imagined it was Kaido's way of reaching out to not be alone either. Sometimes he thought maybe that's why they worked so well together. They were both lonely in ways they couldn't quite say, so they would be alone together, and then over time being alone didn't feel so lonely. "I can't ignite right now because I'm holding Yamato." Well, he could. It was just that he could in the same way a human could force themselves to put their hand on a hot stove. It was possible, but their natural inclination was not to do that. "It goes against every instinct. My body has to ignite with my nursing child in my arms." "What if you didn't know?" He found himself shaking his head. Drunk and profoundly curious was apparently the mood for the evening. "Even out of my mind or dead asleep, I would instinctively douse my flames the moment I feel my child." Technically it could apply to any child under his care so long as he felt a bond with them the way his people did. But it was especially true while he was nursing. Even raising a controlled temperature when she first arrived took an incredible amount of DSPLN. Admittedly, that part was slightly less due to his nature and more that it was a specialized skill he'd once learned to impress his teacher. You don't want to hurt the baby. He wasn't sure how any of that lured his captain down from his perch, but it did, and brought the dragon man to his side. "That's right." Kaido reached a hand out and trailed the back of a clawed finger against Yamato's cheek. The little one opened their tiny mouth, sticking out their tongue and smacking their lips like they weren't too sure about that. Then they proceeded to gum at the scaly appendage, clearly deciding that's what its job was. The chuckle that came from Kaido's throat was a coarser rattle than his usual, with his dragon side influencing what sound he could make. "She's such a cute baby. How did something so cute ever come from me?" He hovered over Yamato, and King himself who held them, with honest wonder that only spirits could bring. He didn't know what to think to answer this time. There might not be an answer. Or if there was, it wasn't likely one Kaido would hear. His captain looked at his own child and saw something small, and innocent, and helpless. Something more than the monster the world called him. And he couldn't see that that came from him too. Tell me more? He searched for more to say. I felt her voice in my perception since I knew about her. He glanced past Kaido to see the cautiously lingering deckhands pretending like they weren't listening. He wouldn't give Yamato's secret away so openly, nor would he let Kaido. So he spoke with a silver-tongued half-truths and lies that weren't technically lies. A particularly casual use of observation haki was indeed how Lunarians bonded with their children. They were biologically primed for it, even if they didn't realize what they were doing. And he had kept his passive observation on Yamato since Kaido had asked him to parent them. And that passive observation was what his body's instinctual response was keyed into. It just wasn't because he had carried or birthed them. That was exactly the sort of mistaken assumption someone like Queen would make. Knowing just enough to make a logical leap but not enough to consider that they could be wrong. He was banking on that. You are such a good papa. He supposed he should feel flattered? Kaido did have a reputation for being incredibly honest with his feelings when he was drunk. It didn't help his heart and head in keeping their distance any to hear that though. He worried that in the end no amount of bracing himself would stop him from getting attached to this tiny angry dumpling named Yamato. That when the time came and they didn't need him he'd lose his heart with them. I like seeing you with my kid. He couldn't even guess what that was supposed to mean, but no doubt it was going to be lighting up the ship's rumor mill in the morning. If it waited that long. You don't have to be fiery. I'll protect you. I promised. Then his friend, in all of his infinite drunken wisdom, decided to lean his even larger than usual bulk against him, hanging loosely against his shoulder. As a man who only came up to Kaido's chest on the best of days, having something taller still suddenly hanging off him made him stagger. Somehow he managed to get them both seated to the deck without dropping Kaido or Yamato in the process. Kaido seemed to take that as time to be a cuddly drunk, and he just didn't have enough in him to protest. He had a roulette of other possibilities he could have ended up with. He'd take the one that was the least trouble to wrangle. Which is how he came to be sitting on the deck of their ship with his friend's tail curled around them and Kaido's head laying against his shoulder. Hey King. You're pretty great. I'm glad you think so. Yet you're my best friend. And you mine. A tendril of hair fell from Kaido's face, showing his jaw and ear behind it. And just below that little divots set there, notches buried under what looked like a healed gnarl of former burns. He trailed his fingers down the matted scars. Kaido's hair kept them hidden. Had always kept them hidden. Even in his oldest bounty posters he wore his hair over them. He'd seen them before on those rare moments Kaido tied his hair up, but he'd never looked at them. Not really. And he'd never asked about them either. They looked old. Hot irons. He felt as much as heard Kaido's mutter into his neck. What? Kaido merely shrugged as if the old scars meant nothing. He didn't even raise his head from King's shoulder. The raiding army practiced ritual scaring. He knew someone else that had a practice of ritual scaring. As much as he tried to put the thought of the Celestials out of his mind, the similarity just wouldn't leave. For I was conscripted, they had me pinned, held hot irons there. I got even though. Kicked the BSTRDS through a set of pillars and a stone garden wall when I got loose. How old were you? He already suspected he knew the answer. Too young. Kaido's brow furrowed at that. Clearly making him remember and count was a tall order right now. 10? Could have been younger. Had to have been at least 8 though. His heart clenched and he closed his eyes for just a moment to try to block out the thoughts that followed. 10. He had been 10. Younger than even he had been when his village had burned. A part of him wished he could go back in time and cradle the boy his captain had once been, to protect and reassure him. But another part of him already knew even if he could do such a thing it wouldn't be welcomed, not by the man he was now and not by the boy he had been. He looked to Yamato and Kaido both. Father and child, each tucked against him. And he gave his own silent promise. A promise much like the one Kaido had given to a boy named Albert years ago. Kaido would protect him and in return he would protect Kaido. He would protect them both. Until the last sunrise. Until his flame went out for the last time. Until the god of miracles ferried his soul. Oh. The crew was collectively breathing a sigh of relief when the vice-captain got the captain calmed back down. A few of the braver, or depending on who you asked, suicidally stupid crew members listened to what King said as he was talking to the captain. It was a bit private but sweet. Far sweeter than anyone thought to expect given the two men in question, that's for sure. But also, unexpectedly dangerous. Nobody had known that King not just wouldn't light his fire while holding Yamato, but couldn't. If an enemy found out about that, they didn't want to think about what would happen. knowing what they did now. That his prestigious skill in observation hockey had felt his child's presence before she was even born. That he knowingly brought her into the world with the understanding that she would make him instinctively vulnerable in a way he had never been. The weight of that knowledge made them all realize that very first threat he had made the night Yamato was born was positively tame compared to the gravity of it. But the captain. Those honest words of his. Everyone knew Kaido favored King. That was a simple matter of fact. He was considerate of King when he wasn't of anyone or anything else. But hearing him openly call King his friend and praising him for being a good father to their child. Even listening to how attracted he was to him for being the father of his child. It was humanizing. It was humanizing to Kaido in the same way that seeing them both learn to parent Yamato was. It was the knowledge that these men who were living terrors who walked the earth were men. They loved, they joked, and played, and did silly ordinary things that men did. They lived like men do. Oh. He woke with a groan. His stomach heaved and his head felt as though the captain had learned to tap dance just to use it as the stage. The night before was soon rushing back to him. Oh God! What had he done? He ran through everything he could remember saying while drinking. It was all a blur, so he wasn't terribly sure. The misbegotten assholes he sailed with had been informed of the vice-captain's predicament. And unfortunately about how the captain and him were trying their best not to give little Yamato a new sibling anytime soon. At least he'd managed to keep the tribal miscommunication that likely brought the littlest Oni into the world to himself? That was something at least. Oh, who was he kidding? The vice-captain was going to murder him for spilling his guts like that. Oh, that was morbidly funny. The vice-captain was going to spill his guts for spilling his guts. Hey quartermaster. Rise and shine. The remaining inebriants passed out around him groaned pitifully at the call, sounding like they all felt as bad as he did. Man, you look like sheet. I'm a protein shake made of existential dread and poor life choices, what am I supposed to look like? You aren't going to die, you overdramatic goldfish. Everyone knows not to say what we know to the captain or vice-captain. Nobody worth the air they breathe is that stupid. And we all, you included by the way, agreed that knocking before entering was a far better idea than telling the pair of them what to do on their ship. So you are fine. Somehow he doubted that. They gathered the remaining beast pirates that had stayed the night, tipped and paid their tabs. The vice-captain had been pretty adamant about keeping a low profile, so a proper dine and dash or a sneak out the back from an innkeeper's eyes was probably something he'd frown upon at the moment. Captain wouldn't care, but he wouldn't protect them from King's disappointment either. As the returning partygoers got closer to the docks, they could all feel a sense of unease in the air, but no one could place. Once they reached the docks, however, it was clear something had happened, and they had a guess their crew was probably to blame somehow. It was always their crew. What the hell happened here? One of them called up to one of the visible deckhands, and that's odd. Deckhands all around, but none of the shipwrights were up and hammering away in their repairs yet. SHHH. More deckhands came to the rails waving their arms wildly and hushing them all. That was odder still. What was going on? Captain got a bit drunk. Big scary dragon made everything go melons up for a bit. Everything turned out well in the end though. King talked him down. Then the captain took a little power nap and the both of them slept out here the whole night. Then who's been watching the baby? Oh, she's over there too. Collectively they cringed. Baby plus hangover plus a shitty night's sleep. This was a powder keg waiting to happen. A few more inspired idiots crept closer to the still sleeping titans. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Eyes raised and turned to the cook climbing up from the depths of the ship to greet the surface world with all the air of a mole greeting the sun. You get within range of his tail, you'll get sent flying before he's even opened his eyes. Something in his tone said that was if the captain bothered opening his eyes at all. Oh. King slowly blinked, returning to the waking world. For a split second he was confused where he was or how he got there, only knowing he wasn't in his cabin. But hearing the familiar sound of Kaido's snores right in his ear brought him back to lucidity. Right. He'd fallen asleep on the deck because Kaido was drunk off his butt, clingy, and too stubborn to allow himself to be convinced to go to bed. He was reminded of his thought from the night before. If this was a sign of things to come, then oh, what joy he had to look forward to with those toddler years. If he was expected to have a role in those years. He rolled his eyes at that. He mentally took stock of everything else. Physically, he was fine. His butt was numb and his back and wings were sore, but that would fix itself when he finally got several tons of Oni dragon off his shoulder and started moving around. He was still covered in the furred overcoat Kaido had thrown over him so he could feed Yamato without removing himself from being his captain's pillow. His coat and shirt were still undone from that as well. It did leave him feeling a bit uneasy to have his skin so nearly visible out on the open deck, especially having had it that way all through the night, but he could bear it for the moment. Kaido was still sound asleep laying against his shoulder and lightly drooling on his coat. He mentally sighed. He couldn't make it any worse, he'd already gotten dragon spit all over his mask. He looked down where Yamato was still passed out, sleeping just as hard as their father and also drooling onto his coat. You really are so much like your father. He chuckled. The little one was making those familiar tiny hungry noises in their sleep. The back of his mask made a thump as he leaned his head back against the railing behind them. He wasn't going anywhere until he could get the pair of them up. Surprisingly, he didn't have all that long to wait for at least one of them to rise. Yamato blinked big sleepy orange eyes up at him and yawned. Little Thing wasn't sure they were awake or not yet. Did your stomach wake you up? A grumbly little mule followed. I thought it might. He easily shifted his little one's position against his chest to let them eat without disturbing their father's place on his shoulder. The sleepy baby quietly nursed, rubbing little fists against their face. He was almost certain they had fallen back asleep while eating, but they were still lightly suckling, so he let them be and just continued absently stroking their hair. Good to see you up, sir. He glanced up from watching Yamato to see the cook surprisingly far from the kitchens. Do you have something to say, cook? Nothing you don't already expect. Too true. Now should I put in for an actual breakfast, or will we be arguing about the hair of the dog again? He's asleep, he can have breakfast and complain about it later. As you say, sir. The cook turned on his heel with a smug grin on his face. Kaido would much rather the sweet alcohol-laced concoction, of course, but it wasn't what was best for him. After the cook, the quartermaster and their formerly hard-to-find navigator made their reports. It was a tedious matter, and he was almost certain that the pair of them were as hungover as the man still sleeping against his shoulder was about to be. Well, perhaps not quite that hungover. A human probably wouldn't survive the alcohol poisoning it would take for them to get that hungover. In the midst of their reports, he felt Yamato wiggle and squirm against his chest before they went back to eating with vigor. Thankfully his mask hid any expressions his face might have made at that. Then he felt something. A startled shudder raced his spine and fluffed his feathers. What the hell was that? He glanced down at the child he held against his chest. Ah. Yamato had discovered they could blow bubbles. That's for eating, not for playing. His comment was met with a gummy baby grin and more spit bubbles. Because of course it was. Yes, I'm sure you think it's a neat trick. He resigned himself to a near future of the bizarre feeling of milky spit bubbles being blown against his chest. Yamato squealed happily, gurgling and cooing at him. He sighed. That was indeed his future. Against his shoulder he felt as much as he heard Kaido's groan. It was almost impressive that Yamato was what woke him when the lightning sky hadn't yet. Kaido finally seeming to rise was enough to summon the cook back from his domain. There's some breakfast waiting for you when you are ready, Captain. Kaido grunted in agreement, holding his head in his hands as he sat up. Perhaps you'll be less inclined to play with your food than your child was this morning. He commented in amusement. I could tell her melons aren't for playing with, but I'd be lying. Kaido grinned through the no doubt pounding hangover he had. He rolled his eyes at his friend's remark. The fact that he had made it through nursing Yamato for this long without that sort of comment was probably some kind of achievement. I'll live with it. How's everything else? I've been your pillow all night, so I haven't had the chance to look, but nothing seemed too damaged that wasn't already needing fixing anyway. That's good enough. Though. Next time you are feeling puckish, that is not the manner in which I'd like to be soaked. In the grand scheme of things, being drenched because his friend decided to childishly play in the rain ranked far higher in his preferences to being doused in dragon spit. Kaido looked through his fingers at him as if he said something funny. I'd tell you to say that again in runic to figure out what's wrong with the way you said that, but I'm pretty sure that's the problem. Is this another boots thing? He narrowed his eyes at that. It was far too early in the morning for that kind of argument. Language and semantics didn't flow smoothly between runic and world standard at times. Nor did he really expect them to. They were as different from one another as the sea was from the sky. He might have learned over the years, but that didn't erase that it was still in a foreign tongue to both his mouth and his mind. Even speaking it for years, he still found himself being caught up by it. Kaido chuffed, his dragon vocals making the sound somewhere between a big cat and a river crocodile as he did. Not quite. He would simply have to assume whatever was funny about what he said wasn't important enough to quibble over. Unlike the boots thing. 5 years and they were still arguing about that one. Then I will say what I want and you may watch Yamato. I have several types of drool on my coat, more than there should be. Yeah. I've got her. Go take your shower. As it turned out, spending a week on an autumn island coming up on the tail of winter as it turned to spring wasn't all it was cracked up to be. For the docked beast pirates it meant less fun in the sun and more chilled, rainy, and overcast. A few of the more daring wanted to blame the captain's drunken dragon antics for the weather, but hearing the man grumble enough about it himself quickly dashed those ideas. Sad as it was to say, no amount of finger-pointing was going to change the fact. After those first 2 dry days of welcome reprieve, the entire island had been covered in a constant steady misty drizzle. The constant damp was miserable to drudge through, but it appeared to have an effect on the local culture's dedication to cozy spaces. Pretty much imagine if New Orleans and Edinburgh had a baby and fed it a steady diet of pillow forts, bookshops, and hipster cafes. Once you got over the disappointed slog from the docks, it was actually pretty appealing to watch and listen to from under the dry cover of the high balconies that lined their streets. They were so tall that even the vice-captain could have passed under them with ease, and the captain would have only had to dip his horn slightly. The glow of street lanterns and the warmth of patio heaters that they absolutely had to beg the captain to let them bring back to their ship, all backed by the sound of rain-song pipes and drums, elevated the whole thing from bearable to almost enjoyable. It was downright uneventful for a beast pirate shore leave, surprising everyone. No fist fights, riots, or being run out of town. They were mannered as their rough natures allowed, and the town was the same. It was almost novel feeling. But then again, after the bouts of bad luck they'd had traveling the cosmic scales might have just owed them a break. Once they learned to tolerate the rain and figure what the islanders did for fun in the rainy season, the week quickly passed them by, and soon enough their short aside came to a close. The crew woke with a start at the sound of a shrill whistle and a curse against whoever gave it to the man that blew it. Anyone who isn't hungover, report on deck. Anyone who is better, start sobering up quick. The pose is set and the captain wants us out with the tide. We've got jobs to do. With that, the quartermaster turned on his heel and disappeared into the blinding sun. The Whitebeard Island and all the awkward conversations, antics, and situations that had been had and heard there were being put behind them. Oh, a ship spotted. Closing in fast. Morning watch called down in a commotion rarely ever used outside of taking fire. Stern portside. Everyone dropped the cards, games, and tasks they had been up to and rushed to fit warm bodies to cannon posts. Flags? It was King's voice that cut the air before Kaido's own. None? The answering voice was softer now and full of confusion. What kind of ship could want anything to do with us but flies no flags? Nobody answered, but they were all thinking it. Nothing good. Kaido felt King's observation hockey reach out just as he spread his own. A beacon blazed at the edge of his range. If it was at the edge of his range, it was well within King's end. And he recognized exactly who was racing towards them. If it's not one thing, it's another. DMN. Why did it have to be her? He glanced around at his jittery crew. They'd do in a fight if it came to it, but... He looked to King with Yamato held tight to his chest. A firefight or a boarding party? They weren't in the position for either. The pursuit ship closed in fast and small, just like its ilk. Were meant to. His ship was built to outgun and outlast, not run like hell was at their heels. They had other things for that. But not enough time. Maybe if .no, it'd be better to get this unpleasantness over with as quickly as possible. Then they'd put waves between them. He leaned over to King as he watched its approach hasten. Whatever you do, don't let her touch you. Her? You'll see. Oh. If her ship was eerie as hell, coming out of nowhere and moving as fast as it did, the woman it ferried was 10 times that. She came up and boarded their ship with staggered climb like a fairytale lich, and she walked his deck with all the grace of a wraith. Bedraggled slate hair hung framing an impossibly aged face and a terrible grin he hated remembering, let alone looking at. Bride's teeth, they were called in some old culture. Supposedly they were considered pretty for wherever they were from, and maybe even on her they had been once. But the years and the person they belonged to twisted them into an unpleasant countenance he wished he didn't have the displeasure of knowing. You've made yourself a hard man to find these days. I am almost impressed. The creak in her voice, like the sound of dry wind through dead branches and empty canyons, made his skin crawl and the hair on the back of his neck rise. He only just barely kept blue scales from rippling down his arms or his filed teeth from growing into proper fangs. He didn't believe that she was impressed for even a moment, or if she was, it wasn't in a good way. I've come to relay a message. If he hated the sound of her voice, he loathed that even more. Fine. This way. He led her to the meeting hall and sank into his throne-like chair while King took the position of being his sentinel, perched atop his preferred crates as he was. Higarashi's frail-seeming rail-thin form held the center of the floor, waiting for her to speak. The sooner she said her piece, the sooner she was gone, and he very much wanted her gone. It's been 10 years, you've done quite well for yourself in that time. A speculative gaze drifted to King's black wings and then to Yamato held in his hands and Yamato's pale hair. Speculating just like anyone who thought they knew anything would. Just like he had meant them to. It made them show their hand at what they thought they knew about Yamato, about King, and his people. But the old crone managed to make it twice as invasive as anyone else. He could practically see what she envisioned between him and King playing out behind her eyes. He ground his teeth and barely kept the ripple of scales under his skin from showing how he felt. He'd seen back alley whores looked at with more dignity than this old shrew looked at King with now. King curled Yamato closer to his chest while his sword hand tensed, waiting for a single word to cleave her head from her shoulders and make the hag yesterday's problem. DMN. He should have ordered him to hide her in one of their cabins and out of Higurashi's sights. Out of range of her touch wasn't good enough. Maybe he should have kept both of them away from her. Yes. Quite well. She cackled as if she thought King's imminent threat was nothing but amusing. What do you want, Higurashi? Because it isn't to congratulate me or gawk at my brat. An offer. As simple as that. Strength speaks to strength after all. Lord Orochi will supply you and your fleet with harbor and as many weapons as you desire in exchange for your support of his rule as shogun of Wano country. Wano? That was practically dead middle of the New World. Half a world away from anything. It was an isolated closed-off backwater country as far as he knew. I'll think about it. She gave nothing away, but for a brief second he thought he saw the veins in her neck twitch and tighten. If his answer disappointed her and she was trying to keep her temper, then he had more cards in his hand than he thought. And definitely more than she wanted him to know he had. Don't think too long. This offer won't last forever. She bowed out and disappeared. The moment he sensed her vanish from the edges of his perception, he let loose a dragon's roar. Every part of himself that he'd held back from showing his hand in her presence rushed forth. Fangs sharpened where the dull flat edge of his filed tusk sat and blue scales raced down his arms and back with black claws soon tipping his fingers to follow. He grabbed the nearest crew member and barely held back a snarl as he gave his order. Sweep the ship for anything that doesn't belong. Sir? Make sure she didn't leave anything behind. Oh. What do you mean? He said he'll think about it. Orochi's voice reached fever pitch through the Den Mushi's mimicked expression. I thought you said that beast couldn't resist. There are two things Kaido, king of beasts, cares for in this world. Only two. He will come. You seem certain for someone who was turned away. The Den's expression narrowed its eyes upon Higurashi's form. He is a great brute, but he hasn't outgrown what he was raised to be. Power is the only thing he knows. I want to see Wano in ruins. Orochi bleated like a spoiled child. Then Kaido is the beast you want. Everywhere he walks he leaves ruin in his wake. She crooned her words like a curse upon the world and turned her gaze to churning tide outside her window. Yes, she thought. Kaido would come. It was only a matter of time. An Oni. A beast. A dragon. A monster. No, it mattered not what moniker he took in this age, he was still what he had always been. It didn't matter that he'd taken a Lunarian as a bed warmer or that he'd fed a whelp into him. Kaido didn't change. He'd never change. He was a ruined thing that didn't know how, and he always would be. Oh. This route gets worse and worse. King shook his head despairingly. No, this time it isn't the route. I don't think she knew about Yamato before now. But if she had come when Yamato was born or even in those first couple of weeks, could you say we wouldn't have taken her request? Stability, an island with supplies, maybe a wet nurse or a real doctor. A poison pill. It would have looked plenty appealing that we wouldn't have looked twice at what she was asking for it. And what do you think she is really asking? Good man. His king caught the hook already. He knew what they were being asked wasn't all there was to it. She wants us to play at being the monsters at the gate. That much is clear. Anything else though, I don't know. Wano's a closed country, so it's not likely that any of the goings on there will make it out to sea. It wasn't the route, but the journey wasn't getting any easier. Just how much more would they have thrown in their path before they felt the sun rise for them? How much more? Author's note. So I decided to give you folks my dragon notes so the audience is informed even when the characters are not. It will be a long time till any of the characters get to find out about dragons, so here you go. In this AU, dragons were a real species of animal, while Kaido's fruit attributes further abilities to it, making it mythological, in the same way that Sengoku's Buddha is a man but with extra powers beyond what humans possess. Dragons are lobed sky fish in the koi family, endemic to the White Sea and the White Sea, but will descend to the Blue Sea for mating and nesting. PRDS. They are extinct in their Blue Sea and White Sea ranges but may exist as a critically threatened population surviving in the White Sea. Believed to have been driven to extinction between 300 and 600 years ago in their Blue Sea and White Sea ranges. Some scholars still believe remnant lineages may live on in the remote reaches of the White Sea, but thus far no reports of such sightings have been substantiated. Yes, I made up an encyclopedia article for them. General. As fish they can't drown, they can however be suffocated. Their barbels, whiskers, sense air and water currents for prey. Their bodies contain a high amount of ammonia, making them unpalatable to all but the most hardy scavengers, for real-world reference of something similar, the Greenland shark. Behavior. In their native White Sea and White Sea ranges they would be considered a type A, big friendly being relatively docile towards things too small to bother hunting that haven't attacked them first. In the Blue Sea range they are considered type C, big savage, as this range is their breeding territory. Being present in it makes them territorial and aggressive towards pretty much anything. Raising and lowering scales indicates excitement, which can be from any emotion from happy to aggression to arousal. Flaring their neck frills, referring to the funny-looking fringe thing around the edges of Kaido's jaw as a dragon, intimidation. With no predator's dragon brain has no idea what to do with not intimidated as a response. Courting. With no distinction between male and female but rather between courting behaviors of nest building and brooding. One will build elaborate nests to attract a brooding partner and engage in gift-giving, rocks like penguins do, or stealing other dragons' eggs to keep their interest. A brooding dragon would either find a nest they like and move in, or steal the eggs or young of another dragon to care for, with the possibility of attracting a nest builder to give chase to either retrieve the stolen eggs' young or approve of the care being given, if they don't like who's taking care of their young or how they'll probably kill them. Mating. Mating behaviors include herding, coiling, and using contained blast breaths to excite their partner. Despite their status as a fish, they reproduce in small young batches more like birds or reptiles. Nest-building dragons with hatchlings engage in patrolling behaviors. Special note, King's opinion upon learning about dragons' courting and mating behaviors is that they are the dumbest animals he ever heard of, and coming from someone who is also almost extinct deserved it for being dumb. Did I intentionally make an animal cur as hell with dumb behaviors so King can look his best friend in the eye and say, "I love you but you are dumb." Yeah, kinda. Relevant details addendum to this. Kaido technically knows being a Zoan influences his behavior, but he doesn't really care how most of the time. In this setting he didn't choose to eat his fruit, it was forced upon him by Big Mom when he was nearly dying. In his mind it's just one more thing he didn't choose to have done to him that he just has to live with. He doesn't think much about why he likes or doesn't like certain things, he just takes it as is. It wasn't even lunch yet and Queen could be heard the whole length of the deck blustering at Kaido of all people. King himself had no intention of getting involved but was more than willing to keep an ear out in case it became his problem. There was no world where Queen was a viable physical threat to Kaido, but they all knew brute strength wasn't all there was. Even against someone as resilient as his captain there were things that could be used against him. They both had enough past encounters with the Navy's science division to know that much for certain. Luckily this didn't seem to be that sort of cause for concern. It was merely the latest in a long line of Queen's ego putting his foot in his mouth. Thus he was more than content to spectate. I'm a scientist, not a. Truly the man had to have lost his DMN mind if he ever had one in the first place. Can you make more of the DMN things or not? Wah, but of course I. Then do it. It's a FING heater with a lantern. Ah. So that's what it was about. The crew had begged and pleaded in the most wasted way possible to bring back something they had found on that miserable rainy island they'd been stuck on. Kaido had eventually relented and let them get 2 of the things but no more. And while the draw of the things was clear, there was one important flaw to having them on a ship in general and this ship specifically. Their heat came from an ignition source. Specifically chemical ignition. And he could apparently set it off by proximity. Thus they were down to only one of the things. And they weren't going back to that miserable little island to get more. Much to the lament of their band of idiots. He wasn't about to apologize for it. But if having those things or something similar meant fewer small bodies unstealthily lingering near his boots on winter nights, he'd take it. I don't see what the problem is. I make weapons and engineer marvels of biowarfare, not patio equipment. And whined incessantly, sang weird songs, and lusted over women who were either sane enough or simply had enough self-respect to never give him the time of day. If he wasn't stuck listening to the man's whining in the aftermath, he'd buy those women a drink himself as a tribute to good sense. Truthfully, his skill was the only redeeming factor. And his ego was too great to see it. There was a reason that in spite of nominally being third in command, Queen wasn't given any sort of real say in the running of the ship. Thankfully he rarely left his lab. I don't remember asking if you wanted to. But either you do it or admit defeat and I hand the job over to the tinkers and see what they make. King pet his head as he listened. The ship's tinkers could probably make something. Though out of what and what else it might do was subject to scrutiny. You want me to compete against those 2 berry discount mechanics? Bold words from a discount Vegapunk. If you won't follow orders, I'm perfectly willing to get egg on my face to admit I made a mistake recruiting you. Queen squeaked in response. Kaido had no attachment toward most types of pride, but Queen did. If he had to guess, that's probably what their whole argument, if it could be called that, came down to. How MADS ever functioned with so many fragile egos was a mystery to him. I don't see why you want them. If it's a toasty nightlight you want, you've already got one. It's got a bad attitude and is named King. That had to have been one of the mildest attempts at insulting him to ever come from Queen's mouth. Kaido appeared to disagree. Even from where he was he could see the veins in his captain's neck and temple bulge. I don't care about the backbiting or the arguing, I don't even care if you hate each other. But if you mean to attack anyone on this crew you do it to their face. That made more sense. It wasn't the insult itself but rather that he was technically absent from the conversation when it was directed at him, regardless of the fact that he could hear it perfectly fine from where he was. No schemes. No backstabbing. No betrayal. An open challenge. So long as you are crew you at least do that much. There were very few rules laid down for the beast pirates. For the most part they were allowed to run wild and meet any vice they so chose so long as they did their duty. Kaido's word was absolute, of course. But anyone else who wanted to exercise any semblance of authority had to be prepared to fight for it. Either through brute strength or by proof of skill. Combatants might fight literally to prove their physical might. Crafters might fight through contest. Navigators and strategists often did it through games and competition. There was no one way to be challenged. The only rules of engagement were exactly as their captain said. Anyone could be challenged, by duel or by skill. But sabotaging an opponent, going behind someone's back, double-cross, shifting loyalties. Anything that met Kaido's particular notions of dishonor. Those were met with absolute impunity. Often fatally. Whatever else was said was no longer being shouted or growled. In the end they must have reached some agreement, making it for the time being no longer his problem. Because not having anything interesting, in all the worst ways, was too much to ask for, it was only hours later that something else came up. As with every other trouble that came to visit lately, it started with a call from above. Ship spotted. The afternoon watch called down from the forward of the two smaller crow's nests. King turned his sights and his observation out to sea, searching for what they had spotted. As far off the beaten path as they had wandered, it was unlikely to be an ally, but a non-enemy was still possible, or maybe even. Oh, for FS sake. A ship far smaller than theirs merrily bobbed along with the waves. It was sailing with orange merchant sails and flying a blue-gray flag marked with a royal flush. The ship was unfamiliar in make and origin, but that DMN flag that he knew. He got the feeling that his troublesome day was only going to get more so. Your feral gremlin has arrived. He presented the gremlin in question to his captain like a misbehaving pup. Portgast Blackjack Rouge, bane of his life, bounty hunter, trader, supplier, and instigator of life's problems. But most of all, and the only relevant reason he allowed her on their ship at all. His captain's friend. He held her aloft with 2 fingers wrapped around her shoulders while she sat cross-legged midair as if she didn't have a care in the world. It was slightly irritating to see her absolute faith that he wouldn't just drop her out of spite. He wasn't inclined to, but it was the principle of the thing. Hey big man. The strawberry blonde calamity in booty shorts chirped cheerily. Blackjack. He greeted with a nod. How do you even find us? That was something he'd been wondering for as long as they had known her, and he'd never once found a suitable answer either. His going theories were somewhere between half-moon witchcraft and having secretly made a Vivre card of someone on board. Either option seemed perfectly reasonable when considering the subject in question. At Kaido's grumble, Blackjack struck a thoughtful pose, crossing her arms, wrinkling her nose, and tapping a finger to her lip. It was more of a mockery of thoughtfulness than anything. Blackjack was clever, but not someone anyone would call a philosopher. She put forth exactly as much thought as was needed for whatever scheme she wanted specifically at that moment, and rarely ever an ounce more. And if anyone ever made it worth her while to actually plot well, they had his pity. I'm just lucky, I guess. Wasn't really planning on it. Thought I might find old Eddie and enjoy his cooks for a bit. But imagine my surprise, I found you instead. You were way out of the way this time. That didn't bode well. If Blackjack, who was an inconveniently good navigator, had actually planned on finding the Whitebeards on this path, then the chances they were actually on it were higher than not. And that meant that their chances of having a run-in with them just shot up as well. Kaido seemed to elect to ignore all the other implications of her statement and instead narrowed his eyes and looked directly in hers. I'm not feeding you. Rather than seeming disappointed, her grin only widened. That's the best part. She wriggled out of his hold and with irritating grace flipped to land on the deck between them. You don't have to. I brought my own food. I just need to borrow your cook. No. Ah, come on. Just for a little bit. Kaido took a sip of his drink before replying again, this time even more amused. No. You won't have to do anything. He cut her off before her coaxing could become convincing. Mentally he sighed. While he didn't actually know her age, he assumed that he and Blackjack were actually close in age. And yet she could be the most childish, petulant, An impossibly stubborn thing the half-moon had ever brought into existence. As inevitable as a hurricane and as immovable as the blood-stained snake. Or I could throw you back in the sea and let you eat whatever it is raw. I've done it enough, I'm sure you can do the same. He was more than certain of that in fact. The half-moon were notorious for having iron stomachs. But he makes it tastier. He wouldn't justify her comment with a response even if it was true. He had plucked admittedly in a slightly more literal sense their head cook out of his old marine ship for exactly that reason. And he had never once regretted his decision to do so. If anything, these last few months had more than proven him right in his choice. Even if he did feel like a ridiculously oversized pigeon for eating all his recommended snacks. I'll give you half, no, a third. I'll give you a third of my sea king meat if you let your cook do his magic. DMN it. The battle to kick her off the ship was already lost. He could see that now. Kaido was actually considering it. Again, he silently sighed. Mentally he was already doing the math himself. Blackjack was petite for an average-sized human. As a half-moon with no devil fruit to speak of, she ate about 20 pounds in a sitting. He knew that for a fact. He'd watched her do it. At any restaurant that served specifically standard human-sized portions, that worked out to some 40 plates of food per sitting, a fact that made the part of him that did his and Kaido's accounting absolutely shudder at the potential cost. And, fully explained why even an implied threat against her hunting skill was enough to keep her in line. And like most half-moon, she ate more often too. 5 meals per day seemed to be the average from what he knew of them. Or at least it was for those without devil fruit. Which, for whatever bizarre twist of fate reason, wasn't many of them. Realistically, their eating habits probably were why. Anyone who thought that much with their stomachs were exactly the sort not to think twice about taking cut fruit from strangers. Though he had his own private theory, something about not having wings just made people weird. So far he hadn't been proven wrong yet. He shook that thought from his head and tried to focus on the more relevant aspects. A comparatively small sea king, when subtracting for bones, blubber and otherwise inedible organs, would yield just over 23 tons of fresh meat, and maybe a third of that if dried. In theory, 2/3 of a sea king would keep even Blackjack fed for a year. In practice, even if she had an impossibly large freezer in that little ship of hers, it would only keep for 6 months or so. Not to mention that no one would want only meat for every meal. Most likely, she'd trade more of it than she ended up eating, either for other foodstuffs or for berry. For them though. Even with over a 50 crewmen and several crew members of much larger than average stature, and thankfully no half-moon among them. A third of a sea king was easily a month's worth of food. A month's worth of food that they didn't have to budget or plan their navigation around. It was an annoyingly good deal. And he didn't blame Kaido for taking it, even if he would rather not deal with its bearer. Oh. With Kaido's blessing, he silently guided Blackjack through their ship to make the necessary arrangements. Mentally he sighed. He'd be doing a lot more of that before Blackjack's visit was done, of that he was sure. That was the way it usually went. He didn't actually dislike her, she was just a lot. Blackjack was the human passing embodiment of bottled sunshine with a hurricane added for flavor. As absurd as the thought of that was even to him, Blackjack's existence was even more so. And that particular exercise in absurdity had made it her mission since they had met, to make him lighten up. It just so happened that she and his captain also bonded over shared ideas of what entertaining meant. As they approached the kitchens, the blur of energy by his boot broke into an excited sprint. "Cookie! My favorite beastie!" Blackjack's cheer echoed through the ship's halls. "Miss Jack." The cook looked up from whatever task he'd previously been busy with to greet her, and then cast a questioning glance in his direction. "Beastie Cook is the best cook." She half sang her praise, far too gleefully in his opinion. "I am immune to flattery, miss. And I've got standing orders I'm not to feed you unless it's life or death." Unless she was starving or threatening to turn cannibal, more like. If there was anyone that would make do on that sort of threat, it'd be one of the half-moon. He let out a heavy sigh and willed himself to do what was needed. He would just deal with whatever aftermath she left in her wake later. "Consider your order on hold." She brought food to trade. "Goodies too if you got something." She crossed her arms behind her head and leaned back to look up at him impishly. After his experience with her last round of antics, her trade sounded less appealing than usual, even if they were usually worth what she asked for. Something about getting his wings stuck in a narrow space and having to have his friend, who wasn't nearly as good at hiding his laughter as he thought he was, both help him out of it and break his fall, left him feeling less generous with her than usual. Or it could just be hormones. That was possible, but between blaming the baby and blaming Blackjack, he'd rather just blame Blackjack. That's how things usually went anyway. Even if it wasn't Blackjack's fault, somehow it was Blackjack's fault. Oh. As the vice-captain disappeared below deck with an aura of irritability and a dainty freckle-faced strawberry blonde at his heels, the air began to hum with whispers. And those whispers carried with them the strangest feeling of watching the clouds rolling in just before the storm. Who was that? Looks like Blackjack's back. It was said in a wary sort of ominous tone, as though if they thought too much about her they would be caught in the gravity well of whatever flavor of madness she carried with her. That's Blackjack? Some of the newer crew whispered between themselves in confusion, while the older, more experienced ones simply nodded their heads, resigned to whatever chaotic fate awaited them with the bounty hunter's visit this time. Who's Blackjack? Looks of pity were spared for those who had no idea what they were getting themselves into. No doubt they would be the ones begging whatever god they prayed to for mercy from tomorrow's hangover. With a crew their size, it was almost expected that they would be divided, as it were. There were those who knew her, those that knew of her, and those who had no idea. Those that didn't wanted to know why they had never heard of her. The answer, of course, was simple, if perhaps unsatisfying. In a world as big as theirs, it could be months or even years between seeing allies or other ships in their own fleet. It was a simple matter of numbers, time, and origin that explained all there was to the excited buzz surrounding their visitor. There were those who had joined on as the ship stopped at one passing island or another, looking for any opportunity they could to run to or away from something. Some who had been personally scooped up by the captain or vice-captain for their strength or skills. And others who owed that very woman the lives they now led. No one knew how or when that unassuming tornado disguised as a woman met the captain, or what she said or did to become friends with him, but the fact of the matter was that she did. There weren't words to describe a woman like Blackjack. Adventurer? Yes, but in the most heart attack-inducing reckless sort of way. Bounty hunter? That seemed more circumstantial than anything. It was an open secret from Fishman Island to Hakanosu to everyone but the Marines that Blackjack was on friendly terms with a startlingly large number of crews. And a lot of big names at that. No one close enough that they'd stand up and fight for her, but more than enough to have smooth sailing through waters that otherwise weren't. She hopped from ship to ship and island to island, coming and going with the tide. She hunted bounties to pay her way and had a knack for finding people with skills unhappy with their lot in life and getting them places they did what they did best. If she caught a pirate on their lonesome, she was just as likely to take them to a captain who suited them as she was to take them to the nearest marine base. A fair number of beast pirates had a portion of their bounties paid to that woman by the captain after they made their choice to join on. It wasn't much of a choice, as it were, being between a marine outpost cell and sailing under the king of beasts himself. But it was a choice they'd all made. The only rule the captain ever gave to the matter was that he had no need for cowards or deserters. If they wanted to leave, they'd tell him as much and leave with the clothes on their back. It was only slightly more depressing when they all realized that their finder's fees were really only Blackjack's lunch money. A rare few had been bold enough to ask the captain if anyone Blackjack caught ever turned him down. His response was a laugh from deep in his chest and an admission. She might have terrible taste in men, but she has an eye for people. That wasn't a yes or a no, but that was all anyone had ever gotten on the matter. As soon as she and the vice-captain returned to the deck with orders to dispense, Blackjack began to do what Blackjack does. Drifting between anything and everything that caught her passing fancy and spreading a little bit of chaotic sunshine as she went. She made the rounds between the stations, new faces, improvements, and changes that had happened since her last visit, all with a spring in her step and the exuberance of a mad hummingbird. Not a soul would guess she was on the ship captained by the world's strongest creature just by looking at her. But then again, to her she wasn't. In her mind she wasn't on the flagship of the beast pirates. Or one belonging to the king of beasts. Or even one led by an unstoppable Oni. No, it was clear that under a head of strawberry blonde waves the only thought in her head was that she was among friends. And for whatever reason, she counted Kaido himself as one. It was a baffling notion, but with not an ounce of caution to her presence no one could argue differently. Then, in the middle of her praising one of their repairs, came a sound. From the covered basket next to the captain's chair, the sound of Yamato informing the world that she was quite done with her nap was heard. It took the bounty-hunting adventurer a moment to realize exactly what she had heard and where it came from. But when she did, Blackjack let loose a squeal of delight that may have shared a climate with that of dog whistles. "You got a baby? You never told me you were trying for a baby." A few blinked to hear it, but then the math set in. It had been almost a year since Blackjack's last visit. The vice-captain wouldn't even have been expecting then. That meant that this really was the first she knew about the baby at all. "Because I wasn't." The captain's flat response said all it really needed to. It was all anyone really knew. And given the men in question, it was all they were going to be told. Though everyone suspected the quartermaster knew something he wasn't telling on that subject. Every time it came up he started getting awfully shifty for someone who didn't know anything. The top bets were currently tied between it somehow being his fault or some grand miscommunication between their superiors led to their accidental acquisition. They had tried to get the head chef in on it, but he just gave them his patented judgment look of disapproval. Given the way he seemed to think about it for a moment when they told him the top bets, they were pretty sure whatever the secret was, the cook knew it too. But it seemed like he always knew something, so that wasn't really news. There were bets going that he was secretly some sort of all-knowing cryptid, but so far nobody had any means to test that. "Hi, baby," she half-whispered with a considerably more subdued tone as she addressed the little one in question. "Her name is Yamato." They heard the captain answer the unasked question that hung in the air between them. Blackjack nodded while hovering over Yamato's basket prison, cooing over the baby. Amazingly, she didn't even comment or spare a second glance at the contraption. Apparently that was the closest thing on hand to keep the captain and vice-captain's hands free while having the baby nearby. The tinkers and the fabricators had been at war with each other since the vice-captain had handed over a sketch for something or other to carry the little one, and no one had been brave enough to step between the lines of fire to ask how that was going. "Aren't you the cutest little thing?" Yamato gave a big toothless baby yawn before her orange eyes finally seemed to focus on Blackjack herself. She squirmed and made tiny grunts as if asking why there was a new person. It wouldn't be till later that some of the men pointed out that this had been the very first time their littlest crew mate had ever seen a woman. "Ah, look at those peepers. You got your daddy's eyes." "Yeah, she's got my weird butt eyes." "Ot. None of that. Feathers, tell your captain he's got pretty eyes." A few of the men listening clearly had never encountered Blackjack before, as they choked hearing anyone call their vice-captain anything so casual. Or it could have been hearing anyone other than the captain had dared to give him orders that did it. King crossed his arms and looked down at her. "I refuse to dignify that with a response." "Come on, Feathers. Are you going to let your captain give his poor kid a complex cause some jackass was offended a CC giant mama climbed his family tree instead of theirs?" Kaido and King both blinked in disbelief. A sentiment both expected and well warranted when dealing with Blackjack. It did make a sort of sense. Though not only in the way Blackjack ideas often did, the ones that weren't unmitigated disasters at least. It made sense in a sort of if you turned your head and squinted for a bit kind of way. Orange wasn't a terribly common eye color in humans, but it was common enough among giants. And some had speculated that the captain might have some kind of giant blood with his size and all. The leap that the captain might have gotten that color from a distant maternal ancestor specifically took a little more effort. But popular opinion did seem to say that rare eye colors were seen as more exotic in women and more likely to be passed down that way. So it wasn't unreasonable exactly. Unfortunately for them all, that line of thinking had them imagining a woman who looked like the captain, and well, the less said there the better. Of course not. King bristled and anyone nearby felt the heat start to rise a bit, but not nearly as much as it would have been if the baby hadn't been right there. Blackjack's grin was the stuff of mischief and nightmares for ordinary men, and yet the vice-captain never wavered under it. "So you agree, big man's got pretty eyes?" "That's hardly the point." "Nope. You made my point for me." Blackjack turned her dough brown eyes on their horned captain. "No talking bad about yourself." All around the deck everyone who had been pretending they weren't listening felt as though their jaws had hit the deck in sheer disbelief. Blackjack Rouge had given their captain an order. And she had done it without a hint of concern. No, not just with a lack of concern, but as if the very idea of the captain doing anything in response was inconceivable to her. The most bizarre and horrifying part? It seemed like she was right. Kaido did nothing against her more than narrowing his eyes. And King? King, who was the most fiercely loyal man to sail with the captain. Who demanded absolute respect to him as well. King seemed pleased. Oh. Blackjack leaned back, speculatively glancing between baby Yamato and her giant horned father as if comparing the two. The resemblance between them was undeniable. The same eyes. The beginnings of horns. And even the start of the same hair, even if it was in a paler shade. Someone would have to be blind or stupid not to see it. And while Blackjack was many things, she was neither blind or stupid. So what lucky lady is this little cutie's mama? Several of the men visibly tensed when her words met their ears. It was one thing that she didn't know about the baby yet. It had been a while. They accepted that as reason enough. Even though they had the ability to call their longtime friend and tell her about their new baby if they wanted to. But not knowing about the captain and vice-captain's relationship? Maybe they didn't trust her as much as they had thought. But that would mean. Oh. She thought Kaido was the only one who shared blood with the baby. There isn't one. The captain didn't correct her, but he didn't really lie either. It was technically true that she didn't have a mother. But it wasn't in any sort of way that the implication might make someone like Blackjack think. There wasn't a mother because Yamato had an extremely protective papa instead. So what, she just showed up and dropped her unwanted kid on you out of the blue? Breaths were held as everyone cautiously waited to see which way the wind would blow. It was absolutely an insult to the vice-captain, but it also wasn't? Because Blackjack had no idea. Furtive glances cast towards King revealed nothing that gave away feelings of any sort. He could have been saddened, enraged, dismissive, or any number of other emotions over the whole thing and they'd still never be able to tell. But, all the same it was still King who spoke up. Unplanned, not unwanted. King's words seemed to confirm something that many of them had suspected since the beginning. Little Yamato might be the captain's child but she was King's baby. Neither of them may have planned for her to come into their lives but King was the one who wanted her there. And was the one most likely to kill to keep her there. All around the crew quietly agreed to keep their mouths shut. As friendly as Blackjack was, it was up to the captain and vice-captain to decide if they wanted her to know. Listen to you Feathers. You sound like you're a proud papa yourself. King didn't say anything but they all got the feeling that he was pleased to have it remarked on. The vice-captain really had been doing his damnedest to be a good father to his little one. Not a soul among them would ever argue different. Then Blackjack, an ordinary-sized woman, made the attempt at picking up the very large baby. No one doubted her strength to do so, that was something well established but that? Immediately the familiar ear-splitting shrieks of the littlest Oni echoed through the air. Why is she making that noise? Does she hate me? Blackjack held Yamato out like she was about to explode. King hid a short laugh behind a cough but otherwise didn't seem to be too worked up by someone else holding the baby. No one was quite sure what his feelings toward Blackjack were on the best of days, but letting his baby make her panic seemed to be going a long way to improving whatever got him in a mood before. The captain didn't even try to hide his mirth at her predicament. She's just mad 'cause you're short a sheet. What's that supposed to mean? Relax, before you drop her. King tried reasonably. Because naturally he was far more concerned about his baby than Blackjack's panic. She doesn't hate you, she just wants to be up higher. It's expected at her age. Blackjack looked to the captain as if waiting on an explanation. The captain had nothing to add it seemed and King only sighed before taking pity on her. He kneeled down and took his little one from the bounty hunter and lifted her to lay against his shoulder, patting her back with a couple of fingers to calm her as he stood. Like magic it seemed to do the trick. Babies just like heights, that's all. Blackjack looked up at him skeptically. I kinda thought it would be the opposite, what with them being all breakable and stuff. Most of the crew seemed to agree with her on that one, even the ones who knew a thing or two about babies from their own families. King shook his head as he shifted Yamato from his shoulder to lay against Kaido's instead. Yamato made that short little cry that the vice-captain had swore was her sound for the captain. Everyone caught how Blackjack's eyes followed the motion and she started looking at them both contemplatively. Around 2 months old is when babies start to untuck from their dlvry curl and learn to move their arms and wings. Well, she had certainly been doing that. The arms part at least. It was probably a good thing her fathers were so big and durable because hits from their baby's flailing arms hurt already. A what? She had definitely not been listening. She was obviously busy doing the same high-speed mental marathon that the rest of them had spent the last few months running. The captain and vice-captain were not subtle men. They just didn't say anything. A dlvry curl? Clearly he missed his companion's wandering thoughts, instead mistook Blackjack's inattention for a lack of understanding. He repeated the words with less certainty than before, like he wasn't so sure they were the right ones anymore. The crew had been noticing that sort of thing more with the baby's arrival. Especially about the baby herself. Between not always having the words and all the soft musical-sounding words he spoke to her, it was made extra clear that their vice-captain came from an island that didn't learn world standard first. When babies come into the world they are, he paused as if searching for the right word only to come up short and instead made a gesture holding his hands like claws a little bit apart. Round dot with their arms, legs, and wings all tucked so they don't get caught as they are born. That sounded an awful lot like his entire knowledge of babies came from his own tribe. While the vice-captain wasn't the most sociable sort of man, that felt like points in the bucket for the bets claiming he came from an isolated sky island. A look around the deck at the carefully concealed grins of men with that very bet confirmed the sentiment was well-founded. For their first few months they stay like that until they realize the world has room for them to stretch out. Okay? See that part, I get that. Mostly. What does that have to do with liking being up high? King tilted his head and merely gave a sort of half shrug. Tall places stmlt them to want to stretch. And stretching feels good to them, it's why they tend to favor their taller parent. Which explained why the captain could get her to settle down when even King couldn't. Hate to break it to you, Feathers, but I'm pretty sure that's just your folks. Miniboss here doesn't have any wings. King's wings seemed to droop slightly. Oh, of course, she doesn't have wings. Why would she? His voice trailed off, growing quieter as if talking to himself more than his companion. I don't know why I would have thought she would be the same. The vice captain seemed to have just walked face first into the realization that having a baby with mixed tribe heritage meant he couldn't expect everything to be like he knew it. The captain rolled his eyes at the both of them. Whether she should like it or not doesn't really matter. She just does. That was true. Wings or not, little Yamato did seem to be taking after her papa in that. Collectively they all dreaded what the future might have in store when the little height-loving Oni started to grow into her own. They could only hope the ship could withstand it. Oh, what have you been up to? Kaido asked quietly over his drink. Oh, you know, this and that. He sipped his drink thoughtfully as she spoke. He hadn't heard from her in a while, but he knew her well enough to guess. He'd never catch her actions on the headlines like with pirates. But that didn't mean she was less for it. Blackjack's story was written in the margins and between the lines. What she'd call this and that, or just passing through, had a tendency to be someone else's footnotes of history. She didn't fight wars, stage rebellions, or run off to save princesses. She just existed, and somehow that put things in motion. Like she was one of those marble machines that caused increasingly absurd things to happen the longer they were allowed to travel. King liked to call it his philosophy that somehow eventually everything was Blackjack's fault. Maybe when he could drink with them again he'd get him to tell her that. She'd think it was funny. Met a few guys, lost a few guys. I've been meeting up with this one for a little while now. I was gonna turn him in for the bounty because holy shit, do you know how much food he's worth? But then I got stuck with their ship for a bit and I changed my mind. It didn't surprise him in the slightest that Blackjack measured her money in how much food it could buy. If anything, he'd be more surprised if she didn't. So you found a man you like more than food? That was a surprise. Blackjack shrugged. He's sweet and he's got kids of his own. Cute little monsters. I've been teaching the older one how to throw knives. Kid's a natural at it. He felt himself nodding along. She had a soft spot for kids in general, not just his. So what? You found a man to live in your house? He teased with a grin. She fell backwards, kicking and flailing her feet like a child. Ack. Boo. Don't be weird. Only old ladies put it that way. What the hell would I know about that? I had to learn what marriage even was from Kuja traders and Lin Lin. And in the some 15 years since, he still wasn't sure if he learned it right. The only part he knew for sure was that Lin Lin's idea of it wasn't it. Silver Axe wasn't much help in telling him what it was, but she had been pretty adamant in drilling at least that much into his teenage head. Blackjack looked up at him thoughtfully from where she was still sprawled on the deck. What's that look for? Nothing. Just thinking. A grin spread over her troublemaking face. Maybe it's you who's living in King's house. He met her gaze with a raised brow. Him? Married to King? He shook his head at that with half a laugh. Of all the outlandish ideas Blackjack liked to come up with, that one was definitely up there. King wanted nothing to do with people, never mind marriage, whatever that looked like to his tribe. And if he ever did? Well, King could do a lot better for himself than the likes of him. No, the pair of them would probably graduate into lifelong bachelorhood to the likes of the old man, just with a few more BRTHLS on his part. A life without the fineries of something like a spouse, and make do with each other's company till someone finally found a way to make them meet their end. It was the life of a pirate after all. It was then that King finally came back from wherever he'd disappeared to. You hear this? He waved his mug toward the petite blonde. King set a crate full of who knows what on the deck and looked between him and Rouge. Blackjack seems to think I live in your house. King seemed to blink for a moment. It was already clear with the confused glance between them that the meaning of the phrase had gotten lost in translation before he even answered. Don't you? He didn't even get to finish saying anything else before Blackjack started giggling madly. Oh. It took a little while for Blackjack to stop laughing at her own joke to notice he brought a crate of things to trade. You got something for me, feathers? Only if you are feeling less inclined to repeat your last performance. He could only hope she wasn't in a playful enough mood to make him regret bothering. You didn't like the treasure hunt? I thought for sure puzzles would do it for you. Puzzles? Treasure? I have no idea what you are talking about. I simply looked for them in the most personally inconvenient place I could think of and found myself correct. She gaped up at him as if he was the baffling one, a belief he thoroughly refuted. As mysterious as everyone else seemed to find his people, Lunarians were perfectly sensible when compared to even the tamest half-moon. I'm not that much of an but. You were supposed to get to play a whole treasure hunt with little clues and everything to lead you to them. Which really only meant that somewhere on their ship were countless blackjack-themed prizes. Just thinking about it was a headache and absolutely not something he wanted to deal with now, or if possible, ever. I think you are overestimating the amount of time I have to waste in a day. It's not wasting, it's enrichment. And it's supposed to be fun. He could only shake his head and sigh. Kaido, on the other hand, was looking at her with a raised brow. Fine, it was supposed to be fun and funny. That was more like what he expected from her. That's what I thought. In any case. I believe you said you had something worth trading aside from food. Rouge nodded and wiggled herself back up to standing. I've got a few devil fruit locked up I plan on selling to Hani next time I run into him, or his lady if I end up swinging by Jaya first. Any idea which ones? He asked, but the chances were slim unless Blackjack caused the fruit to reincarnate herself. He eyed the menace in question as she was halfway to falling into the box she was happily digging through. It was a 50-50 shot if she did or not. None at all. She paused her rummaging long enough to lean precariously backwards to look at him from upside down. Why? You want to let some of your guys roll the dice and see what they get. Not on an unknown. Their crew of idiots was bad enough with just the few fruit users they had, adding more with potentially useless powers was just inviting them to try to take up drowning as a hobby. A devil fruit encyclopedia would be useful. She waved a hand dismissively as he'd expected. And when I find one I'll let you know. It was always a long shot. Those sorts of things were valuable for a reason. They were hardly ever printed and anyone who had even an incomplete older one wasn't likely to be letting it go for anything less than a king's ransom or their own corpse. Anything for children? This time when she looked up again it was towards Yamato, tucked in their basket at their father's side with their doll. For a split second it seemed as though her eyes paused on the cluster of down feathers sewn to the doll, but she didn't comment on it. He didn't know what he'd say if she had. He was but the last in a long line of Lunarian parents relying on a cultural cheat for a bit of peace. For ones that little? Not really. I've been holding on to a few for older kids to give my man's boys. Though if you feel like teaching her about silly things people who have no idea about anything think. I've got a copy of Bragmen tucked away somewhere. They went back and forth for some time between the various things Blackjack hoarded and those their ship could aim to let go of. The crew periodically appeared in their peripheral and added items of their own to the mix and made requests as well. As expected, while the crew worked to rend, process, and cook the Sea King, Blackjack convinced Kaido to drink with her through the afternoon and into the evening. And also as expected she persistently tried to get him to join in as well. Only relenting when he engaged in the embarrassing venture of participating in Blackjack's games while stone cold sober. If he ever wanted to extract information from someone he now knew of a way. Just let Blackjack get tipsy and play games while whining at them. He was sure that would make even the sternest of men crack eventually. Though, if either Kaido or Blackjack dared to remember or mention the contents of wed, bed, or behead, he was going to find a way to ensure it never met the light of day. It had taken forever for Blackjack to stop giggling after the round where she tricked him and Kaido to pick each other to marry because the other options were horrendous. He was certain it was at his expense for not understanding her joke with Kaido before. That damaged pride had only slightly been soothed by getting back at her with the next round and having her pick Whitebeard to bed and listening to Kaido laugh his way through explaining the other emperor's lack of interest in SEC or romance was encompassing of all genders. Alas, my dear Eddie, it never would have worked out between us. Blackjack pretended to swoon theatrically, leaning against his side as she did. Every now and then he slipped away to feed Yamato only to return to the pair of them laughing at something new. He could only sigh at the pair of friends' antics as he and Yamato watched them tipsily roughhouse and laugh at each other. It was amusing to watch and made even more amusing to realize that their crew had no idea what to make of any of it. Kaido would half-heartedly swat Blackjack aside only for Blackjack to tuck and roll back up to her feet with a spring in her step. And on around they would go then. Blackjack made a grab for Kaido's horns only to be shaken off with a grunt. If someone's got their hands around my horns they better be fighting for their life or shoving my face between their thighs. Poetry. Blackjack mimed a chef's kiss as she slipped from Kaido's shoulders. Sadly we aren't each other's type. What a shame. Why she looked up at him while saying that felt like it should be cause for concern. He was sure he'd find out whatever she was plotting eventually. Kaido grinned in that cheeky sort of way Blackjack brought out in him. They really were the best worst friends for each other. I'm not old enough for you. Shame on you. There's little ears present. Blackjack's giggling undercut any attempt at seriousness to her tone. His friend raised a brow and looked at Yamato and back to Rouge. She doesn't know what I'm saying. He said that now, but King knew he'd also be laughing when the little one started repeating him. Raising a child surrounded by pirates. He fully expected that any chances of teaching them to be proper or well-spoken was a lost cause before it even began. He'd settle for manners where appropriate. That was already more than most pirates had to offer anyway. After yet another round of side-splitting laughter from the pair of them quieted down, he chose to ask. You said you were expecting the Whitebeards instead of us. Well, yeah. This is their territory and this time of year they would be checking up on their islands. I get the feeling our luck at not running into them won't hold. I mean, even I think you've had some pretty dumb luck to last this long without running into them or their allies, and I have some pretty great luck myself. Why? You got questions, Feathers? Just the usual sort. Is there anything we should know or any new members to watch out for? Blackjack set her drink aside and thought for a moment before she decided to turn and start digging through the pack that had been set out of the way this whole time. From its depths she pulled piles of bounty posters and spread them across the deck between them. You know there are desks you could have used for that. Kaido examined the mess with crossed arms and genuine befuddlement, but Blackjack waved a hand, brushing the comment aside. Nah, this is better, more space this way. Well, everyone knows the basics, right? Kinda hard not to. Remind me anyway. What he knew was no more than anyone could glean from a News Coos morning DLVRY. He was less than inclined to be caught by surprise by something that should have been common knowledge but wasn't. Kaido rolled his eyes and took a long drink from his tankard. It's a crew headed by one stubborn old man with some giant blood and a strong devil fruit he's too cautious to ever use properly, and a bunch of young punks that call him father. He shifted his hold on Yamato to reach a hand out to Kaido's shoulder. There was more to the bad blood between him and the other emperor than he said. He knew that much at least. I mean, pretty much. Eddie's a sweet old goat to his kids, but as much as he lets them run wild, his word is law, and he isn't called the strongest man for nothing. The older, more well-known ones all have pretty decent bounties on them now. Bay, Vista, and Kingdu are the biggest at the moment. Bay is Ice Witch Whitey Bay. She's more or less the first mate, but really she's just the big sister keeping her idiot brothers in line. She's a pretty decent swordswoman if you'd like to have a go at her, Feathers. I like swords, I am not a swordsman. It was a simple matter of devotion to a craft, and he wasn't. His choice of weapon was half fondness for them and half sheer convenience. Devotion to the art of swordplay had no part in it for him. Blackjack giggled and batted her eyes at him playfully. I bet you do. Kaido choked on his drink, several waves of blue scales bloomed and wilted as he coughed and sputtered. When the coughing fit finally ended, he gave the pair of them a withering glare as he wiped it from his beard. You are both trying to kill me. At least he doesn't mean to make things sound that way. You're doing this sheet on purpose. You got gills, big man. A little laughter never hurt. I've got gills and now I've got beer in them. While Kaido and Blackjack bickered playfully, he wondered what he had said that caused them to react that way this time. He hadn't said anything particularly inspiring, he had only said, "Wait. Oh. DMN it, Blackjack. While both meanings are true, you know what I meant." He cast an ineffectual glare over her pale head. Do I though? Blackjack's unrepentant impish expression said enough. He simply sighed. If we may return to the topic at hand? I'm going to get you to lighten up and live a little one day, Feathers. Anyway, she turned back to the bounty posters scattered across the deck around her before pointing to a fresh one seemingly at random. Vista's another sword wielder and Kingdu's a brawler mostly. Vista's been working on challenging other swordsmen whenever he gets the chance since he tried facing some marine hunter kid. The kid won, by the way. He's still a bit salty over that. As for anyone else, most of the younger or newer kids he goes out of his way to keep out of the spotlight and away from getting bounties in case they might want to build ordinary lives for themselves somewhere down the line. Marco's the exception, not the rule there. Or the exception that's the reason for the rule. Kaido rumbled. Isn't that the truth? Blackjack's agreement felt heavy. King found himself looking between her and his captain, trying to suss out what meaning lay hidden between their words, but remained at a loss. I can't say I know much about him myself. There's no mention of him outside of his crew. There's a reason for that. He's barely out of his apprentice years, if he's even that much. That's why you haven't heard much. Apprentice pirates were not something he had experience with. He knew Kaido had been one once, but he himself, even when he had been of the age, never had. He bit his tongue bitterly at the thought of how even pirate children got more of a remaining childhood than the world government had afforded him. Newgate picked him up years ago, not long after the Rocks Pirates disbanded. He was the old man's first kid. Probably one of the only ones I'd go so far as to really call his kid, for all that the lot of them call him their father. Brat looked maybe 8 when his first bounty appeared next to the old man's flag. As far as I know, he's had that fruit of his this whole time. He has. Rouge nodded solemnly. That seems like quite a valuable fruit. Even a simple devil fruit could go for 1 billion berry. But one with high-grade utility uses, ones like the Phoenix model was implied to possess, those could go as high as 5. Which meant that the total payout for that boy dead was 10 or even 50 times what it was for his living bounty. It probably was. If it weren't for a few other bits I've heard, I would think most of his bounty was for his fruit alone. Rumor has it Newgate rescued him from a life in chains. Rouge looked away at that, refusing to say anything one way or another, which was as good as confirmation really. And it explained what they both meant about being the exception. The Phoenix was the one who would have slavers after him for the rest of his life even if he had wanted to give up piracy. Peace was no more in the cards for the Phoenix than it was for him. Not a mark on him to say if he was, but with that fruit it's just as likely there wouldn't be one anyway. He's deadly loyal to his father and a pain in the butt in a fight, that much I do know. Hard to beat an opponent that won't stay down no matter how much you kill him. He's a melee fighter and DMN fast with those wings of his. He's a good kid, but he's a bit hard-headed and a little too sure of himself at times. He's prone to getting in over his head and it worries the hell out of his poor dad. With good reason. He glanced down at Yamato tucked in his arms and knew he would feel the same. They went down the list of the lesser bountied Whitebeards together for some time after that, hoping they wouldn't need to know any of what they could glean from those pages. Hoping, but knowing it was likely to come in spite of that. Oh. It was getting late when Yamato's cries echoed over the deck. The lanterns had long been lit and the air was starting to carry a chill. Why is she making that noise? Blackjack covered her ears to block out Yamato's cries. She's just tired. I've got her. King stepped away with Yamato in hand, leaving Kaido and Rouge to talk amongst themselves. Blackjack paused in the middle of what she had been about to say to stare. Up above it all, Kaido's dark shadow of a first mate and his closest friend danced. It wasn't a proper dance, more just a gentle swaying as he sang softly to the baby he rocked in his hands. Lantern light swayed and flickered in time with his steps and the stars themselves seemed to shine only to be a backdrop for his song. It was captivating and King had no idea. Everyone could see in that moment King's world ended with him and Yamato. I didn't know he could sing like that. Rouge's eyes were held as much as his were. He had no words to answer her. In all their years at each other's side he hadn't known either. I recognized the tune though, never realized it had words. She was right, even though he couldn't understand the runic words being sung now, he had heard it before too, also just as wordless. Long ago it had been his captain who hummed it under his breath when he thought everyone else had gone to bed and he was alone to his thoughts. There now. King whispered softly, ending his song, still unknowing or uncaring about the audience to his performance. I'll put her to bed. Kaido felt himself nod in agreement as King drifted past, sleeping baby in hand. He's all right. For a stick in the mud. He has his reasons. Everybody does, one way or another. You though, I'm surprised by you. Why's that? Most men would be jealous of another man taking their place as their kid's father. He couldn't help but scoff as he brought his cup to his lips. Of King? He shook his head. Only an idiot gets jealous over something they like to see. He might not know exactly why he liked it, but he didn't need to, and neither did anyone else. So you like that, huh? Blackjack's eyes lit up. Whatever she thought she heard in what he said had a grin splitting her face. The sort that usually led to hijinks of one sort or another. He took another long swig of his drink. Why wouldn't I? He's a better father than I could ever be. I may be a sheet father, but I'm enough of a man to rather that than just being some stud or John. Saying that aloud. That was as close as he'd ever come to admitting to anyone why he didn't just leave things as they were when he found out what Yamato was to him. He hadn't even told King that much, even if he probably expected it to be something of the sort. He was Barak raised. He didn't even know whose womb he came from, him let alone whoever seed put him there. The drill masters of the Barak creche and the army officers after them had always made sure to ruin any delusions Barak brats ever had of being wanted by anyone anywhere. The stories might change, but the sentiment was always the same. Accidents too stubborn to die traded for a chance to eat. Raiders poison cast aside because no one could bear to see a face they didn't want to remember. Or maybe just the product of an officer's duty to keep the army flush with warm bodies. Even back when he was too young to know what a father was, he knew he wouldn't be sending a new body to fill a creche bunk after him. I think I get it. Blackjack rocked back on her haunches and stretched her legs out with her eyes on the sky. She looked more subdued than she had before he said anything. I think you are better than you think, but still, I think I get it. She looked back at him with that impish sparkle returning to her eyes. Just one question though. Does this mean that Mr. Prissy Feathers has no room to judge me for liking older men? He looked down at her in disbelief. I'm not touching that one. You've got trash taste in men and everyone knows it. Rude. I don't hear you denying it. Oh, I didn't say you were wrong. Just that you were rude for calling me out on it. Oh. Sometime later King was heaving Kaido off to his bed as well, leaving Rouge alone and the rotating crew of beast pirates working through the night on her Sea King at her mercy. Now beasties. With no captain, vice-captain, or baby to distract her, Blackjack turned her gaze upon the rest of them. In the light of the ship's lanterns her eyes seemed almost luminous and predatory. Who wants to spill some tea? The crew all glanced at each other wildly with nobody sure what to do. Blackjack had the aura of a woman with ways to make a man talk. Fine. I'll make a deal. You tell me how long my buddies back there have been shacking up and I'll tell you anything you want to know in exchange. Anything? Sure, within reason. We don't actually know how long they've been. The ship betting pool on that hasn't found a proper winner yet, but it seems to have been happening for a while. If her eyes had seemed luminous before then, they were positively incandescent at the mention of the ship-wide betting pool. A few of the more cautious men wondered if they had made a mistake letting her know that existed. Those JRKS. And they didn't tell me. Rude. Blackjack pouted but didn't actually seem all that put out by it. If anything, she seemed happy to hear the news. A deal's a deal. What do you guys want to know? How did you meet them? That's what you want to know? Blackjack eyed them all doubtfully as though she expected something more grand or interesting out of them. Really? When no one disputed her, she looked disappointed in their choice, like they could have asked for the secrets of the universe and instead asked how to make pizza. All right, I guess. The first time I met them was back when it was just the two of them. They were in the but middle of nowhere on a stolen prisoner transport ship that was too small for them to properly sail. I come upon them with Kaido trying to fish up something to eat and King sitting on his shoulder reading the raunchiest dockside smut I've ever heard of, looking bored out of his mind like he could have been reading the dictionary instead. A dictionary would have been more useful. The crew jumped at the sound of the vice captain's voice. I didn't even pay for that book and it was a waste of money. It's smut, it's not supposed to be useful, it's supposed to be secretary. And it missed the mark. Anyway, after I met our pretty angelic sourpuss here, I gave them some junk eternal pose I'd won in a card game for my pick of looting the marine ship's hold. And by being the smallest person there, I managed to scavenge up what was left of the ship's larder and we had lunch together. The rest is history. Everyone stared after Blackjack's story. It sounded so normal. Just a clear heading and a shared meal was enough to make years of friendship? There was probably something they were missing. If you are all done listening to Blackjack tell stories? The vice captain left his sentence hanging for effect, and it was effective. They scrambled double time to get back to their jobs. Oh. It was past dawn 2 days later that Blackjack finally crossed the gangplank back to her little ship, with her belly full of barbecue and rum and her ship's hold of cut and processed sea king. She called over her shoulder as she aimed to shove off. You take care of that little one, you hear? Blackjack may tilt the world on its axis, but as she put them behind her again they knew all was right with the world. Kaido watched Rouge's tiny ship sail over the horizon with a long silence, with King at his side and nothing but the wind and waves breaking it. It was King that spoke first. Did we make the right choice? Not telling her. He hummed thoughtfully as he thought it over. It was a good enough question, he supposed. Whether it was meant to be the real secret or the one they pretended to hide didn't really change the answer any. Either way, there was no turning back now. She'll either figure it out for herself or she'll come up with something 10 times more wild and amusing than either of us could have told her in the first place. She loves a good bit of gossip as much as the next sailor. Either way, she's going to misdirect a hell of a lot of people before she's through. And when she figures out we used her to do it, she's going to be laughing her butt off. If there was one thing Rouge loved, it was seeing someone with a fist raised to the sky giving a middle finger to the world. Neither of them paid any attention to how their comments would send the bellows of their ship's rumor mill pumping once more. They had bigger things on their minds than that. There were no storms, no torrential rains, or gales. Just one warm breezy day with sun and the kind of fluffy threat-free clouds that had his crew always betting if they were island clouds or not. So far none of them had gotten bold enough to ask him or Kaido to fly up and settle their bets. Kaido had been antsy enough of late he might have been convinced to try. He could only assume they were passing through the climate zone of a nearby summer island to be enjoying the weather that they were, but he wasn't going to complain. That just means you and I get to enjoy your breakfast time with a little sun. He felt as though his joy at spending these moments with this child, his child, only grew. How he had ever forgotten just how much he liked the feeling of sun on his skin before Yamato came into his life he couldn't fathom. He tucked them against the crook of his neck and held them close. For a moment the little one let themselves be cuddled, but then they decided that they had quite enough of that. Yamato flailed little arms and made insistent baby noises as though in their professional tiny person opinion their maternal father was not feeding them fast enough. Yes. He chuckled softly, nuzzling his mask-covered jaw against the little one's brow for just a moment more before conceding to their demands. Patience, little one, I won't let you go hungry. With practiced one-handed routine he removed his mask, a motion that resulted in the temporary happy squeal from the little Oni. He made short work of the steps that followed, pulling loose the buttons of his coat and half his shirt and brushing aside his chest wrappings. It was admittedly sweet to hear how happy they were every time they saw his face. Whether it was because they understood that he was their maternal father or simply that he had food didn't really matter much. Either way, they were happy to see his face, and it had nothing to do with greed for his tribe. In 1,000 tiny ways, it was this tiny being's joy at seeing his face in these moments that caused some of his anxieties to melt away. It let him brave having his face uncovered without being hidden away in a locked room like a dirty secret. It may have only ever been when he was alone with his tiny charge, but together he had the strength to show his face to the open sky. It was a powerful feeling. And Yamato, like their father, had no idea just how much they gave him just by being alive and part of his life in turn. Yamato settled quietly into the meal he offered, only occasionally mewing and pressing little fists to knead at his chest, squishing the thin pudding-like milk layer that rested between his skin and years of sword-bearing muscle. "It's all right, I'm not going anywhere." He let himself brush back those fluffy little flyaways as had become his habit, just as he was sure his own parents had for him once upon a time so long ago. Even as spotty as they were, he had fond memories of them combing and braiding his hair as a little boy while one family member or another preened his downy baby fluff. Not that down feathers needed all that much preening, but still. He had liked feeling like he was a part of things. He found himself hoping that he might one day share that with this child, his own child. This little one didn't have wings for the later, but maybe the former. "We've got a while yet before you have enough to braid." Even with as full and quick it had grown in, it would be a while. It was just long enough to begin sticking up every which way no matter how often he stroked it into some kind of order. And just long enough to make it obvious that she had inherited her father's hair texture, something very different from his own. He would probably have to ask Kaido to practice on his a few times before he was able to get it right for her. Because oddly enough he wanted to. He wanted to get it right for her. To see this little baby clinging to his chest grow into a smiley toddler and a giggling child running around over something as simple as having her hair braided. As he once had. Contentedly he hummed softly over her pale head. And for once he didn't correct himself. For just a moment, he let himself have that moment. Then, it was as though electricity shot through him. Every muscle tensed suddenly and unexpectedly. Every feather bristled and raised on end. Every thought ceased to be. He tightened his hold on Yamato as he searched for what it was that had caused that feeling. There. At the far edges of his observation's perception coming from above? What was that? Oh. Marco ducked and rolled and spun through the clouds, enjoying life to the fullest as only a teenager away from his father's supervision could. He was 18, free, and had wings. Nothing was going to hold him down or back now. He was at least mindful enough to keep low enough that he didn't have to worry about dashing himself against the underbelly of a stray sky island. He'd only done that once, and while the free fall was legendary, the splitting pain the moment before he healed and the disapproving lectures from his pops and bae were absolutely not worth it. But what they didn't know wouldn't hurt. He was on a mission. Jozu and Vista had made bets about who would be stronger in a ship-to-ship raid, and one of their newest brothers suggested that the best way to settle the bet was by putting it into action. So they decided the next unallied pirate or marine ship they saw they were going to raid to prove to Pops and Bae they were useful. When Jozu and Vista had come up with their plans, he leapt at the chance to scout ahead. For once it was something only he could do. A ship? Yes. Doing one last barrel roll through the clouds, he doubled back, racing home to tell his brothers. Unfortunately at the time he didn't realize he had forgotten to check what cruise flag was flying from the mast. Oh. With a growl he glared up in the direction of the skybound interloper. If he didn't have a fragile child in his possession he would already have shot after them like a bullet. But he did, and he couldn't. As much as he would like to remove the problem before it could start, Yamato took precedence. He pulled Yamato away from his chest and raced to fit his mask and straighten his clothes before spreading his wings and making a leap from the crow's nest, gliding down to the deck below. Before his feet even touched the planks he sounded the alarm. He barked out orders over the sound of his tiny charge's cries, and the deck and the crew came alive. What the hell is going on? Kaido's booming voice called out over the scuttle of smaller bodies racing. Scout for now, not likely to remain that way for long. How far out? About 2,000 meters up, hiding in the low cloud cover. At Kaido's raised brow he gave his captain a flat look. He was not going to acknowledge that it took him a moment to realize what he had been sensing as well. Right, kid with wings. I wouldn't have thought Newgate would let him leave the nest on his own yet. He nodded in agreement. The Phoenix wasn't likely to be far from home. Which meant trouble wasn't far behind. With his best guess he was fairly confident that the boy's crew was less than an hour out at most. Well, we are about to find out. Scanning the horizon in all directions with no ship in sight and feeling nothing yet at the limits of his observable range, they couldn't be closer than 10 minutes even if they mustered all their speed to bear. Get her stowed somewhere safe. King was inclined to agree with that. Newgate might have been known for his soft heart, but careless enemies were just as bad as malicious ones. Any number of accidents could befall a babe in a firefight. He hurriedly tucked the little one securely in her deck-sitting basket and away in his cabin where she would be out of the line of fire. She was vocally unhappy about that, but there was nothing to be done about it but tuck her warm doll in alongside her. Oh. Some days he wished he wasn't right. It took next to no time at all to go from clear seas and open skies to cannon fire and boarding parties. They were beset at all sides by Whitebeards. Boys and men, some his age, some older, but just as many far younger. But no sign of Whitebeard himself or the Ice Witch. All in all, it felt more like they were dealing with a bunch of unruly teenagers who cooked up mischief when their parent was away than any kind of raid he'd been a part of before. Now there was a thought. He shuddered, blocking one blade and kicking back another. Having no experience with that sort of thing himself, he could only hope Yamato too decided to skip that phase. He didn't want to imagine raising a teenager, much less a rebellious one, when he was still barely more than one himself. The clang of swords crossed rang out, backed by the roar of cannons and the boom of pistols blazing. He and Kaido both were limited by their size and their own ship, leaving them unable to launch anything more violent than slashing and battering away Whitebeard's errant children. He could see and feel his captain searching for the other emperor in the irritating wave of brawling foes. None of them were that level challenge anyway. He was in the midst of irritably batting away another short body, not particularly caring where it landed, when panic seized him, and for a split second he didn't know why, but then it hit him. He couldn't feel Yamato. All at once the battle fell away, and that became his only thought. Where is Yamato? He looked around frantically, fearing to see the worst as he did. He caught a sneak attack with a set of cat's claws between the tines of his swordbreaker and twisted. It was only then that he really saw his attacker. He was just a boy, barely a teenager for all his size, but he already held those cat's claw blades with the confidence and certainty of someone who knew what they were doing and what they wanted done. His grip on his sword tightened. An enemy was an enemy, and no one's skill could be taken lightly, child or not. The ridged edge of his swordbreaker shattered the wicked claws and sank, biting and tearing through the meat and flesh of the boy's dominant arm. The boy cried out in pain, but his eyes were cursing him to the depths. He had neither the time or inclination to concern himself with someone else's wayward child, not when he had one of his own to find. He brought the spike of his knee guard forward into the boy's gut, dropping him to the deck and ending their fight. A band of intruding figures that all barely reached his knees tried to swarm him to unknown ends, and he had just about had enough of all of it. In a rage he let his flames burn high, increasing the temperature of the air around him to sweltering degrees for anyone unlucky enough to be in his vicinity. Swords and arms were dropped with quick shouts and burned hisses that he couldn't be bothered to listen to or care whose side they belonged to. He spun wildly, stretching his observation as far as he could to find his missing baby. There. Oh, you have to be kidding. A beacon lit, and in an instant, between one moment and the next, asking no questions and taking no leave, he was airborne. Hope and relief both warred to create a knot in his throat he had to ignore. His wings beat as hard and as fast as they could to close the distance and reach the little one before something could happen to her. He could only hope that he wasn't too late. Oh. As if watching snapshots unfold, disaster in the making happened in slow motion. A giant gull. A fussy baby. A slip. And a long fall. To the surprise of everyone who saw it happen, the squalling bundle of Oni child was safely caught before harm could befall little Yamato. And the man who caught them was a surprise all of his own. Bright orange eyes were met with the sight of an unforgettable mustache and a kind smile known the world over. A pair of features that belonged to the infamous pirate captain Gold Roger. For a moment pirate and child stared at one another. Their shared gaze was broken as Yamato's little hand reached to grab the notorious mustache with a noisy mule. Want? Can hold? How about we agree on you not doing that, Yamato's amber eyes met Roger's once more and gave a demanding baby sound. Want? I grab. No, you won't like it. They really aren't as fun to grab at as you think. The pale-haired baby made another insistent sound, this time managing to get a hand on the object in question. The trouble was, now that Yamato had it, the little one didn't want it and promptly did the only thing a baby could. Don't like. The baby let loose a fussy cry that had the great captain flailing comically to calm them. No need to fuss about it. I wasn't lying, you just thought I was. It's okay though, you're a baby and all babies are a little dumb. Now, where did you come from? I don't think you came from that big bird. That isn't the usual place babies come from, at least. Yamato sniffled and looked at the mustache man with big watery amber eyes. Want Papa food, love? Wasn't done. More food. Little big people got loud. Papa put me down. Don't want down. I go up. But up wasn't Papa. Roger nodded along to the sound of baby coos and grunts as if listening to a particularly interesting battle report. Rayleigh glared over the decks of the Oro Jackson at his lifelong friend, and in the tone of parents everywhere telling their children not to bring home any pets, he demanded. Put the baby down, you oaf. Roger looked to the side guiltily. I wasn't gonna take him. He was just telling me how he got his lunch interrupted by a raid. You don't even know anything about that kid. You've held it for 2 seconds. You don't even know if it is a boy. Roger pet his head at that as if Rayleigh was the one being foolish. He sounds like a boy though? Rayleigh's exasperated sigh could be felt across the ship. It wasn't a rare sound. In fact, it was a fairly regular sound from the man, and Roger was almost always the cause. It's a baby. Babies don't sound like anything but loud. It hasn't been long enough since we had one for you to forget that. But his words fell on deaf ears as Roger had already turned away from him, walking off with the strange new arrival still in hand. That's just Ray. He gets grumpy with me. Said grumpy man had a vein in his forehead visibly throbbing as he heard that. Rayleigh was about to open his mouth and say something more when a call from their lookout came down. It's the Beast Pirates' first mate circling. I can make out their ship on the horizon. Roger looked up to see sure enough there was a very large and incredibly set-off flying dinosaur circling above his ship with. Mentally he corrected himself. A giant, incredibly set-off, flying dinosaur with an extremely large seagull hanging limply, clamped tight in its jaws. The pale-haired baby in his arms squealed with delight, flailing their little arms wildly. Papa. Roger looked down at the little bundle of grabby Oni child in his arms with interested surprise. Well, I guess that solves the mystery of where you came from, doesn't it? Set a heading, let's go, and say hi. This time Rayleigh wasn't alone in his groan at Roger's actions. He had a shipwide chorus to accompany him. Not that Roger noticed.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.